look, people are here. Hi. How's it going? Oh, let's see. Where's that little share thing? There. Hello. Just doing that little share thingy. Yes, that's what they tell me you're supposed to do with this. Let people know. Oh, what can chill? I don't think come in because I had a book recommendation to share. And okay, one more. Socrates, I hear you. I hear you. Bumping. Oh, silly cat. What are you doing, you fat cat? Oh, is that big fat cat? Yeah. Oh, he's my fat boy. Oh, he's my fat boy out here. Look at my big fat boy. Look at this big fat boy. Oh, he's a good Socrates. Walking around. Let's see. Okay, people are coming in. That's kind of cool. Watching the news. I read the news. I never watch it. There's like 30 newspapers and various apps like that on this phone, and I just pull things up that way. The same thing with like speeches. I never watch political speeches by anybody. It's boring as hell. I read transcripts. I read a lot faster than I can listen, so it's tough. But I've definitely been following the news. I just posted actually about the attacks in the U.S., the UK, the Dutch. They struck at a dozen different targets inside Yemen. So, yay, another war. Thanks, America. So that's great. Hey, there's a lot of hey there, what's up, all that kind of stuff. That's kind of cool. I figured, just surprise live. I'm going to do this on Fridays regularly, so I'll still do that. But I finished what I wanted to do, and it's a little late to start anything. So I figured, I don't know, why not pop on here and talk about just how fucked up the world is together, Maybe we can all just get high and commiserate or something. I want to know what Liam's Roman Empire is. Is that a reference to the memes where you think about something all the time and obsess over it? Because if so, that'd be a hard one to answer. That's a cool question. Yeah, thoughts on Yemen action. We should definitely talk about that. Oh, there's requests already. Okay, I'm scrolling. So much stuff. Oh, look at all this. Panicking. No, not panicking about Yemen. Pissed, but not panicking. Someone said, I'm so tired of Liam. Oh, maybe that means I'm so tired of war. I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, someone's parents are Sicilian. How cool is that? Yeah, a quarter of my family is Sicilian. I grew up mostly with the Sicilian side of the family. They were prolific breeders, Catholics back in the day. So that family was huge. In fact, I have some very early memories in my first few years of my great-great-grandmother. Because, yeah, that used to have kids a lot. I'm honestly, some part of me is still kind of sad about having missed the boat on that. I could just never, make it work. So I didn't manage to have kids, but there was a huge family for a while, and I kind of enjoyed that. So yeah, big Sicilian family. Big Catholic families. Yay. Hello, doctor. Yes, tired of war. Not of Liam. Okay, cool. Biden's America, lots of war. Well, really, Democrats and Republicans. The one thing the Democrats and Republicans consistently agree on, well, two things. War for empire and war for capital. All kind of the same thing. Some of these little things. Look at that. People are popping up. How cool is that? Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, explain the Durus. Like the Durus, the ethno-religious group? Sure, yeah, that'd be fun. Oh, where's my okay, cool. Um, let's
Liam, do you have everything? Do you have your
volume's
paper?
down too low. Let me hit this.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Okay,
Do
cool.
you,
Hi, hello.
hi, do you have your cocoa and your water and everything ready? Because tonight is going to be a long night of questions, probably.
Over there. And there's some cacao right here.
Perfect.
Yep, looks like we're all kind of set. Water and cacao's back. Oh, it's hiding back here. There it is. So all kind of set.
If anybody has any questions, please feel free to tag me in the comments, and I could take notes for Dr. Liam. And everybody that's new here, or if you are new here, the rules are basically if you have any questions, please join the panel. We all take turns, mute, just the normal, respectful type of things. Is that hi Minerva? How? That's the Queen Kitty, by the way. That's
Yeah, she
Minerva.
was walking in front of the camera, so I grabbed her. A little pain in the butt as usual. Oh, purr. Yes, hello, purr.
And we definitely like the one thing, the ICJ, like that's been wow today, and also I just finding out about Yemen. Wow, there's a lot going on today, but I'll just be here to help you out, Dr. Liam.
Cool. Thanks much. I appreciate that. There's a little thing that pops up, and I'm never quite sure what it is, but it happens a lot. It like popped up on the screen. It has my name on it. It has like tap, share, tap, and then it has like A, tap, B, ask questions, C, request to join, D, share. What is that? I don't know where that
It's
comes
basically, yeah, you don't have to do it. Well, I'll just basically share out the live for you. Anybody who wants to ask a question, they could just usually tag me or mention me, and I'll look out for it. And yeah, nothing. The main thing is anybody that's in this live, if you do see Dr. Liam's username on the top, that yellow heart, if you would tap that yellow heart and you join Liam's team, you drive him out in the algorithm, you become a part of the team. And then once you're in here, you also, once you comment, it also brings you up in the rankings of his team. It's kind of fun. It's engaging. It's one of those things. But yeah, any questions you have, and also I'm going to make sure that you have your drinks and take your breaks. And look at that beautiful library as always.
Yeah, I guess I'm sitting kind of in the econ section, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's this over here, and then biology's over here, and the socialists are behind me.
So can I ask you a question?
I was working on the new
What are
computer.
you picking the topic? Is that what you wanted to do today?
What was that?
Did you want to pick the topic today or?
Um, well, I love getting the random questions. Like somebody asked about the Duruzi, so that'd be kind of cool. I don't
Okay.
mind talking about things like that.
Perfect.
I, I think we should definitely talk about Yemen and
Women
the
talk,
broader
yeah.
context around that.
That's the
I think
big
that'd
one
be
right
good.
now.
I
Perfect.
don't beyond that if I have anything in particular, but Yemen, I would really like to talk about. That always sort of pisses me off.
Yes.
uh,
Okay, I'll be here. I'll be muted. And if any like you need me, I'll be checking on you, and I'll be also staring at the comments for you.
yeah. If you find cool questions in there, just throw them up here. I'll
Awesome.
see if anybody like that's currently up here wants something, and then when there's a lull, I'll talk about the Duruzi and anything else that you find along here. But I just figured, I didn't have anything else to do this evening, so
So why not just have a great chat? That's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah. It's a nice way to kind of vent, I suppose.
I agree so much.
Hey,
Okay.
Neil.
Yeah, so she's asking. Yes, several countries. I mean, the actions today. We know that the U.S., UK, the Netherlands, and Bahrain were involved. U.S. and British planes hit at least a dozen targets. In reaction to the fact that the Houthis have attacked a number of ships. So, oh, screensaver. I guess I should shut this thing off. Hold on a second. I'm gonna turn my computer off. Let's see. Over here. Too fast.
That type of thing make me want to tell baby
Uh,
bombing Biden that I'm a baby, dropping massive ordnance from the sky on babies. Biden. That type of
Yeah,
thing makes
that's
us tell him we're not scared.
what was that?
It's like the position is we need to be telling him we're not. That's a threat to us.
Ah, yeah. I mean,
The
obviously,
arms that they use on the other countries. What happens when they get them into submission at every single turn? They use them on the population. If we say we're gonna kick you in the butt tomorrow, they promise to use every single thing in their arsenal to stop us from kicking Joe Biden, just kicking him in the butt. You know what I'm saying? Like if we just want one person, right, out of all of Americans, want to kick him in the butt with some furry ass bedroom slippers that's shaped like a bear,
wait,
we
wait.
are gonna
Hold on.
get the
I'm
nuclear
I'm
weapons
not sure.
dropped on us.
I'm not sure. I'm understanding. Are you actually saying someone should kick Joe Biden in the tuchus with their slippers?
But they gotta be big and fluffy and shaped like an animal.
Okay, so it
Okay?
can't be me because I just wear these slide sandals, so this isn't going to work.
No,
I
you that's the
we
salt.
need good
That's the
fluff. We
salt.
need good
He's a
fluffy.
little old, okay.
Yeah.
But he needs somebody that like,
Ah.
really tell them it's not about ceasefire, it's not about begging. It's gotta be you got people gotta think like we're not scared. They're gonna say scared of what? We're not fucking scared and we're gonna meet you at every turn. And this is not gonna be over. And we're
Well,
not going to be, like show them some, you know, grit.
I do have to say, in terms of both TikTok terms of service and federal laws, that I do not condone physically assaulting the president of the United States.
Yeah,
So
I was
Oh
just
no,
I have to say,
I don't mean like no,
I
no,
do
no. I'm
not,
sorry
I do
about it.
not, I do not support, physically touching any politicians.
I
So
really
I
don't
just
though.
want to make
I
that
said
clear.
it, so I should be really, really
Yeah,
critical on
I
myself.
just want to make sure that
But no, I
that
really don't. You know
TikTok
why I don't? I
understands that
think we should shun his
I'm
ass.
not responsible. So
No, but I mean honestly,
Saying,
I'm
hey
on your
man, you can do
broadcast
whatever
the
you
every
want.
shoe
second.
throwing,
Leave me out of
uh,
it.
Sushi mentions the shoe throwing at W. Bush. Oh, I love
That's
that.
one
Like, I think on
guy.
the anniversary of it, reshared the video of that. And like, okay, this is epic. Honestly, it's really impressive how well he dodged. I mean, the dude is. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay.
that's. I mean, it's kind of a shame. I mean, he had two shots and missed, but still, I'm glad the shots were taken. It was amusing as hell.
Man, I've always thought, what would I do if I saw like Bibi Netanyahu in my face? And honestly, I still don't know. But maybe it has to do something with shoes. Who
Yeah, I feel you on that. I really do.
knows?
I feel
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
It's, but of course, my list is about a mile long of people who
Yeah.
deserve shoes. I know people in dozens of countries who deserve shoes, many more shoes than I could possibly own. So,
I
Santa
agree.
Claus.
hey, how about a shoe legion, global shoe legion? That like
Recycle the
we
shoes.
all organize around that, and just like a million people sign up. Just I have shoes and ready to
Oh,
go. And then
what
like
if the
make it a
protesters
day,
took
like
the
okay,
shoes?
hey, it's like it's May
You
1st.
gotta
So
ask
for
for it
today,
back
everyone
after
gets
you
the shoe
throw it.
all at
Just say, "Can
once.
I have the shoe
Can
back?"
you pass that back to me?
It's like
Yeah.
prime ministers
I still need
in
to walk
every
home.
country all get the shoe at the same time.
No, all the time.
we
That's
could
funny.
call it
Just like ballerina slippers,
we
baby
can call it
ballerina slippers, and we only throw them at their feet.
we can call
Like
it the
like near their
chocolate.
feet, just
You,
in front of them. Like we
we
don't
can
try
call it
to hit them
the
with them.
chocolate challenge.
That's funny.
Yeah,
So let's say we get rid
I
of
think
all
it'd be
those
pretty damn funny
people,
to
and
like
who do we
organize a
replace
day.
them with?
That would be hilarious.
Do we
Oh,
replace them with
it'd be in
guys
the
like
news
you?
everywhere. Oh yeah. Um, Unfortunately, Gator, I always wear steel toes, so I probably shouldn't ever throw my shoes at people. I uh,
Don't.
I fell into wearing like Red Wings like 30 years ago, so I'm committed. Like they wear out.
Last time you worked? Sure.
So
You
that's
pick
just.
somewhere cold?
Liam, you're so cute. You're getting my blood pressure to go down. It's nice.
I'm like a fish aquarium. You can just watch the fish,
That's
watch the
funny.
fishies,
You and your kitty cat.
swimming
Do you know that
fishies.
it takes less than 24 hours after you die for your cat to start eating you?
I hope that's not true, but I suppose we'll
It's
find out
true.
someday. Someone will
It's
find my
true.
corpse.
I don't think a cat would know how to
Somebody's got to feed them, you know.
Yeah, they don't
It's
really
not like I
love
need
you.
it anymore, you know. What I mean, what do I need it for? You know, I'm so
Circle of life, man.
eat me.
It's funny. We would
I
think that's the
slowly
weirdest
breathe.
thing in the world, but then people let
Don't worry,
Obama kiss
he
the
will.
baby and he kill 125,000.
How will I find out? Yeah, I won't find out.
Hey,
Someone else will. Someone else will come into the house. What is that smell? And oh yeah, it's cat food.
Yeah, that's a good question, Sarah. So, Liam, what do you think about them bypassing Congress to?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Congress ceded the ability to use direct military action to the executive decades ago and refuses to take it back. You know, we have not actually declared war on anybody since World War II. Like they're the only legal war since World War II was the Korean War because it was a UN police action technically.
who did we declare war, World War II against
What was that?
again? Who did we declare war against again?
The
World War
last
II?
one we did was World War II.
Against
All of our
who?
previous military actions we did, we kind of followed the constitutional procedure for it.
Against who again?
Well, Japan and Germany.
No, just Japan.
No, Japan first, and
After
then
Pearl
Germany.
Harbor, right?
Yes, so we declared
After
war on
Pearl
Germany.
Harbor,
So we did. So the U.S. Congress did pass a resolution declaring war on Germany, but after they did it to us.
yeah,
But
but
that's the
we didn't
last.
start the fire. It was
Yeah,
always burning since the world's
You're
been turning.
all the
but yeah, that
power
was
to
the
the
last
president to make decisions
technically
in this
constitutional.
situation, right? If it's like an emergency decision, he has the power to make it on his own, correct?
Did you know what Japan did to the Chinese people?
We really should get back to where like we kind of rotate around. It's hard for me to hear too many voices. I get really easily confused.
I was just going to jump in and say, office hours are starting now. Like, thank you for the little bit of decompression and fun, but yes, let's definitely get into, let's go down the panel. Ro, did you want to start it? And then after Ro,
Yeah, we can have fun. We can still bounce around, but like kind of like one at a time because like I auditorily I'll get really confused and flustered.
exactly. One at a
Um,
time.
okay, there's a thing. Thanks for clarification. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's just what they do for things like the Yemen bombing. The way that we do it is they're justifying that using the previous blank check they gave for the war on terror. So pretty much anybody the federal government decides is a terror group and somehow a threat to capital and empire, Congress has given the executive a blank check to just use our insanely big military. So we don't actually have to discuss it in advance, which used to be the case. If we wanted to do military action, if we wanted to use troops, resources, planes, whatever, we had to talk about it first. Now the executive can just do whatever the fuck it wants. So, yeah. I mean, we've routinely been militarily involved in at least 8 countries at a time for several decades now. And it's honestly frustrating that the Congress is so weak on this and most Americans pay no attention to the fact that US troops are engaged in military operations all around the fucking world. So anyway, that's a huge
Team
long
America World Police.
frustration for me. It's not World War III. Somebody asked about that. I mean, there's no realistic prospect of something like a World War III, but we have been in a state of near constant war. I mean, realistically,
You don't
we've been at
think?
war since World War II and haven't stopped. So, I mean, there's always something going on, but it's not going to be a major power. I mean, we're not going to go to war with China or something. The chances of like a major powers, multi-side coalition war,
Uh, uh, uh,
realistic.
uh, oh, eh, and I thought my
What was that?
What?
Yeah, I don't know, but
I hope he's okay because it sounded like he was having a stroke.
I
But I hope he was just
exactly.
having fun.
A little
I hope that was just fun. But it was like, what?
Yeah, we all, that was a little weird. Yeah, sideways head right there. Yep, exactly. So question, the Houthi response, or the response from Yemen, was that they were going to take revenge for this. What do you think? Do you think they're actually going to do that?
Yeah. I mean, there's realistically not a huge amount that they can do, but they will take shots at ships. They'll try at least. And they will fight to defend what they have. They do control a significant part of Yemen already. So all this does is, I mean, we've been directly funding and arming a really dirty Saudi and Emirati war against Yemen for quite some time. And a lot of it is driven by, well, the regional geopolitics. Iran, as a way to increase its significance, geopolitically in the region, since it is actually a mid-sized power, a significant economy. It wants to have a bigger voice in Mideast affairs, but the U.S. tries to marginalize it. So it spends a lot of time supporting various Shia movements in different places. So like the Lebanese H group, the Yemeni H group. I don't know if am I allowed to say Houthis now, because I know that they talk about the two.
Oh, good question.
I wonder if they ban that one, because obviously the U.S. is going to call them T-ists or whatever, but realistically, they're not. I mean, Yemen was just forced together from two different countries in 1990. It was never really stable as a single state. People have been fighting for quite some time, and realistically, it's a kind of self-determination movement. They want their own kind of rights. But the fact that the Houthis are Shia, and you have a lot of Sunni absolute monarchies in the region that are well armed, and the fact that them being Shia gives Iran a way to, kind of connect to them, another ally in the region, and everyone wants to marginalize Iran. It's often depicted in the US and a lot of European media as Iran being an aggressor, and Iran wants to control this, that, or the other thing. They've invaded 0 countries in the last, 150 some years. I mean, that's not an issue here at all. What they want is a seat at the table, and we don't give it to them. So they want prestige and recognition and to be understood as a major player in the world, so they work with the people who will talk to them. And unfortunately, it's a lot of shitty groups like the Assad regime in Syria, so that's really fucked. That they work with the Iraqis and the second H group and I guess the third, if I can't say Houthi or whatever. But yeah, it's really, really fucked. And again, this is us stepping in to defend these, to support these absolute monarchies in their terror campaigns. And honestly, I've been so fucking frustrated that people won't pay any attention to what's been happening in Yemen over the last decade. I mean, so many people are unaliving from easily preventable diseases. There's so much malnutrition. There's so much destroyed infrastructure. I mean, the Emiratis were literally bombing water supplies and shit. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we're now going to step in and we're going to hit.
Yeah, explain. Can you explain that? I don't know much about Yemen, so if you could explain a little bit.
So like, I don't know where to start.
Kind of like a proxy war, where
it is a proxy war in a sense.
It's the blockade and all that bad stuff.
Yeah, it's a proxy war in a sense between the Saudis and their friends and the Iranians, and Yemenis are just caught in the middle, being that battleground for it. Mm-hmm. The country itself, I mean, the mountainous area on its western side, as well as a chunk of southwestern Saudi, there's an indigenous Shia population that lives in there. And they got divided into 2 different countries when Saudi took part of it, when they conquered the Hejaz. And the southern part of what used to be like Ottoman Yemen is where the Houthis are, so like North Yemen. And then South Yemen, which kind of like runs along beside it, is mostly very inhospitable land. It doesn't get a lot of rainfall, and it does have more of a Sunni tribal population and a significant communist movement. For a while, it had a literal communist government, as well as like a history of British imperialism. And then, so you got 2 separate countries, and then in 1990 they squished them together under a shitty dictator. And then in the what people often call the Arab Spring, in those Arab uprisings, people managed to topple that shitty dictator, and no one's been happy since. Like, all the regional powers are pissed off because a pliant dictator who's kind of barely holding together this fractious territory and participating in everyone's kind of like, oh yeah, sure, you can totally come. I mean, the US was doing like its extreme renditions where we kidnap people in one country, take them to a third party country, and let that country, can I say the word torture?
Honestly,
So
I don't know much about the restrictions, but
Yeah.
on my live, I say anything. So, but
Yeah,
also I'm a much
I
smaller
hear
live,
a lot
so
of
it's
people
okay.
tell me I shouldn't, so I don't know. If I can't say
So,
torture, somebody let me know. But either
You
way,
can just say
he would
you can say
use the
torch.
Yemenis to do crap like that,
mm,
which is terrible. Um, but eventually they topple this dictator, and it's been a chaotic clusterfuck ever since, with tons of people involved here, everyone supporting their faction. It's been a proxy war for over a decade. And in the last few years, it's really stepped up because, I mean, the Emiratis and the Saudis have been spending a lot of their oil money buying American weapons that they don't use very well. And they've been using a lot of their fancy toys and committing war crimes, and we just don't talk about that. I mean, tens of thousands of people have been unalived there. There's all kinds of like rampant diseases and hunger that would be easily preventable, and everyone just sort of like meh, pays no attention. I mean, having some kind of stable government there would be in everyone's interests, but no one really wants that. I mean, because it's not really in their imperial interest. They want to fight. They want
no
an excuse.
exploitation.
So it's like again, there's a power struggle, and people often put this into religious terms, and it's partly accurate and partly not. It's not really based in a Sunni Shia thing. It's literally geopolitics and nationalism. The Saudis want to be a big player in the Muslim world, and the Iranians want to be a big player in the Muslim world. They both have good claims to that, but they hate each other. So they use the religious distinction as a tool, like as dressing. It's like window dressing for the fight. But it does motivate some ordinary people to fight because there's a lot of historical enmity there, so, bad blood. So it's not the reason, but because it's used, it motivates a lot of ordinary people fighting. And it becomes very destructive. When you bring a cultural lens in to a geopolitical struggle, it gets bloodier. That's one of my big problems with what's happened in Israel-Palestine over the last few decades, is that the cultural angles and the religious differences have become more and more significant in the minds of people who are fighting, and that makes it far more intractable than when it was just like a real estate fight, But that's the kind of situation you've got with Yemen as a major proxy war in the so-called terror war, and it's basically a pawn between the Saudis and the Iranians, and of course the Americans love our absolute dictators. I mean, it's so consistently frustrating that we Americans will hear people saying we love freedom and democracy and human rights, and those bad Iranians who have regular elections, and the Saudis are okay while they behead people and have no elections. And it's just, what?
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think it's all kind of confusing, and I'm very confused about the blockade because, like, I don't know if it's still there, but I remember writing a paper about it and like immediately recognizing that it's like illegal, right? Like
oh, which one?
the blockade on Yemen.
Oh yeah, I mean, things like that I mean, when you're putting any kind of like embargo, when you're stopping shipping going in, especially if there's no actual declared war,
right,
you have declared war. It's literally an act of war.
right.
And with that, there should be consequences to it, I mean, but there's no accountability for major powers in this world.
Right. Yeah,
So
because from my understanding, like the blockade made everything for the civilian population like 2,000 times worse, in terms of like the famine and everything that broke out, and literally it's becoming a humanitarian crisis. And I'm confused as to why that was never resolved, but my
it's been
people
a
have been going
crisis for
through one for
years.
Look at their
17
skin
years,
color.
so
Yeah,
you
it's
know.
just it's not in the interests of the regional powers
Right,
to resolve it.
right.
And in the US doesn't think it's in our geostrategic interests to resolve it because we want to continue supporting the Gulf Arab states against the Iranians.
Right.
Because we've been, in the same way that we've been isolating them ever since they overthrew our pet dictator. It's like we can't get over that shit. So
Or
we
what
refuse to
dictator?
actually have decent relations with the Iranians, and the why of it is just so hair pull out frustrating. Like, why? I mean, it just makes no sense. But
Wait, you said what dictator or pit dictator?
our pet dictator, the second, Mohammad Reza Shah, the second Shah.
Oh,
The second Shaw.
yes.
So,
Our
like,
pet dictator. I was
in
like,
the
who's that?
1978 uprising there that overthrew. I mean, we supported him. We propped up a 25-year dictatorship and trained his secret police and allowed all kinds of crimes against humanity there. It's a frustrating issue too. I've run into in the diaspora because a lot of the people who did flee Iran are people who are relatively privileged. So many people, their descendants, often don't know just how toxic this guy was to his own population. So it's really kind of fucked,
Yeah.
and it's the fact that they were a Cold War ally and an economic ally and our strategic partner in the region for 25 years, and to hell with what he's doing human rights wise. Then they had the temerity to choose their own form of government, and we've never forgiven them for it.
Mm. And this is in Iran.
Yeah, Iran, and that's the real problem here. Is Iran has one of the most diversified economies in the region. I mean, it's far better off than a lot of the Gulf Arab states, despite all kinds of sanctions and whatnot that harm it internationally, because the U.S. doesn't like them. But I mean, we actually prevent companies from doing a lot of things there because if you have to use any kind of U.S. banks or something, we'll shut that shit out. It's nutty, but they have a freaking space program, for crying out loud. I mean, it would be another vibrant democracy if we just left them the fuck alone. People repeatedly have tried to reform the government and make it even more democratic and get rid of the abuses of the clerical class, but every time they try, every time there's a reformer in, we provoke them. Like that's what Trump was doing with that assassination in Iraq that happened a few years ago. There was just that bombing at his tomb. But the reason we do things like that is to provoke them when they have elected a reformer, because then in the next election, they'll elect reactionaries who will then keep up the state of tension. And that tension, it benefits the military industrial complex here. So the whole thing is just a way to keep funneling our cash, to defense contractors and keeping up a conflict in the area that's going to keep unaliving tons and tons of innocent people. It's completely absurd, but it fits the logic of states, like the way governments think. Ooh, a little heart. No. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a long-term pet peeve of mine. Like, why the fuck do Americans tolerate us doing this shit to people for no fucking reason? But
Well, that was gonna be my next question. Like, that was gonna be my next question. Like, I feel like the average person, when you look at most of these countries that's like are so quote unquote like two words according to America, and then you see what they've done, and it's not comparable whatsoever to most majority of the Western world, let alone America.
yeah,
So it's like, what is the mindset of the American when they you're just like blindly follow? But again, maybe that goes into psychology. I don't know.
we're the good guys. We stand for freedom and democracy, truth, justice, and the American way.
That's a big joke.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's true in literally any country, though. It's honestly understandable because of the way early education and indoctrination works. In every country wants to think they're the good guy. That's just how it works. I mean, the Yahtzees thought they were the good guys. Everyone does. I mean, we Americans don't want to face the fact that we're an evil empire. And it's like whenever if they're pointing to other ones, like if they're saying, okay, hey, Soviets bad, China bad. Okay, I will agree. They are also shitty governments, but that doesn't make this a
Us
good one.
bad. Us bad too.
And it's the same thing that happens in the Israel-Palestine conflict. They're like, look, H group bad, therefore us good. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. There can always be shitty people on all sides. I don't get why, but people fall into that kind of tribal pattern where we grew up in this society. This is our country. This is our chosen tribe, our extended, family, our imagined community. And therefore, I don't want to think I'm a bad guy, so we're not bad guys. Like I'm not the bad. I wouldn't do terrible things to Yemenis. So of course my country isn't. They must have had a really good reason for doing that.
Right.
And that's the common view. One thing that impressed me is that, and I've seen a lot of this in the last decade or so. A lot of younger voters, some millennials, and definitely a lot of Gen Z people, they care more about foreign policy than previous generations do. Because like
Okay.
the Gen Xers and the Boomers, they don't give a shit. The Boomers a lot of them drank the Kool Aid. Definitely the generation before them drank the Kool Aid, but the Boomers, they drank a lot of it, and were kind of comfortable with how things were going, and just they trusted that it was going to be doing the right thing. But a
What's
lot
the
more
Kool
Gen
Aid?
Z people kind of get the whole evil empire vibe.
What's the Kool Aid? Like Kool Aid?
Oh,
The drink.
sorry. It's an old idiom. It means like you swallowed the bullshit. You took in the propaganda.
Yeah,
It's a reference to the Jim Jones cult. Like he got everyone to drink cyanide laced or cyanide or arsenic, but it was like poison.
it's
Like
cyanide. Yeah, it's
yeah,
cyanide.
it was like they drank Kool Aid with a poison in it, and they all unalived themselves because he
That's
told
so
them to.
funny. I thought you
So
were making
it's
a reference towards like Kool Aid, and maybe it made them stupid or something. I don't
Oh
know.
no, 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 no. That's see, it's an
willing to
American
follow
thing.
blindly. If
That's
somebody who
funny.
drank the
Yeah,
Kool
yeah.
Aid is willing to just
Oh, now
accept
I get
whatever
it.
the leadership says.
Yeah,
I'm like, I drink Kool Aid.
and then sometimes
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
I mean, so
that.
but
That's
you're
the
not
thing. It's like
drinking
sometimes we have
Kool
to
Aid
we forget that we're the Americans speaking. Sometimes, yeah.
That's so funny.
because someone said so. That's and there sadly are a lot of people who really will just like they'll march off a bridge if someone tells them to. I stopped at the Petco today to buy one of those like all weather kind of like outdoor beds because Amira likes sitting on the deck. She's kind of retired now. She just lays there all day, and I wanted a nice comfy spot for her. Um, so I bought a nice outdoor bed, and where I parked the vehicle right next to me, the entire back window had a big old sticker on it that was the Pledge of Allegiance. Like the entire Pledge of Allegiance was on the back window. And I'm like, that's exactly the kind of person who, when the government says unalive those people over there because they're bad, they'll do it. So it's that kind of like loyalty always worries me.
I agree. I think
Okay,
But
everyone's
it's
stuck.
I
sadly
want to
not.
interject something. You guys have been going kind of rapid. I haven't want to interrupt, but you know,
Yeah, I've just been
you
rambling,
guys,
so
all of you guys kind of inspired me, to say what I was going to say anyway, right? So, but I want to say this on a serious note. So I want to just take everything that I just heard that everyone just said, right? All the stuff I know already and people have learned and we agree or disagree, all the things, right? Which I think everything is pretty much simple, common sense we agree on, except for kicking Joe Biden in the butt with bunny slippers is the thing we all agree we shouldn't do. However,
on May 1st,
uh,
everyone in every country, slippers.
throw baby ballerina slippers made out of cotton, right? Made out of
but
cotton.
but
And
in Minecraft, in
yeah,
Minecraft,
in Minecraft. Yeah, you got to do this in Minecraft because else you're breaking the rules of the law. But
break the rules.
honestly, there's there's a thing called animal husbandry. There's another name for it. I need to search up as it applies to humans, but it's like population control, right?
Oh,
Now, if we stop looking at the Earth in bits of time in geographic locations, and we stand off from it and look at it as a globe on your desk, right? And we can say that through time, since the communication started to be long range, all of the people with the same interests either fight or unify until they fight or unify and assimilate and whatever, right? And the people who are not in power, they always have to assimilate. They they the people that was Christian in Palestine assimilated to Islam because they got a good tax and got to keep their land. No one terrorized them, kicked them out. So they was like, okay, that's cool. The king said, look, I own you. You already know I come over there to tear you down, but I want to be fair. I don't want to usury. Just pay me some tax. You pay less tax if you would convert to Islam. It's
Sometimes
everybody had to pay tax, right? No, I'm
it
just saying
varied
that.
because everyone did. Because like
Yeah,
Muslims
yeah.
had it varied, but most of the time it was about the same. But yeah, at
But
times
you
it
get
was.
the point, right?
Yeah, I
It's
do.
always better for you to be on the same team as the people who
Right,
are in
as the ruling
control.
class, and that's
Yeah, yeah,
so.
right.
It's not like it's whether you're looking at modern states or pre-modern states, there's always some kind of homogenizing pressure from major states. I mean, this goes back to like the Neo-Assyrian period. Once you have like a
Right.
stronger state, it's in their interest to somehow assimilate people, and we've just gotten much better at it. Like the
Now
techniques
I'm
of
I'm
hospitality
trying to
we can
put
use
it to you
today.
as I'm trying to put it to you as a scientific epigenomic question. Is it in fact possible that humans can be bred into behaviors, right?
Um. Okay.
Collectively,
Sort of.
everybody.
Sort of. Yes, we do it to ourselves. Humans have actually, and this is something you can trace back over. Oh, pardon me. Over literally the last million years or so of development towards our species, a way that we have gradually reduced the amount of direct violence that we might do. So think about some earlier hominids are much more naturally fearful and will react violently. Look at the way chimps often are. Chimps can be violent as hell. We gradually tamed that and shaped it in a way because we developed a kind of communal identity, a kind of like tribe identity that brought people together. And now we won't fight each other if you have a shared symbolic language. You, I don't know, look like me, talk like me, dress like me, make certain signs or whatever. It makes me see,
Now, guess who has not had that
you are
training?
one of my brothers. I've never met you before, but you're one of my peeps. So we won't
Yeah.
fight, but those people over there will fight. So
Guess who
we,
has not
we
had that
we've
training
kind of
though?
like changed ourselves. So it's
Before
like
we
one
get off
example.
of the
There's also
Go ahead.
there's also a lot of marked changes you've seen in like our sexual behavior through sexual selection. So women consciously choosing to breed with people who will be less dickish and stick around. It's kind of like because most male mammals they do their thing and then they fuck off. They have nothing to do with it. But instead we created like a large community of people who stayed together, who shared in child rearing and worked together. And that actually developed. You can trace its development genomically. So there are ways that
Exactly.
we do change ourselves. If you're asking if
So
a ruling class can introduce certain
no,
things in
no,
terms of
no,
like
no, no,
animal
no.
husbandry, like artificial.
I'm asking from a global perspective
Mhm.
before we use that term. Can we look at the human as such as two groups? One group being affected and having change and adaptation, and one group never having to adapt.
Oh,
Like
well, no.
the violent people in power have always or always are violent people in power, and the people that they control and rule always have to walk on increasingly softer eggshells.
Yeah, I see where you're going. In evolutionary terms, no, because who is in the ruling class changes. So like
I
you'll
can't.
like stage of
I'm looking
evolution.
from a slavery perspective, though. That's like 500 years from black chattel slavery in America only, specifically, right? We talking about like 500 years, and they specifically killed every man who
I
ever rose his voice
I get
or
it.
read a book
Within particular countries, yes, but there's a lot of places, there's a lot of countries in the world, in the Caribbean, in South America, in sub-Saharan Africa, where peoples who were controlled, oppressed, and whatnot now make up a ruling class. So it's more like when we move into a particular space, like the social structures orient your behavior, not like a biology thing. There isn't like a biological ruling class that's consistent over time, but there are structural factors that are consistent. So if people led a slave revolt, think about okay, so there are three great 18th century revolutions. Everyone talks about the American and French. People leave out Haiti, and that pisses me off. It's influenced by exactly the same ideals, the exactly same Enlightenment perspectives, whatever, but it was literally driven by slaves and freedmen who overthrew the system. But once they got into a position of power structurally, they reproduced a lot of the same perspectives, and there's a lot of reasons for that. It's not ultimately like any individual person's fault, because you fall into certain patterns when you're in the social situation of the ruling class, as opposed. So I don't think that there's a way that you can see people are evolving in a particular direction, but a ruling class is not, because we're still all constantly intermingling and changing who's in charge. But there is a significant class difference between a ruling elite and everyone else, and they always have solidarity with each other. Man, I really needed this. It's nice and warm.
The actual the actual the actual I don't know. I guess somebody turned my mic off. Uh, so I don't know what I guess that accounts for the times that I wasn't heard. So I'm
Oh,
not saying it's biological. I'm
okay.
saying epigenomics dictates that humans conform to their environment so they can adapt more efficiently, right? So
Yeah.
if you had the people back in the famine days, their genetics was stronger in the next line of people that came from them, where the people who were gluttons and didn't have the famine happen to them, their genetics was exactly the opposite.
Yeah, the epigenetics for sure. So if your mother is malnourished, it's going to affect the development of the fetus, and it's going to pass on certain characteristics. It doesn't change the DNA, but there are epigenetic changes that happen as a consequence of that. So if you're thinking of
And
that in
that's what I
terms,
said, the genome. I
was that
don't even care about the medical term. I'm not a doctor or a scientist, right?
okay?
I'm just trying to make the point that it's not a verbal pass on story. My grandma doesn't tell me, watch out for them, they'll do this to you. I know
Oh,
they'll do this to me.
yeah,
I
okay,
know what'll happen.
yeah,
And if I want to
but
dispatch myself, it's like this. Why don't the Jews go down to the wall right now and march into Gaza? Because they'll get wiped out too. Why don't the Gazans just go up to the automatic gun fence and say, we want out of here? Because they'll get wiped out. Why don't every Gazan say, you know what, I want to be part of H group? Because you're trying to kill me anyway. But if they did that, excuse the K word, if they do that, then they'll be gone right now, this second. And that right there changes
no,
you fundamentally inside, I
yeah,
believe, to the
I
point where I'm basically saying iPhones
yeah,
and the combination of people not trying to rise above their instinctual animalistic being and try something completely different, we're gonna be ruled by this type of systems indefinitely until
yeah,
we start looking at it.
I wouldn't let me see. Where's that thingy at? Is this it? No, that's not it. Where was the other one? Oh, there it is. So I wouldn't put it in like epigenetic terms, like, actual changes that occur to us that orient us that way. But I understand what you mean there. There's a lot of really good research on our early lives. There's a ton of things that we learn before we're actually communicating. So yes, your grandmother doesn't need to tell you stories. Long before you're actually using words, you are picking things up from the community. You're absorbing certain lessons that they already have. There's a lot of unconscious processes there that are in part driven by our instincts, but it's not like innate knowledge the way like tortoises have or something that drives them to something in terms of these kind of structural issues. But they're picked up from the community. There was some. I don't know if I don't know if woke and chill is in the. I don't know how to see how well it's there. But somebody had asked before, like about a book talking about this kind of early childhood stuff in the Israel-Palestine issue. And I don't know if this is one of the ones that I copied years ago because I was too cheap to buy books all the time. But it looks at the perspective. Oh, hey, hello. Okay, so the book I had, I couldn't find the one specifically only on textbooks, but this covers some of it. But it's called Stereotypes and Prejudice in Conflict: Representations of Arabs in Israeli Jewish Society. It's Daniel Bartal and Yona Teichman. Anyway, I can send it to you in a text. I finally found the one I was thinking of when we were talking, but it's very early childhood. So they have studies where they're looking at very young children, and they haven't picked up a lot of things yet. But after a few years, suddenly they'll start, when somebody asks them about Arabs, they'll draw them darker. They'll make them look different. They'll take on a kind of symbolic language that they adopt from the society around them. Nobody tells them Arabs are darker, black is bad, whatever here. But they absorb these lessons completely
Now,
unconsciously.
let me add this. The people that get the data in science, if you I'm not going to say anything as fact, I'll just say you take over. But data proves that when you're privileged, you grow a blind spot. And it also proves that when you're powerful, like powerful in a police suit, powerful with a bunch of money, even if it happened yesterday, you just became powerful last week or 2 years ago or 2 months ago. We weren't born into this. Your brain structure changes to something similar to a psychopath. So like the billionaires, millionaires, people who just
Yeah.
got a lot of money, stuff to lose, they just don't see a limit to what should be done to maintain that.
Yeah.
Okay. And they saying this scientifically, right? So what I'm saying is the exact same thing on the other side, right? And but only difference is we have the propensity to act completely out of order. Some of
Yeah.
us do it all the time. We don't even want to do it for different reasons, right? But we be acting completely out of order. So there's hope there. But the science and the research is so heavy. I believe that we need to start looking at ending these political uh, injustices and destabilizations. We need to start looking at the way that they control us and the manipulation, all as animal in a form of
Yeah.
animal husbandry.
It
Like
kind
they
of
can,
is.
they keep
Yeah.
saying animals. What do you do with them? You do whatever you
Oh,
want with them
I'm
Yeah.
sorry
until
to
you
interrupt.
actually love animals and you say, I love them because I do whatever I want with them.
I'm sorry to
Right?
interject. Hi, I'm sorry to interject. Thank you for coming on to our panel, and we're really enjoying the conversation. But we're kind of deflecting from originally. I believe your name is Epic. We love everything, but there are people in the queue right now.
Oh yeah, we need to
So
take more. Yeah, but there's one point I kind of, because there's something good here, and I love that
yes,
you're saying that there's a potential for change. Um, there's something in our social structures that do affect us, and we have to be aware of it. And if we become aware of it, we have the possibility of subverting the process. But he's kind of getting at something I think that is important. I think one good way. Oh, did he leave the group entirely or just drop off the panel? Well, that's a shame. I hope Epic you're still here. The If anybody's interested in like the science behind this, our genes do not determine our behavior, but they set up certain potentials, certain proclivities that we might have, certain potential talents, but we're not really sure. You don't know. The social circumstances are what determine what's going to come out, what'll be expressed, and how. So what'll happen is somebody put into a position of privilege, it's going to trigger certain action potentials in the brain that are going to make them more selfish and more blind socially. And if they take on a position of power, certain action potentials written into the genes are going to express themselves that will make them kind of mimic some sociopathic behaviors. But if you don't put them in that situation at all, if they're never in a position of privilege or power, those action potentials are never triggered. Those genes don't express that way, which means they're a normal person just like you know? And it's the same thing for people who are chronically repressed or suppressed. Certain action potentials will trigger that will make people more fearful or more afraid of conflict or whatever. You kind of like recognize who are the power structures and what to do. It affects how you develop. It literally affects which genes are triggered and turn on and which ones don't. They don't determine the behavior on their own, but the social environment we're in literally changes our brain structure. It literally changes how you will develop and how you'll express yourself. And if we better understand how that works, then we know how to change things. Because if you change the social structures, if you change the way that we live, people will grow up differently. It's not as simple as saying there's no human nature. It's not like the tabula rasa, from Locke or Marx or somebody that says, oh, you just erase it and make whatever you want. But it's similar in a way because the social structures will turn on or off different potentials. And I think if we better understand that, it is important. So I do like the topic that was brought up in a sense, but I mean, but I get where you're going, Jackson, in terms of like, we need to take turns again. This is all great, but I think there's something fascinating about that as a process, and I don't know. I've always loved the intersection between biology, anthropology, and then history and politics. So I don't think that people put the pieces together very often. So it interests me. So I'll stop geeking out and we can go on to something else.
And also, Epic, if you're still here, please come up. I didn't mean for you to drop. It was more of the turn moments. I'm sorry if it came up the wrong way.
Bounce around. Exactly. So if you're still around, you want to continue this, go up to another point, we can bounce back in, talk about it. I'm always happy to geek out about anthropology and biology too, and no one ever talks to me about shit like that. So it's fun. So let's see. So okay. You can answer if you're in the chat still, but I don't want to get too far past it. Is the person who asked about the Durus still here? Just give me a yes or no, like you're here, and if you are, great, I'll do that. And if not, we can go to a next question or something. But if the person who asked me about the Durus is still here and interested, I can do a quick synopsis before we go on to the next thing.
Well, if nobody's going to talk, I'm happy to. That's okay.
Where's the? There it is. Is there an answer from? Is anybody answering about that yet?
I've got a question. Sorry.
If Jax, if you are watching it, if somebody says yes, they're still there and want to ask about the Duruzi, let me know, because it was asked early on and then we went off.
I'm going through yes, I'll be filtering out and looking through the comments for everybody. And by the way, sorry, when Dr. Liam is trying, like, it's ask a question and please give him time to answer it. It just it's a little neurospicy in a way. Like if we bounce back and forth in the interruptions and speaking over each other, we're not that. We're just not that kind of people. We kind of like to finish each other's thoughts. Thank you so much. But I'll just be here. And if anybody has any questions, please mention me in the comments so that I could easily ask them for, during a certain break.
Right, exactly. So whoever's moderating can like pick who's next, and we'll go in order, and somebody throws a question out. But yeah, multiple voices will my brain will start seizing up. I mean, crowded restaurants are like torture for me because I hear every conversation at once and I can't block any of them out.
That's if I ever, it's very mindful if you look at them, if you're actually staring into your device, because sometimes I will mute you only because I do know that the doctor wants to finish his point. So I will mute you. That's not in no disrespect. It's for the doctor to finish his thought. And then of course you could always add on. It just, inter conversations, like when it bothers me too. It bothers all of us, like in a way, like you ask a question and you kind of answer it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. But Ro, did you want to jump in, or Epic, if you want to? Yeah, however
before Ro, Sarah asked something about Loop earplugs. I don't know what that is. Is Loop a brand? I've tried different, I've worn headphones and different, in-ear type head things. They tend to irritate me physically. So I get, I'll listen for a while with my headphones, and then I just have to take them off. So I got better at, trying to, not freak out about all the sounds, but it is still annoying. But I've never found ones that are actually comfortable. And I really want to find something that I can wear that doesn't irritate me. So if Loop is a brand, let me know. I'll make a note and look them up. I'm always willing to buy new ones and try them. So Loop is the brand, little ear and ear plugs. Okay, so I'll look those up. They're like headphones as well as earplug type things.
They are probably something like that, but I'll definitely look them up for you because my daughter is very similar to that. So I'll find out great headphones for you, Dr. Liam.
Yeah,
anybody that has any suggestions.
I never find ones that I like. It's so frustrating. Anyway, okay, so Ro is next, was it? I think.
I'm not sure.
Yes, I was next.
Go for it. Where are we?
Just ask you a question that was asked in the comments to you pretty early on. Someone was asking, what is the outcome of this trial of the court? If they are seen as guilty, what's next?
Well, if they're guilty there and the court actually confirms a guilty verdict, because again, the major powers are the judges on this and they all get a vote in this, but if they're confirmed as guilty there, it goes to the Security Council, because the court itself doesn't have a lot of enforcement capacity. This is why it's the ICJ is different from the ICC. That is an independent court that you have to sign a treaty to make yourself liable to. This is why the U.S. won't join it. Everyone in the UN is a member of the ICJ by default because it's connected to the UN. But the only part of the UN that has any enforcement power is the Security Council. So if they're found guilty, great, you've got a case we can point back to, and there's more evidence that you can use to talk to different countries and try and change their political position on it. But I don't think it's going to lead to any direct consequences because the U.S. will veto anything. But I still hope something really good comes out of it, you know. But it's more a matter of like, how can we use this to push different countries to change their relationship to it. In that way, it's actually really good that South Africa brought it up, since that happened to them in the 80s. There was so many countries that started pulling out, canceling relations, trying to isolate the economy. I mean, people were increasingly like, yeah, we should do something about this government, So a good case can be used domestically in different countries to start changing things. Just, I don't know, from my perspective, and I'm not trying to be cynical on this or discourage anybody, don't expect anything out of the UN. Its structures just prevents it from really doing much about any conflict.
Well, there is one question that I found. I will look for you. Kylie Ann wants I have to look it up in the past comments. She has a question that I have to look up for you. But we're currently, Rana, I'm so bad at reading usernames, I apologize. How did USA switch its foreign policy from minding its own business in the 20th century to aggressive imperialism around the world? It's a great question.
Yeah, it's the short version of that, because that could really get me going. There was a significant isolationist trend in U.S. politics, and it's gone back and forth as to which party really focuses on it, because realistically, before the 50s and 60s, the two U.S. parties didn't have a lot of really substantive policy differences on a lot of areas, but they had a few that really kind of helped to define them. And in general, on social issues, they all were pretty much the same, but they had a few different policy issues. So they would take turns who's on this. So in the early 20th century, it was the Republican Party that was pretty hardcore isolationist. And it did not want foreign involvement anywhere else. Where, you go back into the 19th century, it's more the Democrats that thought that way. It's changed around. But they were pretty isolationist. And what changed is the Second World War. Going toward it, a lot of American public opinion were still kind of like, nah, this ain't for us, or overtly, Yahtzee sympathizing and crap like that. But the isolationist mood here dried up with Pearl Harbor. And once we got involved in the conflict, we were hitting Pearl Harbor, and then Hitler declared war on the U.S., which is kind of what we wanted anyway, but we had no excuse to kind of get involved in that war. So that idiot did it for us. So when he declared war, it opened up a door to talk about, oh, these guys are bad. We got to do something. We got to defend freedom. We got to get out there and look, they attacked us. And everyone kind of rallied around the flag, and we did that. After the war, it was very difficult for the Republicans to restore their isolationism because of a lot of the rhetoric around the Cold War. The way that people immediately started shifting to a new long-term enemy, and we have to stay involved, and look, if we don't do anything about this, they'll conquer Europe and the world, so it kept the fear level up, and the fear level up completely transformed the Republican Party. And you can see a lot of the hardcore shifting there. Look at the John Birch Society in the 1950s. where their big thing was like, there's a communist conspiracy everywhere. Are you a communist? You're a communist sympathizer. And like trying to find them, like it's scary. And if you're scaring people about that, it made it impossible for us to mind our own business again. So the short answer is World War II, and then the immediate Cold War rhetoric that twisted us to like two interventionist parties that can never mind their own business again.
On Anne's question, it was, is there a time in history where we could have had a matriarchy instead of a patriarchy?
Now that's interesting. The simple answer, I guess, is no. We had a lot of times when there's basic parity, where there's no real oppression one side or the other. A lot of hunter-gatherer societies and a lot of horticulturalists were pretty balanced that way. But there's something socially about the concept of property in land that brings out something really dickish in men's evolved psychology. This sense of control and power. So as soon as you come up with an idea that I own land and my wealth is based on that land, and wealth and power are linked together, then suddenly my best way of protecting my land, maybe if I got the nicest chunk of land and somebody over there is too close to the river, so it's going to flood, and someone over there is too far away, so his land's too dry, it's not going to grow good crops, but I'm in the sweet spot. My land is great, and I'm going to produce bumper crops, and with bumper crops, I'll have a surplus, a profit that I can then use to gain power politically. My best way to protect that is to control some poor woman's sexuality and have her make kids only for me. So it passes to them and they have a vested interest in defending that and holding on to it. So regulating women's sexuality, like actually trying to control who women sleep with, not men as much, is a common reaction. It happened over and over and over again every time people went through the Neolithic transformations to settle permanently. So it doesn't start in one place. It happens in the Near East, it happens in West Africa, it happens in East Asia, it happens in Mesoamerica. Every time people build an agricultural society with a concept of property in land, women suffer. So it just brings out something really fucked up, in our lizard brain. And I don't think that there's anything really equivalent where we don't know if there is a social circumstance in which women would have tried to assert direct control, because it's actually never happened. But there are a lot of places where there's been gender parity and one not oppressing the other, because they all provide equally for...
Also in general, I think.
And then last question, then we should head it over to the panel, is can you ask him, should we go back to, is the isolation, oh my gosh, my tongue-tiedness, is the nationalism or is it dangerous?
Hold on just a second. I got a little confused. There was Eric is asking if it's possible to move toward matriarchy. I don't know how we do it, honestly, but getting more women involved in politics just in general is good, but honestly the current structures tend to force women to conform to the same dickish political patterns that men follow. So you just have like pantsuit tyrants. It doesn't change much. We do need to find a way to rebalance that and get more perspectives, because I think it is really beneficial. But I don't think that we've cracked it. And I think a big part of the reason is the nation state structure and capital kind of get in the way, because they perpetuate the same Neolithic dynamics that caused the oppression of women. So women in power today are frequently defending patriarchy in the same way that, across its history in ancient Egypt, there are at least 6 major ruling queens, and those queens didn't actually change the system. They defended the patriarchal order. There's something about the power structure. I don't want to get into the why of that, because it's a fascinating story, why it developed that way. But they defended that system instead of fundamentally changing it, because they fell into it. They accepted the power within that structure. And the same thing happens today when women take power. So whether you're talking about Thatcher or Merkel or whatever, they step into a system that is already rigged against women. So I sorry, Eric, I don't know a way to get to that other than to say we've got to change the overall social structure so that it allows those more balanced perspectives. But I didn't catch all of the last question thought because I saw that and then I saw the cat and then I heard something and they were all at the same time and it just, sorry. What was the next question?
Somebody, I'm trying to find the comment again. I apologize. I believe they were saying is isolation. Wait, isolation. No, I'm reading the wrong one. I am, you know what? If the person could actually mention me again in the comments and I'll ask in the next round, but if I would like to hand it off to the panel at this moment, if maybe they have seen the question itself also.
Thanks, Jax. Liam, really quick. If this court case doesn't work and it flops, what's next? Do we just, are they just going to be allowed to continue G-side, or is there a next step?
Realistically, there's no way this is going to force a ceasefire. So it means we have to stay active on this in trying to convince more people so that people can put pressure on government. And I still fall back on the same thing I tell people over and over and over again. Organize, 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 get involved with something. Build structures that are going to go out there and do something other than just passing around great agitprop online or showing up every now and then with a sign to wave a sign. Like, we have to do more. But we have to put pressure on our governments to make our governments change position. The UN can't do it for us. It's sadly not really how it's built. So the after thing is honestly the same thing I was saying before it, that we need to be doing. It's no different. We just need to keep going and doing the right thing there. But I see a lot more people who care about this, and that's great. I welcome all new comrades who care about this shit and really want to make the world a better place. Good on you. But we have to pay attention to more of these issues and stay active and do something about it in the real world.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the hard part is we're going up against some really big powers in this system, and it runs really, really deep as to reasons why it's happening. It's not always what it looks like on the surface, you guys, and it takes a lot of manpower to make any type of change. So while we're here and while I have the mic, I just want to say there's 131 people in here. I have a group on Discord and we're all about taking action. We have meetings, we come up with ideas, we strategize, and we put our heads together. If you're motivated and you actually want to take action and not just sit by and be upset about it, feel free to send me a message and we'll get you in. And then I can pass the mic off to the next person. Thanks, Liam.
Somebody says like the how part, not necessarily pack, although that can be done as well. I'm a big fan of direct action. Actually organizing people directly, not like waiting for power structures to put pressure on things. We need it when you get real good social change in states. It's a combination of the political organizing and street power, street politics, ordinary people taking action. So mass civil disobedience, sit-ins, sitting down and blocking traffic, doing things that actually get out there and in your face on those issues. Think about, I'm sure all of you have seen pictures of people at lunch counters with like racists squirting mustard on them or something, and they just refuse to move. Shit like that. So I mean that plus pushing politically. Because realistically, the political class never has an interest in changing its positions unless you force them to. All of the rights that we have, we gained because people forced it. And Americans in particular, but people around the world as well, Americans have rapidly been losing rights. We rank 62nd, 6-2, in the world for individual liberty in the U.S. So the land of the free and the home of the brave is 62nd in the world for liberty because we keep allowing the state to take away things that we fought for. We need to get back to fighting for change because street power will force politicians to act. When you actually threaten the economic elite, when you threaten the profits of the real ruling class, then they turn to the politicians and they say, fix this shit because I want to keep making money. But until you cost them money, until you actually damage something, it doesn't happen. People look back now and they're all like, oh yeah, it was like MLK's peaceful, non-violent, all that kind of crap. No, it wasn't. It was also the Panthers and Malcolm X and, riots aplenty, Watts riots, everything else. It was people just tearing shit up. That caused the ruling elite to lose money. And when they lose money, they turn to the politicians and they tell them to fix it. So within our current fucked up political structure with nation states and capital, we do have methods to gain social power, to social change. It's still a terrible system overall, but you can push it in a better direction, at least. So, civil disobedience, yes. It's basically like a broad spectrum of street power. Civil disobedience, mass demonstrations, strikes, boycotts. There's a lot of things that all go into this. But you have to somehow cost the ruling class money, and that will change the political reality for us.
Yeah, definitely don't forget the boycotts, you guys. Also, pulling your money out of big banks is a big one. Pull your money out of the big banks, go to credit unions.
Oh, and I wanted to add on top of that, when you do things like that, make sure when you fill out the informational of why you're doing it, make sure you place in why you're doing it. Like when you have to submit the form on, the feedback of why did you pull it out, make sure you explain why. And yes, I totally agree. Civil disobedience is absolutely key. Number one, blocking off the highways, blocking down bridges. You upset the masses will be upset with with the government. But I found the actual question is, which we're America, so we're isolation no matter what, but it is is it good to go back to isolationism, or is that dangerous for us in other countries? Meanwhile, we are in isolationism. We are part of that, I believe, but that was one of the questions.
Short answer is no. We need to pay more attention to what's happening in the world, not less. But what we do need to do is get our military to take its dick out of other countries' sand. That's a different issue. We should actually have a more multilateral policy. We shouldn't be allowing countries to go around just bombing whoever the hell they feel like it. That has to change. But
I'm going to use that.
What was that? I
said I'm going to use that next time.
Yeah, it's like, but closing off, when people say, no, that's not our business, when they shut down, there's a significant, okay, so I told you it rises and falls in different times, right? On the current reactionary right in the US, so behind a lot of the Trump movement, there's a shift back away from the radical interventionism that they adopted after World War II, back toward a sense that, fuck the rest of the world, we need to stay here and just not care. That's very much the opposite of what we need to do. We need to stop our government from intervening militarily, yes, but we need to care a lot more about what happens in the world so we can actually make shit better. Because otherwise, bad shit's still going to happen. If we stop paying attention, if we pull into ourselves, it's not like it stops the bad shit from happening. And honestly, a lot of U.S. foreign aid, if you take away the military aid and look only at the civilian aid, you look at the funding for malaria inoculations and food aid, all kinds of crap like that. That shit's worth it. That's worth its weight in gold, because every bit that we contribute that way to make somebody else's life a little bit better makes it a little less likely that you're going to have some kind of spiraling instability that leads to a demagogue or a dictator, like some kind of conflict, civil wars, tribal battles, all kinds of people tearing itself apart. If people are comfortable, if people are well fed, they tend not to fight each other. What we need to do to solve tons of conflict areas in the world is actually drop the military budget, take all of that money and say, cool, I'm going to build lots of hospitals and schools and, actually solve the economic problems in different areas so people can really take charge of their own lives and rebuild. Taking some of that money that the rich world has been exploiting and sucking out of the global south for 2 centuries or whatever, take that and plow it back into it. Give that cash. It's a kind of reparations as far as I'm concerned. I think isolationism is a bad idea. I think military isolationism is a no-brainer, though. I think we should abolish the Pentagon, but that's just me. One quick thought before we move too far away from the question about organizing. and the whole direct action stuff. So thinking about like blocking bridges or something, right? So I'm going to contradict myself. I'm going to tell you, don't do it. But I'm going to tell you, organize to do it larger. If you got people in several hundred American cities and towns all at once to occupy a strategic intersection and sit there, take like 200 American cities and everyone sits in the main intersection on the same fucking day. Do you have any idea how many billions of dollars in lost productivity that'll be?
Absolutely epic.
One group of people on a bridge that organize among themselves, all it's going to do is it's going to inconvenience the drivers, piss people off, and change nothing because it doesn't actually hurt the ruling class yet. It has to be bigger, which is why I keep saying organize. Organize first. Build a mass movement. Get everyone coordinated. Okay, on May 1st, everyone hit this intersection and boom. That's how you get change. So that's what I kind of mean by street power. It's more nuanced than just saying go out and do stuff. It has to be part of a mass movement if it's going to have any real effect.
Lots of people need to be involved. That's what I keep saying is we need everyone who cares about this movement to be involved. If we literally had every single person taking action, we would be golden, but we need more who's willing to actually do something. And in the comments, you guys type yes if you guys would be willing to take action and go block intersections like he's talking about.
You have no problem in New York.
And again, try to join larger groups and connect those groups together, link them together in different cities. So you're organizing here, you're organizing here, you're organizing here. Come up with some kind of framework that links people together so that each individual group, because everyone balkanizes, they turn into like, hey, we're all doing this stuff in our Discord group and only the people who are in that Discord group know. But that Discord group needs to talk to other ones and other ones and other ones and other ones and build a large framework. Think like in syndicalist terms, all these different like groups coming together, organize themselves and then linking up, sharing, so they all act together. That's the organization I've not really seen yet. I see individual groups organizing and doing things. And it's cool. We mentioned US Voice for Peace. I'm happy with every single thing they've done, but we need something much bigger.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, Dr. Liam, but yes, I did find, because the power of TikTok connects you to everybody. The first, the one in California, the ones that blocked the freeway, I found one of the individuals that was in that. And that individual is setting up a bunch of exactly what you said, mass amount across. So Ro, I will send you the individual who did the original one in California that blocked the freeway in California. I'll send you his TikTok, and they have a plan, they have a call to action. So I'll send it to you. And then from there on, that's how you do. You have to internetwork. You always have to throw out your ideas because you never know when somebody might know somebody that might know somebody that might know somebody, right?
Yeah,
but it is true.
It's a great idea.
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to tell you that. Yes, go get your refreshments.
Go
right ahead.
Thought to leave you guys with, and you guys can chat while I get some more of this.
Go.
Do you know when the Panthers became a significant enough threat that the U.S. government had to take them out?
Tell us.
It's when they went for the Rainbow Coalition. It's when they got a bunch of Asian Americans and a bunch of crackers waving Southern flags. They got everybody together and they're like, hey, we're all being screwed by the elites. Let's work together and set aside our differences and get over it. Like they were literally directly combating racism by getting people together to talk about their shared interests. That's the shit that happened in the 1880s and 90s, and that's what created the Jim Crow system. That's why they started building Confederate monuments, to break people apart. Whenever you get poor working people together talking, that scares the holy hell out of elites. So if the pro-Pali movement links up with Black Lives Matter and with labor unions and tons of other groups and gets people to understand our shared interests, if you build that way, building a much larger kind of frame, that's where we need to go. Like that's when you're actually scaring the ruling elite. So anyway, you guys chat for a second. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No problem. Take your break. Thank you. Yes, I will send it to you, Ro, by the way.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because we take one project at a time and we try to all work together on that project. Right now, we're getting ready to roll out a strike tonight, but that can be our next project. So I definitely, yeah, send it to me.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely say it's just the power of TikTok. It's like I watch it on the news, and then 2 seconds later, I see the individual that was arrested from the actual freeway in California. It was amazing. But really quick intermission while the doctor is having his refreshing his refreshments. Can you please, guys, tap the screen? There's over 150 people here, so please get up the likes. This is an incredible free education. You can share it out also to boost Liam's content to go out into the For You page. Above his name, next to his name, there's a yellow heart. It costs like a coin, one single coin. You become a part of his team. Even when you watch, you automatically level up. When you comment, you level up. It's a really easy way to have his content pushed out into the For You page. Is TikTok likes battles, and this is still that type of, they like teams and like groups and settings and such. So if you do that, and the other thing is Liam is so sweet. It's not that he wants the gifts. He loves the things like sunglasses. He likes the cowboy hats. He's the kid at heart, just like me. We're always going to be a Toys R Us kid. That's the way we are. And if you have any questions, please mention me, and I will try my hardest to see the comment as it flies through. And yeah, so how is everybody doing? I hope everybody's fine.
I did want to say, in the vein of organizing, I'm in computer science, and if you have computer science oriented skills, there's a ton of organizations you can join that do a lot of really good stuff in the vein of just like organizing. And I mean, if you're in computer science, you know what I'm talking about, but you should really get organized with groups like that too. Obviously, Anonymous is like the most well-known one, but there's a lot out there. So yeah.
Do you know how to make bots by chance?
What do you mean?
Like, we're looking for someone who can set up, and maybe I'm using the wrong word because I'm not like really that savvy with like that kind of programming, but we're kind of looking for someone who can set up something that can like auto write reviews.
On what? Like review?
Thinking about one of the kind of ideas that we came up with is for the companies that are supporting the G side, getting something set up with, I heard it was possible, but to where it can auto write reviews for those companies based on their involvement.
Yeah, there are things like that out there, but I do know another person on here that I'll send you his profile also that does it, but it's a program, but that's something we'll talk about off of TikTok. If you get what I'm saying, yeah. But definitely the one thing, when you do anything, even if you change your voting status, anything you do, always make sure to leave a feedback. There's always a questionnaire on there saying, why are you doing this? Why are you changing? Why? Always put the feedback is why, because of a genocide, or however you want to word it. But that's like the best, because you don't want to just change without explaining why. And if collectively a bunch of people do that, yes. And the other thing is, if you ever wanted to do something when it comes as far as the internet, say that you do, like we did this one challenge, it was 10,000 tweets. Meaning everybody at one time would flood Citibank with tweets all at the same time. So if you had like a public Twitter account, you would flood the algorithm asking Citibank massive amount of questions where it would actually down their server. It's very simple things you can do, and everybody just sets up a time, and at 12 o'clock everybody just hits their Twitter accounts and asks massive amount of questions, and it actually overstimulates their servers, and it basically crashes them. That's a very simple way of doing it without being in trouble.
I plug one group because I heard somebody plugging Anonymous and talking about that.
Of course you can.
Okay. The last, so I mentioned the Panthers and when they were last a big threat, and what came down on them because they were doing the right thing, and the government came down on them, right? What we need to do is get behind something and stick with it, regardless of the repression. And if you go back about a century, oh, there's a cat paw. How cool is that? There was major repression to this group, but it technically still exists and it could be revived. This. Everybody, if everybody joins, because it's intended to be a union, regardless of industry, for all workers, for all working class people to literally change the system. If you got millions of people as dues paying members of the IWW, we could shut shit down because they were a threat and they were shutting shit down, so much so that the US government went after them hardcore in the early part of the 20th century.
I know about that.
But they could be resurrected. So, yeah, I mean, they could be resurrected.
Yeah, Liam, can you explain that?
Explain which?
The IWW.
The basic idea here is to break out of the way that people tended to organize labor unions around a specific industry or employer, and instead argue for everyone to be in the same union, because the power of a union is its members. When there are a whole lot of people connected to one, when someone says strike and you shut down several industries at once, it has a really big immediate impact. But if it's only in one place, this is one of the things that I've always lamented about American labor unionism is when one group goes on strike, like one of the unions I'm in right now is actually on strike. But you don't get a whole bunch of other unions joining in. We don't all do it at once. And it's been very difficult to build that. In some countries, that's a little easier. You get a lot of solidarity strikes. It doesn't happen in the U.S. So yeah, it happens a lot in Scandinavia. It happens in France. Shit like that doesn't happen in the U.S. But Americans, in creating the IWW, created a way to do that. If you got everybody into the same system, and the IWW is not just a labor union fighting for better wages or whatever, it wants to change the wage system. It wants to fundamentally change the way our economy is structured so that you're not actually being screwed consistently by a ruling class. If you got enough people in it, we could put serious pressure on our government to change the fucking economy. And it doesn't cost that much. Most of us could probably afford, an extra $15-$20 here. There's like student rates, whatever. But you get enough. Yeah, I'm in CFA. I'm in CFA, AFT, and IWW. If you got enough people into this, and you could actually call for a massive strike or civil disobedience, what we talked about before, like everybody sitting down in in a central square in cities all across the country, IWW could literally already organize that if it had the membership again. The goals are there, the idealism is there, a lot of the core infrastructure is there and could be fleshed back out, but it needs more people. I think something like that with a proven history and techniques for direct action, because they literally are a direct action union where a lot of main industrial unions and whatnot and trade unions in the U.S. are kind of weak as hell. We really could do something. So that's my preference, is if we all get into that. So that's
that's
my plug.
We could have a topic on that all day long, because that's me too. I love it. I love everything to do with it. Somebody even said, if you wanted to discuss Bacon's Rebellion.
Ooh. Yeah, Bacon's Rebellion is like the like what I mentioned about the progressive populists in the 1880s and 90s, what I mentioned about the Panthers, what I mentioned about the IWW. It's a time when people came together. So this is in the short of this. Go back to colonial Virginia. So you're in 17th century Virginia colony, and you had a lot of indentures coming from Europe. So people who are, taking on, they're a slave for 7 years, 14 years, whatever. They're set in a particular time, but they're working the fields, they're doing their shit. And some ships started showing up. They pulled up and offered, hey, you want to buy some slaves? And the first slaves are there, and everyone's kind of working there. But the indentures in the fields and the slaves in the fields realized they're both being fucked by the same ruling class who is keeping all the land, because they all get, tons and tons of acres whenever they bring somebody over. But the poor people, when they get freed, they don't get shit. And it didn't have the same racial aspect yet. You look in middle to late 17th century, and a significant part of the black population of Virginia were literally free, because a lot of people were setting slaves free after a few years. They didn't really understand the idea of permanent racial slavery yet. That had to be beaten into people's heads, that sense of inferiority, so they kept them as slaves. People kept freeing the slaves the same way they freed indentures. But freed Africans and freed Europeans, who were all poor and could not get land of their own, were all being fucked by the same ruling class. So they said, screw this shit, and rose up in rebellion. And in the aftermath of that, a ton of laws were passed to give more privileges to the poor white community to make them feel they were superior. They still didn't own land. They still weren't powerful, but they got to testify in court or be on the armed slave patrols. There was a few little perks they gave them just for the color of their skin, and that helped them to keep the slave population in line. And that, over time, developed the deep cultural and systemic racism in the U.S. But it had to be cultivated, because in Bacon's Rebellion, blacks and whites came together and they all said, screw the ruling class. And every time that happens, they have to act to maintain the power structure, and they divide us against each other, and they get us fighting each other. And as long as we're fighting each other, someone else is pulling the strings. So, a hat. I got a hat. So yeah, that's Bacon's Rebellion in a nutshell. It's the aftermath that's more important. Bacon's Rebellion. So Bacon himself is a total douche nozzle, and honestly, it also involves a lot of genocidal policies toward Native Americans. So don't completely whitewash the event in a sense where you forget how bad it is. Their goal was, let's G-side a whole bunch of Native Americans, take their land, and we can all farm and have more land. They were still all dicks in that sense, but the people in the colony worked together, and that's the reaction to that, and the way they suppressed it is the important part. If you can build more and more coalitions, if you can bring more and more people together to recognize their commonalities, we can actually threaten the power structures. But if we don't ever threaten them, nothing's going to change.
Dave, on the panel, yes, you just unmiked. I couldn't say her username. She's been waiting to ask you a question on the panel.
Wait, who?
Oh, is that Aisha? Is it?
Oh, yep. Because I heard you last time said something, but I on another live, I wanted clarification, because you said that the whole idea of Palestinian mandate was to attach it to other Arab state. No one was talking about Palestinian state. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
So when you're looking in the 1930s with the Peel Commission, and they're talking about dividing the land and then abandon that idea, or when they're talking about UNSCOP in the later 40s and they're talking about dividing the land, they weren't talking about dividing it between Zionists and Palestinians. They were talking about dividing it between Jews and Arabs. And the power politics of it would have meant that Arab territory was given to other countries. So, because they already had some, useful proxies in the area that worked. And the idea of a separate Palestinian political entity would mean that the two would keep fighting each other, and it wouldn't really resolve the problem in that way. It was a way of let's pawn them off on people. It's kind of what, the U.S. was actually genuinely pissed that we could never get the Israelis to really make a deal with the Jordanians and give back the West Bank, because the U.S. actually favored what they called the Jordanian option, which would have neutered Palestinian nationalism in the long run. It would have made them part of a different country. That's ultimately always been the goal for the Brits, the Americans, everybody else, is to avoid the idea of a Palestinian sovereignty.
Oh, because that's so different. I've heard other people say that Britain administrated some the land they were holding it for Palestinians. So when I heard you say that, I was so confused.
Yeah, they wanted to create an Arab state in the area. And had the Zionist movement not really been a problem, the fact that they were doing two different things at the same time, the whole there was a significant amount of like Christian Zionists involved in administration here, and they were pushing things in that direction, but there was also a sense that this is ultimately an Arab state. It could have become an independent Palestine if it had built the institutions that would have made it a reliable part of the international power structure, which is what Jordan did. Transjordan, its name at the time, they, to use the term earlier, they drank that Kool-Aid. They became a part of that Western power structure. And hence Britain was perfectly happy to devolve power to them because they were a useful proxy for Britain in the area. If something like that had developed among Palestinians, then sure, it would have been a Palestine. But that wasn't the direction it was going. So since they already had other countries in the area, they likely would have added that land to Jordan or something. But that's largely because of the way that the Zionist movement proceeded and the resentments building up there and the indefinite battle that was happening in that territory between the two competing identities. They wouldn't have been able to have a stable single state that would have been part of their political structure. A pink cowboy hat. That's neat. I've never seen that one. I think that's the same color of the dog bed I bought for the dog today.
Oh, okay, understand that. Another question that I had was because I was on another Zionist live and they were telling me that the Arabs basically made up the Palestinian identity out of nowhere just to hate on the Jews. I was so confused about that. They said it was just an invention of the Arabs and the Muslims because they didn't like the Jews. And then they were telling me who was the main who was governing Palestine after after the Ottoman Empire fell or before? Who was your main leader? And I don't know, I was so caught off guard by the whole made up identity.
The whole, okay, there's two different things there. The whole question of who was your leader beforehand, you can ask that question about pretty much everything, but they don't. So like, who was the leader of Slovakia before it became Slovakia when it was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire? Who was the leader of Slovakia? So there shouldn't be a Slovakia. No one says that shit. My eyes are on fire.
Wow.
Like
I'm going to use that next for my next argument.
Palestinians. Like we say, Palestinians, their identity isn't real. And it's just racist bullshit. The technical term for what you're hearing there is bullshit. It's just made up. The Palestinians had a local identity. They didn't have a political identity because political identities didn't exist in most of the world for most human beings. That's true all over the place. No one was saying there should have been an independent Slovakian state until they did. Like a political movement rose to create one. It's the same thing that happens everywhere else. Individual groups of people who already have a local identity and something that brings them an elephant. How cool is that? It's from my big nose, isn't it? It's from my big nose. When people have a local identity, they have a distinct culture, distinct language, distinct identity. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a political identity yet, an idea that it should be a state, but one can develop out of that. Palestinians knew where the fuck they lived, but it was only a local identity. It wasn't a political one yet. But what the argument they're making is true of 99% of countries in the world. So
because they told me that there was a man that was going around making a census, and I don't remember the name of it, but they said some man was running around making a census, and he didn't discover a Palestine. There was no Palestinians. There were just a bunch of randoms here and there.
Yeah, the technical term for that is bullshit. Because when you're asking people what is your political identity, it's going to be you're going to attach yourself to a particular notable family in Nablus or something. You know, there's like local political identities. No one had said, hey, all of us who think of ourselves as living in Palestine should have a political identity about that. But people knew where the fuck they lived in the same way people in other areas knew where the hell they lived, even if they didn't have an independent country. I mean, when Poland didn't exist, people were still Poles, and they still knew they lived in Poland, even though Poland wasn't a thing. And if you go around, and you've got exactly the same thing, if I could find it for you if you really want to go back into those debates. There are censuses taken in the 1930s when Poland did exist, going around to peasant populations in different parts of Poland and saying, are you Polish? Like, is Poland your nationality? And they're like, what the fuck is a nationality? I don't understand the question. It doesn't make sense. I live in this village. That's my identity. They spoke Polish. They were culturally Poles, but the way they defined themselves wasn't in a Polish political identity. Does that make sense? That was normal everywhere in the world. It's literally the norm until people change it. It happens everywhere. So when people make an argument about that, about Palestinians, they're talking about something that's technically true, but it's true of nearly the entire world. And if you're only making that argument to delegitimize Palestinians, you're just a racist fuck.
Yeah.
It's
But
very
in the
easy to
end,
dismiss. Don't
but
take them
in the
seriously when they pull shit like that. Yeah, Italy wasn't a country. Italy was a whole bunch of separate identities. Venetian is not mutually intelligible with Sicilian. They're not the same language. They're as different as like Portuguese and modern Italian are. They're completely different. Italy is an artificial political identity that had to be cultivated. People knew they lived overall in Italia, because Italia is an old Roman name for the peninsula as a whole. But their identity would have been, I'm from Firenze, I'm Florentine, right? Or I'm from Sicily, or I'm from the Romagnol. Like that, it would have like a local identity. No one would have said I'm Italian as an identity. They just knew they lived there. So Italy's a great example too. It's exactly the same process. Until someone created a political project with that name, of course no one was going to say it. So yes, there is a person going around and no one said I'm Palestinian, but they knew they lived in Palestine.
The last thing that they were telling me was because I started using logic because I gave up on the whole history they were dragging me through. They were telling me, what's wrong with colonization? Because I brought it up and then they started telling me, what is wrong with colonization? You're living in a Western country. You're colonizing those people's original landowners. They don't have sovereignty and they're not allowed. Why do you criticize colonization? They gave up on the my arguments and just started trying to justify. I was so caught off guard. I just stopped talking. I was so yeah. I did not know how to respond.
My advice would be to not bother, because at that point you're effectively talking to like it's like it's not worth your time to talk to like Klansmen or Yahtzees or something. Don't bother with it. People who actually meet them socially and interact with them, it's possible to pull people out of terrible ideas, but you have to have a personal relationship. You have to already be inside someone's chosen circle or tribe. In an internet argument, no one's going to change their perspectives on that. And if you're talking to somebody that's perfectly happy supporting naked power relations and conquest, that's it. That's my answer. This is a waste of my time. Fuck off. Like they're not worth your time. Don't get people get themselves worked up and it hurts and it's like because you're listening to somebody saying some awful shit. Don't bother. Leave them in their little echo chambers and talk to people who aren't already batshit crazy.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, fun fact, Dr. Liam and the chat. I don't know. I bet you do know this, but we could thank Palestine for the color purple. Did you know that?
The Levant in general. So like the Canaanite peoples. Yeah.
Yeah. I found that out last night because I was watching a historian from there's a museum in Delaware. I want to say in the D.C. area because of the protest that's coming up, and he was telling everybody to come and visit. It's called I forgot the name. It's actually a Palestinian museum, a museum for Palestine. Yes, so.
Yeah, the Murisk snail lives off the coast. It's a sea snail, and the ancient Canaanite populations had figured out how to work with the Murisk snail in order to produce a purple dye. The Levant is the eastern Mediterranean coast, so like from just below where Turkey is down to like the edge of the Negev desert, the other desert there, and it cuts off at like the Syrian desert. So it's like a big rectangular coastal region that's more habitable. What we often do, and this is sort of a mistake, but people often say, oh, the Phoenicians did that. But the term Phoenician and the term Canaanite are interchangeable. They mean exactly the same fucking thing. We're stuck with the word Phoenician because they interacted with Greeks and later Romans, so a word passed into our language from that interaction. And we also have the word Canaanite because the Judahites and Israelites interacted with other Canaanites, and that word Canaani appears in the Hebrew Bible. So it comes in English in two different ways. But it's exactly the same fucking culture. So Lebanese and Palestinians both invented purple. because they both descend from the Canaanite cultures that filled the entire Levant, about 4 some thousand years ago. So yeah, yay purple. Of course, it was super expensive, and they controlled it, and ended up being associated with royalty and all kinds of other shit. But
Exactly. I forgot. Fernie, thank you so much. You're spoiling Dr. Liam. That's like, she's the way she just gave you a llama and she's giving you the cowboy hats. That was so sweet. I just wanted to tell you thank you for doing that. Oh, and
it's hard to see, oh, my eyes are on fire. It's hard to see who does that, but I'm endlessly entertained by that. It's
yeah,
honestly,
I know. So am I. I get actually excited with the graphics. They're really amazing.
it's like in adapting to doing something like this, like sitting here at home and talking to my phone, it's much more interactive when I can see people. So thank you. I actually like it, Epi or Epic or whatever. I like that I can see a person moving around there.
Exactly.
Like that helps my little brain a little bit. But all the little graphics too, it makes it more real. I don't feel I'm sitting in my room by myself talking to myself.
I know. They're not talking to yourself.
Oh,
that is so sweet.
I was like, pink hat again. Where's my what are those? What do they call them? Those little bowl things they have in bars.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, now I can't remember the thing either. Wait, with the rodeo, no, the rodeo things. Oh, I forget it.
Yeah, I can't the name for that. The you put the quarter in and whatever and ride that. Those are those are neat. But that's the image I got with somebody on a big pink hat, mechanical bull. That's it. Yeah.
Now we can pass it back to the panel. I don't know if Stephen, you were next.
No, Pinchot and I let up before Stephen. I know.
Epic. I don't know if
but I don't remember when Hamas came up. But
no, Hamas. I just brought her up.
Stephen.
I just brought her up. Stephen has been up.
Okay, so then if Pinchon is there, that would be next, and then Stephen, and then
yes.
I just had a kind of a random question, but something I was curious about. What were the origins and causes of the Great Northern War?
So the one between Sweden and Russia?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I don't remember enough of the details for it. I mean, ultimately, it's about Sweden's desire to be a great power. They have relatively marginal land and a relatively small population, but for a little while, they were a big player in the world. Everyone sort of forgets that part of the settlement of North America was Swedish. Like New Sweden existed for a while. And then they just sold it, They wanted to be a player, and that means you have to take more land. So it's largely over things like Finland and the Baltic states. Sweden was trying to control where Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland are. And Russia was also expanding at the same time. They had started from their nucleus in between Novgorod and Muscovy, and they were expanding south and north and east and building a larger and larger state. So they both were growing in the same neighborhood. So the specific excuses they used, I honestly don't remember off the top of my head, but ultimately it was about getting control of more arable land and resources so you could be a major power. And sadly for the Sweden they lost. But
yeah, that was
at the same time as Russia's modernization too. So that's probably also a driving factor. Russia was still an entirely feudal society at the time and was trying to build up modern navies and modern armies and trying to pick things back up. So it's an opportunity to sort of flex that muscle and fight. And I mean, for the first time, the Russians actually built a fleet on the Baltic, in a port that wasn't going to freeze up. And Sweden already had that experience in that area. So inevitably they're going to butt heads.
Yeah, that was I have some other questions. I always think of questions to ask you, and I forget about them by the time you go live. So I really need to start writing them down. But that was the main one.
Make little notes.
Yeah, I'll remember it and come back another time.
Can I piggyback off?
Is it my turn now?
I piggyback off of that just real quick.
Well, Kyle, it's Stephen. Stephen's been waiting for
All right,
a while. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let's come back to it, though. I mean, it's not going to go
Yeah,
anywhere.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yep. I'll write it down.
Right on.
Well, Doc, I'm not going to stay around after I ask a couple of questions, although I could stay here for, hours. And I'm really pleased that Epi Ray, are you here? I see you over there. I think what I'm going to say is you can be very helpful with. So here's my week in review from TikTok. I like to give you, Doc. Couple of things that happened. Was on a very nice live, I audit and kind of observe a lot of, pro-Palestinian lives and, only jump in when I think I have something to say. Was on one and, decent group. And at one point, there's somebody who just came into the group and said, and I understood it. I understood this person because I'm from New York. I grew up in New York, and here was a New York person who came in and said, during our discussions, our academic style discussions about what have you, and was like, we're going to slide on these Jews. I mean, really hardcore stuff. And there was a young lady there who was also of I'm trying to say this the right way. Please, Epi, don't, please understand. But a black woman who said, "No, we're talking Zionists. We're talking, there's a difference between, Jewish people and Zionists, XYZ, and all that." He wasn't hearing one little bit of it, and went on a little bit about it. Scared the hell out of me about what may happen. And then the next thing, which is something that's happening right now, was, what's going on with the Lubavitch group and their issues with the tunneling under a synagogue and what have you. And, that I had discussions with some, with some reasonable people, some who maybe were a little less aware. And, there was an opportunity for anti-Semitism to and I hate that word, as we understand that it's there to divide us, but beyond that, where
it is a term for that racism, so we're stuck with it.
Yeah. Where they're just saying, "Oh my goodness, this blood libel stuff, blah blah blah," and there's things, and there's, high chairs, and there's this, and it was like, and I actually am disappointed in myself that during the group, because there's just no way to really get the information, that I said, there's tunnels in New York. You got to understand the infrastructure, and there's stuff. But no, it turns out I looked into this, and yeah, they probably did, tunnel between an adjacent building and the synagogue itself for whatever reasons that they had. And I was trying to explain to these folks that there's divisions within the religious group itself, which is a pretty powerful religious group, but these kids had gotten away, what have you, and just wait and see. And that was my message to the folks, was wait and see what this is all about. It's not about rituals and this and that, I don't think, but could it be? I don't know. Let's find out. But I think it was more about something of, expanding the synagogue, for the rebbe's,
Right.
intention and what have you.
But honestly, digging does tend to worry a lot of people, and it's something that's affected both the Jewish and Palestinian populations. Frequently, when people are digging, it gets people worked up about like what's the ulterior motive, what's going on. It's interesting you brought that up, because I didn't even think about it. I always screenshot this stuff, but one of the people that I had to block today on I can't remember which social app it was. I'm on too many of them, but somebody said in response to one of my posts, tunnel Jew detected. So it's just somebody seeing my beard, and it took them right to that.
Right.
And that kind of statement, that is a literal expression of anti-Semitism. So that kind of like racial stereotyping bullshit or whatever, we have to do better than that. So when people see that shit, we do have to police our own spaces. I get anti-Semitic attacks on a regular basis, and honestly, I don't even have stereotypically quote unquote Ashkenazi Jewish features, you know? But people see a beard, boom, and then all the same racist shit immediately shows up. So, yeah, I mean, I love that so many people in this group understand, at least they have their hearts in the right place, the principles in the right place. They can make that distinction between Zionist and Jew and whatever here, and that not all Israelis even are their enemy, that there are Israelis who want to change the system, and we need that. But when people say, honestly, it's a pet peeve of mine, even when people say is not real, and they throw that kind of shit up, because like it or not, it's existed for 75 years. People grow up with it, and not all Israelis are evil people. They often do want to completely change the system and really give all rights to people and help the Palestinians. A lot of Israelis will straight up tell you they want to free Palestine. But when you tell them they don't exist, that their personal identity, who they are, what they grew up with, doesn't exist, that puts them on the defensive, and it will push them away from us. It will push them away from being actually an ally to fix this shit. So anti-Semitism and the is not real shit, there's a problem. And yeah, because when I say that, it is a country. Like it or not, it's a country. Just like, hey, the USA is a country. I think the USA government has treated a lot of people like shit, and to me, it's illegitimate. But that just means it has to be fixed. We have to change it. But it is literally a country. So, and somebody's in the chat right now saying it's not a country. I mean, it's literally a flat earther comment. I mean, it's like you can not like something and want to change it, but what exists. You know,
Yeah, and there's one other thing that concerns me about this that I've seen coming up through this, and you know, and even some of the I do audit a lot of lives, you know, and just, you know, not necessarily involve myself. And I met, and there's this beautiful woman who just brilliant, and you know, what have you. And but there's another thing that's going on that I just want to bring up. It, you know, that connects to all this, is that there's a change that's gone on from, you know, I was alive in the, not really present, but I was alive in the 60s and the 70s, and, you know, watched us to some extent, you know, an understanding of the civil rights movement when, you know, Jewish folks and oppressed on some, you know, have a feeling of oppression, along with the, you know, American Jewish people and American and the black community, let's just say it that, during the civil rights movement, where they were involved and they were, you know, getting pew-pewed right alongside of folks. And now there's like a change in that, and where that community is on some level feeling like we're part of the white community only, you know, and that, you know, we're the problem, you know, the regular folks, not, you know, extremists or Zionists or anything else, or part of the cabal, let's call it, if you know what I mean. And that change is also very scary to me, when we would still support each other. And that's basically what I got to say today, although I could sit here and talk more direct, you know, Israeli Palestinian, you know, what's going on at The Hague and all the rest of that, but that those are the things just jump out right now from this week.
Yeah, if you don't mind me, like, I don't know, ranting for a second on that, it's something that's long pissed me off, because honestly, Israeli policy in the region and the way that it interacts with American Jewry and influences American Jewry has been profoundly destructive to Jewish cultural ethics. we used to have really, really good positions on human rights and cosmopolitanism, and like, let's all like find a way to work together, because Jews, we know what it's like to be kicked around, and we've lived in all kinds of different countries, and we've always been fucked. So we're always the first people to stand up and say, why can't we all get along? Why can't we just, like, I don't know, be friends and not have this nationalistic bullshit? And instead, the Israelis have gotten so much of the diaspora Jewry to identify with a nationalist project that is inherently supremacist, that it actually harms our human rights record, that it takes a lot of American Jews and European Jews and has them aligning with the power structures. And that's just, it's not where we were, you know? And I find a lot of that really destructive. I mean, a lot of Jews were active. I mean, you go back to like the early 20th century, late 19th century. There's a shit ton of like Yiddish language anarchist newspapers and socialist newspapers, and let's organize all the workers together and let's work together and make a better world and fuck nationalism. Jews were hardcore anti-nationalists, and along comes Zionism in Israel. And since World War II era, it is fundamentally altered a lot of the historical trajectory, and it offends me that so many American Jews in particular still talk about themselves as liberals who care about people and then straight up support apartheid. Like they're just, it's a kind of like mental blindness. You don't see the contradiction in your positions. So you're no longer really supporting liberal or left ideas regardless of what you think. Most American Jews are solidly socially liberal except for Israel. And in Israel's case, they're perfectly fine with fascist policies.
And
That, I think, ultimately hurts us. And it's something that hurts me very personally, because I really relate to that long-term history of Jewish social activism and how often we were on the right side of history on basic issues, and we're just not now. We're not, and it hurts.
yeah, and Epi, I hope you accept this. As I can't change it. I can't speak to those folks, you know, and that's why I reach out. And I've been tempted to reach out to folks out there that, you know, obviously are intelligent and moderate and do maybe share the ideas or still need to learn more. But you know, I hope you understand. I'm not attacking you in any way, and you know, just really reaching out. You know.
It's not it's not perfect, but I have a fun one I can share. I like showing some of these sometimes. This is neat. I and what's fun about, I like these are both homeboys for me anyway. I mean, Spinoza is my homeboy, you know, but we were on the right side of history so many fucking times. You know, like, hey, let's stop unaliving each other over religious issues. Let's stop unaliving each other because the ruling class tells us to. Let's find a way to solve shit. And now it's just like, oh, fascism good. Like, what? What? How are I see the same thing, honestly, with I've seen, okay, Armenians have been on the wrong side of nationalist movements too, right? I mean, think about the Ottoman G-sides, right? You know, pretty much all of the ones who lived in the Ottoman Empire, they're gone. But there's literally Armenian National Socialist black metal bands. There's like literally a neo-Yahtzee movement among fucking Armenians. Like, why? What the fuck? Like, how do you go from, hi, we are oppressed by an ideology, to like, hi, I love this ideology and I want to embrace it for myself? That drives me fucking crazy. The single biggest lesson everyone should have taken out of the Second World War is that radical nationalism is bad. So, hello? I just, this is something that gets me going very easily. Like, so, it's like, why the fuck can't people learn from history? It's like, it's the historian's curse. We see all these patterns. We see us repeating the same stupid mistakes again and again. And it's just like, what the fuck, people? So sorry, I'm not going to blame you, but at the end of the day, we do all have to step up and change this shit somehow. But I really have a like,
I'm
what
gonna
the fuck?
I'm going to drop down now and let some other folks come up. And I see Epi's raising his hand. And I
Listen,
think since I called him out,
Stephen.
he deserves a chance to come on in, or Rebel or whoever. But
Yeah, Stephen. Look, brother. I love Dr. Liam. I love to hear him. I came up to tell you something. First of all, I'm sorry you experienced anti-Semitism. As a like person that I'm from the Levant, right? As a pro-Palestinian, I'm not Palestinian, but as a pro-Palestinian, I just want to address that. I'm sorry you experienced that. That's not what we stand for. But in every culture, in every background, there are less educated people, and with the amount of suffering and amount of pain that the world is seeing, that can trigger a lot of people into the extreme. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. Doesn't mean that the full movement is anti-Semitic. Absolutely not. Like, this is my first time mentioning it, but my kid, so I have mentioned it before on multiple platforms that my ex-wife is Jewish or has a Jewish heritage. So my kid's name is Raphael. The other kid also have a Jewish background name. It hits home for me when I see that and I hear that, and I've been very advocate on, like, no, there is big distinguish, big different there. As someone grew up in Damascus in Syria, like, I know where the Jewish neighborhood is. We know the Jewish neighborhood in Aleppo is, and they lived in peace since forever. When you drop, you can go to my page, and the first video, the second video that pinned up is a Jewish Syrian lady, and she talks about how they were displaced from Spain, the Ottoman Empire, to Aleppo, and how they have a ninth candle in Hanukkah to celebrate, like, the Syrian people and how they took them in and all of that. So it is very painful. I see it in this way, that there is a political agenda that's trying to justify what's doing by using the Jewish pain and the Holocaust. And if anything, we've been trying, and I personally been trying, and Jack Snow, to amplify all the Jewish anti-Zionist voices on the platform, because at the end of the day, that's a religion, that's a belief system, and that's a political agenda. So we suffered that in Islamophobia as well, when Islam was weaponized into serving a political agendas, and we know how it feels. So I'm sorry you experienced that. I'm really it sucks, but it's very dangerous as well when the Zionist movement is using Judaism as much as it is. So you
no,
can follow me if you want, Stephen, and we can have as much like discussions and talks as much as you want, as long as you want, and I
no,
can
I
introduce you to a lot
Rebel,
of people on the
I
platform.
I appreciate that, and I understand where you're coming from, and I think there's people here that recognize, my journey through this whole thing, and I am not anti-Islamic by any means, and I have met so many moderate people. My fear is that the moderates don't really end up making the change. I mean, that's something to think about. And my concern is not that. I'm not concerned about, the pro-Palestinian folks here and the folks that I speak with and I interact with, and that I gravitate to the professors, the academics within all the of all faiths. My fear is exactly that all of this is causing so much confusion and conflict and separation, which is part of the agenda to keep us at each other. And, I know Epi put his hand up, and I really feel, because I've kept calling him out, that I'd like to have him have an opportunity to speak towards this. So I get it, I really do. And, but a lot of people don't. And a lot of people go to the extremes on both sides, and that's always a problem. And there's lots of shades of gray in the middle that brings us, towards wisdom at some point. And, there's a lot of positive stuff there, but I don't fear the positive. I fear the negatives. And I fear, when it moves people in a direction, and that's the only reason I like to point it out. And especially when I see trends and within TikTok and for what it is, that's all. And thank you so much. I'm going to
Uh,
drop now. I think I've said my piece for today, for this evening, but I got plenty of other fun stuff to chat about, but I'll leave it at that.
So,
we're not at
hey, before
odds.
you go, before you go, right? Uh, I, s-
Wait, I'm so sorry. I will let you talk. I just want to interject one key thing that I wanted to say thank you to Stephen for. You said anti-Islam. You're not anti-Islam. I appreciate that. Do you want to know why? I cannot stand the fact when people say Islamophobia because since I'm in medical, that's fear of Islam, and the fact that you said anti-Islam shows how genuine your heart is. I'm sorry, Epic. You could take it from there. That's all I wanted to say.
no worries. I'm not. I'm probably as stereotypical, uh, stereotype young black male. And I'm not even young, but I appear so to some. Um, but my background though is like all of this stuff in the movies, the TV, and also the actual reality, right? So I could tell you two things. One thing is the only people that's going to target anybody are like play them. They got a thing called the knockout game, where twisted individuals find elderly people or anyone they can take advantage of, but usually people who don't look just like them exactly, but they do anybody, and they assault them. Those people are mainly influenced by like the media, the news. So you're always going to have to worry about them, no matter who you are. Like, but there's never going to be a concerted effort of college student kids that are black who are going to be targeting anybody in that way. I don't feel now. Obviously, I can't speak for irrational human beings, but I don't feel that you have to. That's a legit concern. But I think what you were saying, to speak to what you were saying, is it's a chasm now between any type of revolutionary mindset person where they don't see the bridge anymore. The the Israeli defense minister or whatever she is, the lady, she said it best. If they're not starving, they're not collaborating. That's why I say animal husbandry. You want them to starve, you want them to collaborate, that's what you have to do. If they have what they need, they're not going to collaborate. So as they deprive the African American and the African American tries to change their position and other groups like whomever join, when it all gets broken up, there's somebody who can stay home because their position is a little bit better. And then there's some people whose position gets a whole lot worse. And then that is basically both groups being oppressed, but it doesn't look the same from the outside of the restaurant. Everybody inside the restaurant is rich. Everybody inside the restaurant is happy. Nobody is sick in there. But from the inside of the restaurant, it's like everybody out there is just like me. They can come in anytime they want. It's not. It's an invisible barrier that generates the force that make people do what you were thinking about. But I can tell you, it's far worse than that now. Revolutionaryism is gone from the same people who used to march with you. It's gone. It's completely gone. Now, some of these young people, they're just reactionary, reacting to stimulation. So they are going to go out in the streets and they are going to surround some Zionist who decides to walk through their protest in the middle with his own sign. And things may get out of hand if those two groups come into clash. But somebody like yourself, you don't seem like a extremely young person out doing what gathering where these people are commonly at and where they're at when they're having their free time. And so I don't think you're ever going to run, like nobody like that is going to have a problem because I could not get 10 black men right now to talk the same conversation I'm having with Liam. I can't get people on. I've been on other pages here where I said the same thing I said to Liam, and people you would respect, they just turned right out and told me, almost called me an idiot, basically, right there on the chat and the live. And I said to myself, wow, you either are the enemy or you got such a serious bias of racism inside you that you just unwilling to deal with because the facial expression changed. Like said there's something like that's lunacy. Like absolutely said something that was equivalent to me. It should be I should say nothing else because the person just basically insulted both of us, you know what I mean? So, uh, and then I tracked Liam down specifically for this purpose because I've been watching you, but you always so excited and you always got so much knowledge when I watch you that it doesn't matter what you're talking about when you come in. I'm learning something or I'm hearing something I don't hear everywhere, and I'm like, wow. I thought I can't articulate as as well as you with dates, times, and names and things of that nature. But as I look at this from a global perspective, from a like a total perspective, I know of the things that happens in the places, and I use words that don't impress certain groups of people who are much more educated, in different scholastic ways than I am in self education, right? But I don't think you have to worry about that. I think your real worry is that the government, well, I'll tell you this. This is the last thing I see. This is super relevant. There's a mayor, a black female mayor, and she is corrupt and just some racial showcase they put up there, right? She's just doing whatever she wants. Well, she had people walking on Washington, D.C. streets harassing protesters. These were people who looked like they could have been my aunt. I mean, they weren't fit, they weren't military, they weren't political, they were just sycophants who was pushing these protesters down. I mean, they act like they were police officers, but they were not even city employees, and they work for this mayor. They're on camera pushing this girl to the ground so bad. I wanted to see why nobody said find these people, because that's what they usually say on TikTok. Right? Somebody beats somebody up, punches them. They say, "Hey, find this guy." So that's who you got to worry about. You got to worry about those sycophants that yelled at in Biden's meeting 4 more years. Now they're at church dealing with matters of state, but not matters of the black community. They didn't ask him for something for the black community in writing. But yet, when the protesters said, ceasefire now for the people in Gaza, these old minded non believers of anything yells out 4 more years of, you know, I can't even, we can't even talk. So imagine we can't talk. Look how long I sat here and didn't say a thing, a zero sum thing, and I had encountered no problem, and nobody else left or came or went or anything like that. I encountered it was just no problem. But I was talking to my a person today, and we were laughing. He was like, a black man could get on the elevator and fart, and the neighbor can go to the office and say, "Hey, I was on the elevator. He farted. I was uncomfortable. I can't take it no more. This gets on my nerve." And they will come to you with a goddamn lease violation. And you say, "Well, what is this for? I just farted." You say, "Well, did you say excuse me?" You say, "Well, excuse me? Oh, that's two violations. You want to make it three?" You say, "Wait a minute. We're no, you know what? That's too much. I think you ought to look for another place." It's that serious. It's don't go to the amenities on your property serious. Or you might have an encounter with somebody who engages you and say, "Hey, what do you think about Donald Trump?" And you say, "Oh, I don't like Trump or Biden." And they want to fight. Then they'll go to the office and say, "He said Trump and Biden was a piece of crap and I don't like him." And then you're sitting there defending that. You're saying to yourself, I had a cop stop me one time and said, I had a call that a black man was walking down the street, public street at a public park. I'm on a phone. I got a passport. He's embarrassed, but he's saying, I don't know why they sent me out here. I'm thinking, why the fuck did you come out here? You heard the call. Black man walking down the street, not with an axe, not with a body, not with nothing, with a button-up shirt. I didn't want to talk and drive, so I got a phone call. I pulled over at a park, got out and walked down the talk and drive. And next thing you know, here come the police. But did I see the windows cracking? Yeah, I saw the windows cracking. But it's your window. That's what it's for, right? Look out of it. I don't care. I'm not doing anything. So I can't even walk down the park street in the modern world. Who the cop showed up could have been a death sentence. It's just a random. I could have got a Ziobot fresh from the field, and he could have saw me as a pally, and it would have been snap. And guess what? He gonna go home and watch Netflix. So imagine I will come fight for you right now. All the Jews. I'm fighting for the Palestinians 24 hours a day. I get no rest and no sleep, and they treat black people like piss and shit over there. How about that? How about them apples? They treat black people, the Palestinians, the ones who are running in Gaza, not the babies, but some of them, because they brainwashed too. They treat black people like pieces of shit. They live in a slave. They call it Abby. I can't even say it right now because I'm emotionally tied into it. Like my brain ain't biological, but it's a name start with Abadah, stand for slave or something. It's the African quarter, and they have
Abid.
another.
You mean Abid. That's the term that you're
Okay,
talking about.
there you go. That's not a term of endearment. All right. Every video you see, I mean, I ain't gonna get into that, right? But I'm just gonna say that for me to do what I'm doing, I get harassed. Any half colleague of mine, like a revolutionary mind of a black man, is looking at me like a jackass because he's saying, why are you even interested? But what he doesn't realize is I'm trying to siphon some of the energy from some of the people towards Congolese and Sudanese because it's all the same to me. It's all the same. You got to stop them everywhere they are. I fight the enemy because I hate the enemy, not so much because I love the victim. Your victim might be my enemy too, but I will fight because I'm next. I was fighting you, me and you never hurt each other, but now he's killing people. I will help you now. So I think we just atomize basically. We're all atomized, and to bridge that, unfortunately, we got to realize back to animal husbandry. How are we atomized? We atomized by the invisible choices, lines, groups that we create that segregate us. Period. Skin color, race, nationality, religion, sometimes geographically because we don't have phones or something. Now, if you remove those things, you give people phones, you make people take their religion and have a backseat to actual humanity. Your religion can be your only thing that you care about, the biggest thing in your world. But actual humanity is got to be your priority as you walk through life, or else they're going to use your religion to segregate you in half, in pieces. And then you'll have Ashkenazis and you'll have Jewish people. And I was confused all my life. I said, how come this one guy in the black suit with the white shirt treat me so nice and so respectful, but this other one doesn't? They wear the same suit. It's like watching a cop. It's like watching the president. So what happens is the revolutionaries get wiped out. They get killed. Fred Hampton. I mean, excuse me, but they get wiped out, and then people. It's not popular. Then they give us Little Wayne and these little rappers, and they give these guys millions and billions of dollars, and everybody listens to these guys, right? And once that happened, COINTELPRO, the Sovereign Commission, things like that. Once that happened, we're too scared. The people that want to stand with people are too scared because it ain't worth it. It's like I'm gonna stick my head on a guillotine and be the only head on the guillotine for somebody else who won't even get on the guillotine. So I would fear not. I would fear more about the apathetic and the unenlightened than I would about the actually directing their energies in a concerted way against the perceived foe. Because it's that we're done, man. Honestly, the Palestinians and the Congolese, I think the Congolese, they're in a totally different situation. They've been going through stuff long, these type of groups. But the Palestinians, the only reason why I can unfortunately continue to support their staying and resisting through staying is because they're going to lose something really big when they do what black people did and go to the conformity level and start buying into, oh, I can be white if I get a car, or I can be white if I get a house, or I can be white if I get this money, because you can never be it. It will never happen. And we shouldn't want to be separate. I will finish my statement by saying I think one of the key steps is to recognize oneself as a sentient being. Your body is a spacesuit, Earth is a spaceship, we all live on it. Our objective is to figure out what this is all about, what's really going on. Everything else after that is what's killing us. My opinion.
Okay.
And
Well,
I'll
thank you.
mute
Very,
No
myself.
comments.
I
Can I
appreciate all that. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop down and get
before
out
you
of the
drop wait,
way.
before you drop, can I address one thing? Stephen or Stefan? Um
Stephen, thank you.
Stephen. Okay, I wanted to address like one thing before you drop. Or two things actually. One thing to the person in the comments, Abid does not mean servant of God. Abdullah means servant of Allah, if I'm not mistaken, Rebel, right? Abdullah would mean servant of Allah.
Yeah, no,
But Abid just means servant or slave. No
yeah,
God added to it. And to
yeah.
Stephen, I just wanted to say, um, Palestinian resistance has always been labeled as anti-Semitic. If you read the history, like if you read the historical documents as well, as how Palestinian resistance has always been depicted, even prior to the establishment of the State of Israel. Palestinian resistance has always been labeled anti Semitic, which is why there was an active attempt to link and blur the lines between Judaism and Zionism in order to make any critique of the Israeli government and Israeli policies impossible. It was an active attempt on behalf of Israeli politicians to blur the line so that anytime they do BS, they're never held accountable because they can just turn around and say it's anti-Semitic. And that also, as a result, will put a target on Jewish people's backs in the diaspora, which will then affect anti-Semitism, because then when you link Judaism with Zionism, you're going to start holding random Jewish people who have nothing to do with it in the diaspora accountable, and they don't have a fascistic nationalistic government to protect them. So when they get harmed, they're going to start to feel unsafe because of the anti-Semitism, and then the Israeli government reappears and says, look, your only safety is this homeland, so come to us, make an aliyah and apply for citizenship and come visit us, because the world hates you and we always told you that the world hated you and this is the only safe space, and now what we're doing to the Palestinian people is justified. So this is why Zionism and Judaism have always been linked or forcibly linked by Israeli politicians and policymakers and the IDF and anybody who's in charge, anybody who wants to continue upholding this agenda. We have to understand that Palestinian resistance has always been labeled anti-Semitic. This is nothing new. With protests being labeled like anti-Jewish hate marches and all that stuff. There's nothing new about this. I just wanted to tell you that before you leave,
No,
Megan.
I appreciate that, Kobe, and I've seen you before, and if I've come off in some way, anti-Palestinian, that was not my intention, and I
No,
really
no, I
wasn't
didn't say
even
that.
speaking to this particular movement. And I think that this opportunity, and not opportunity, I don't want to speak it like that, but this situation opens up, and I've spoken with, I think last week with Liam as well, that this whole thing is what's going on right now is, yes, we have an immediate thing that needs to stop. The violence needs to stop, and I recognize that. After that, we have, in the same way, I don't even want to say it because it becomes inflammatory. I don't want to keep it going that direction, but it's a matter of that there's a larger systemic problem that has caused all of this. that we need to kind of look at and address and continue forward in the future. And, my issue, this was kind of a separation from this particular issue, but this particular issue is kind of creating other issues that
Mm-hmm.
are similar, and we need to be, and it's just a matter of awareness. And if we're not aware of a situation, we can't confront it together.
There
So
are
again,
some
that's all
there
I
are
wanted to say.
there are some interviews that were done by this political scientist called Hassanabi. He's also a leftist Twitch streamer. He did an interview with I think 2 or 3 Israeli youth defectors, people who have said that they're not going to serve in the IDF for moral reasons, and they actually talk about militarism and Israelism within Israel. This idea that they live in a society where you can protest anything except for criticizing the IDF because of how militarized the whole nation is, that it continues actively silencing any dissenting voices. And they talk about how they're afraid of the police, they're afraid of the IDF, they're afraid of the Israeli government because of how fascistic it has gotten. And they actively are putting their lives in danger by going against it, right? And these are Israeli citizens. They're Israeli youth. I think they're either in their late teens or early 20s. They have refused to serve in the IDF for moral reasons. The Invention and Decline. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that's a good book. I'm going to read that. But yeah, no, I've been informing myself more about this, right? Currently, there is an Israeli Knesset member, Oref Kasif, as his name, of the left wing, far left wing is what they called it, Arab majority party. What's it called? Hashash or something like that. It's a majority Arab party, Arab Israeli party, and he has come out and said that that the Israeli government is committing a genocide, and he supports South Africa in the ICG case. And he is being ostracized currently. Like, is all the Israeli Knesset members have actively waged war on this single man who there have been petitions, there have been votes, there have been discussions around how he's supposed to be reprimanded, even though he is a politician in the Knesset who has expressed his opinion, and he's most likely going to also get kicked out of the Knesset for saying the same thing. And this man, a couple of years ago, protesting in Sheikh Jarrah when they were being evicted in East Jerusalem, was beat up by Israeli police. He was a politician who was beat up by Israeli police. Ofer Kasif, exactly, Ala. Simply for protesting against the eviction. So this goes to show you that the whole Israeli society and government have become very fascistic, that not only are they turning against Palestinians, because Palestinians are suffering the most out of this, and they've been suffering the most for the past 75 years, but they're also turning against any single Israeli citizen who in any way criticizes them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Doc, I'm going to leave now, but I hope you appreciate. I think that professors love it when the class takes over and you don't have to do anything. Anyway, thanks
This is honestly
everybody.
great.
And
I love getting this going. This is, and it's just it's hard on the one hand because I want to contribute to each of them, but I also want to take a step back and see where it goes. It's fun. It's nice to try and restrain that. But there is, yeah, they've also they've expelled MKs for literally attending fucking funerals for Palestinians. Because, that means this member of the Knesset must identify with Teists or whatever. Like, it's a fucking funeral for a family who lost something and it's one of their constituents. Hello. But it's so heavily nationalistic that it's very difficult for people right now. And it's something I've been pointing to for a long time because the structural conditions are the problem here. It creates a feedback loop of radicalization. This will keep getting worse. we're not in a position where Israelis can pull out of this nosedive. There are a lot of good people there, but the way that society is set up, it's going to keep getting worse because everything keeps spinning it around and heading in that direction. It plays on people's fears. Everything that comes up that's problematic, it just scares people more, and it keeps this shit going again and again and again. It gets more and more radical. So yes, it is turning fascistic, but realistically, so is the US, and there are significant growing movements in Europe and around the world too. It's all playing on fears in different ways, and we have to do better about this shit. I like that there's been so many people trying to come up, which is great, but we've had a lot of like long topics. So I still see 4 more people there. Be patient. I'm not going anywhere. Let's have fun, but just
Per,
If you
can
want,
I
I
ask
can.
you a
I can.
question?
like that people are
Oh,
interested in coming up. It's great because
yeah.
this is a lot of fun. So
Can I ask you a question? I don't know who was next. I don't know if Kyle was next or Rebel. I don't want to
uh,
skip the line.
I
Oh.
think Kyle was up before Rebel, and
Okay,
then
Then I will go after. Wait, Kyle was up before Rebel, and then Rebel, and then
I
me.
think so, and then Rebel was
Yes.
before you. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay,
was the
sorry. Sorry, I skipped the line. To Kyle and Rebel.
It's okay. It's all right. Because I know you wanted to address Stephen and he had to leave. Okay, Kyle. And whenever you're ready.
Yeah, before I go off on a long tangent, can you confirm for me that you can hear me clearly and there's no break? My Wi-Fi has been getting worse and worse, so I just want to make sure I'm not cutting off. I get halfway into a diatribe, and then you lose me, and then I keep going. So I'm coming through clear.
Right
Loud.
now, yes.
Throw your hand up, give me a wave or something if it goes. Yeah. Yeah, just so I know that you can hear me. There was a couple things. All right, so I really originally wanted to ask you about what was it? I've kind of taken this dialectic approach to accepting the fact that there might be the necessity for the U.S. to hold the position it holds on the world stage, and then thus, would I prefer? And this try to answer this objectively. Would I prefer the U.S. to have and hold that superpower, world police power on the world stage? Would I prefer it be them or someone else? And of course, I'm accepting that if it wasn't the U.S., it would necessarily be someone else. So with that logic, you follow? Does that make sense?
I
So
mean, that you're asking a question about whether it'd be okay if it was the U.S. Is that what you're?
no. So my question is, it's basically for myself, but I want your input. Who would best hold that role? If we can assume that the only country that would have come to hold this power in this time under these circumstances would be the U.S. I think that's fair to assume. Post Monroe Doctrine, even if World War II didn't exist, I think one could argue that the U.S. would still be in a very similar situation to where it is now, with or without World War II. I think
Because
still
the growing
comes to,
eventually, yeah, we would have. It was sort of inevitable, and honestly, it's amazing that we've maintained that military position because we don't have the same role globally economically that we had in the 50s and 60s, but we managed to establish ourselves as world cops. So, yay. I don't want U.S. boots on the ground
right.
unless it's a multilateral coalition, and I want people. I don't want a multilateral coalition that's not a bunch of people who agree with each other. So, like the US and the UK, fuck that. No, I want the US and China and Brazil and India and like South Africa. I want an actually multilateral force of countries who don't agree with each other. Because then the emphasis is on what is the plan? What are we going in to do? What is in the interest of Palestinians and Israelis to actually fix this situation here, rather than everyone going in for their particular imperial interests. If you get a multilateral coalition where the countries do not agree with each other at all, but they're going in with a specific mandate, then something could get done. But as soon as you put in countries that already agree on some issues themselves, they will go in and they will do what's in their interests, and that will keep fucking this up. The U.S. fucks up every single place it steps in militarily. I can't think of any place where we've made it better. If we go in by ourselves, we fuck it up.
Yeah, I mean, have there been some might
For
argue
some,
that there have
some,
been some success stories,
yeah,
but
normal
the
office hours
question of,
tomorrow
well,
still. Just
the fuck alone would it?
oh, you cut out.
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt?
You
See,
did
it's
cut
cutting
out.
out.
Yeah, you disappeared for a minute
Okay.
while in the
All
mid
right.
sentence.
Hold on. Bear with me just a sec. Is it any better now?
Well,
It
it's
is?
holding right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. I maintain a similar thought on that. Obviously, we need to look for the best possible outcome for the most people. That's my philosophy. As I regurgitate every time I'm up here. But I think, what country would be in a better position, and would they hold those ideals? Not likely. So I think with that in mind, everybody, including myself, tend to come down a little hard on the U.S. And I'm not trying to be an apologist, but I'm also trying to consider what else would necessarily be had we not been where we are. So I think that kind of thought-provoking stuff is fun to entertain. So I wanted to see where you would stand on that as well.
Yeah, simply put, I wouldn't trust any single country to go in. There's no one who'd honestly be better than the U.S. either, because every single country always acts in its interests, not in the interests of ordinary people. They all think like states at the end of the day, so they have those particular interests. But if you get a group of countries that actually don't like each other and put them all in charge of it because they have a very specific mandate. So you get I don't know, here's a resolution, blah, 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 Security Council, blah, blah, you got a deal, here's the plan, we're going to go in and do this. And then you put the people on the ground, you put American and Chinese forces right next to each other. Because their governments hate each other. But if they have to work the same line, if they have to do the same thing, that means the emphasis will be on actually dealing with the problems for Palestinians and Israelis. It won't be power politics. They won't have time to do that. They'll have to focus on that issue so they can get the hell out. So I think that's the safest way to go. If it's not multilateral, I'm going to be opposed to it.
Well, that kind of means then necessarily that there ought to be a global government of sorts, something like the League of Nations, the UN, that has vested power, of which aforementioned never had and do not have. So I wonder if in the near future we will see something like that. That would be interesting.
In the near future, I'll be terrified.
There's so many horrible things that go with that.
We still haven't sorted out enough of our own tribalistic bullshit yet.
Yeah.
But in the long run, hey, I want a Star Trek future. I mean, I still want to get there. But to me, what we have to do first is radically decentralize power and then come up with a way to nest confederations of power to higher levels so that people always have a voice. Right now, ordinary people have zero voice in the UN. Right now, ordinary people have zero voice in the EU. I mean, these larger institutions they're not accountable to us. So we need to get it to where power is ultimately still accountable to people, and then you scale up. But if we scale up from an already tyrannical system, then yeah. I mean, it's not like the weird fucking fantasies about the Antichrist or some weird bullshit that people have about one world government conspiracies, but it's kind of effectively that, because I don't think our governments work well for people. So if you put somebody in charge of even more resources with the same fucked up ideologies, it'll be tyrannical as hell.
Yeah,
but
I can only. I think a corporatocracy would be.
We do have to get there eventually, but we need to start over.
I also wanted to add there was earlier discussion regarding any matrilineal societies that have been, I don't know, noteworthy. You said you didn't use that word, but you said you weren't aware of any.
Well, yeah, there's groups where women have a significant amount of power, but no place where women outright dominate men. There's nothing like the Amazons or something like that.
So there was one, and
there are a lot of matrilineal societies and a lot of places where women take significant political positions.
Okay, so I guess it would be on how you define certain words. I haven't read up on them in a long time, but there was one group in India called the Nayer people, Nayer. The women held, I don't want to say all the power. I would say they had more power than men. And that's the only instance I can think of, and it's a real interesting case study. So you might want to look into that.
Yeah. No.
Um,
Yeah. No. I've seen a few like that. There are a lot of places where women take a leading role in things, but what it ends up basically balancing out in different spheres. So you'll see this in like what is it, the Muso people? There's like a group in like southeastern China. There's a number of older government forms in the Americas. You know where like among a lot of the Iroquois populations, women had a veto on everything. They ultimately could decide who the chief was. But what you end up doing is you're sort of like dividing power in different ways. So the men in the situation that you're talking about, they still have a military function. So
that was their only function
right, but
in society.
they still have power. It just means that if you give women more economic power, it balances the men's violent power, and that's what
Well,
that's
this
what
was sexual power.
the
This
women
was
own
sexual power, though. They women had somewhere up to 7 or 10 husbands, and they would disregard them at will. So it's a very
yeah
unique. So again, how do you define power? Do you define it economically, politically,
right. It's
sexually? So that's what it's going to come down to.
yeah, because again, ultimately, that gets back to something that's more truly in our nature. That the sense that human beings have historically, like before the rise of these settled societies, we did form multiple partnerships. We they could rise and fall. Humans naturally pair bond. They're not naturally monogamous. And earlier hunter-gatherer bands, when it's a small band of people, it's advantageous to have multiple relationships that tie people together, because then it's only a few bounces away. Like what's that old like Kevin Bacon thing, the degrees of Bacon? Or something. It's like you're like
Yeah,
three
yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah,
like three Kevin Bacons away from me. We're all somehow connected in
yeah.
one big tribe. There are places where, in the process of settlement, some peoples have for longer times held on to some parts of that, but it's a struggle to really hold on to it in the long run, and you end up with at best hybrid societies, and those tend to be relatively impoverished areas that don't do the full blown like state structures and formal agriculture. It's why I like the in the Iroquois example. Women owned all the property. They owned the longhouses. If they wanted to break a marriage with the husband, they just threw his ass out and he got nothing. They had the property. So they controlled the economy, and they also had a veto over the chiefs. Oh, you elected a guy that's a dick here. We don't like him. We don't want you to follow him. Pick another one. We override that. But while that gives them a veto and significant economic power, it's not truly matriarchal because each had different spheres and they both had areas where they were leading. So it's a matter of finding a balance or a balanced collaboration. There are a lot of ways to do that over time. And there's a lot of places where you can see those more balanced interactions where there's, a little bit like this. And sometimes somebody has a slight edge, it does this. But patriarchy is this. Women are completely disenfranchised.
Right.
That men control the structure of society and they write the rules to advantage themselves. And they control women's sexual freedom. That's our dominant mode here. And I think we need to change that shit. But hey, you're a booger. Hi. Yes, everyone loves you.
Well, in any nation that exists, I think the U.S. that's one plausible place that could exist out of all of them. So at least we have that going for us for those of us that do live in the U.S.
There are a ton of places where we can draw inspiration, both from the past and the present. Places where we can look at, hey, we can find better ways to do this shit. But at the end of the day, it's not just like state structures and economic structures that have to change. It's our basic social structure because it's maladaptive. It's not how we evolved to live. We have 2 million years of programming here that we are ignoring with this social structure, and it causes tons of problems. And everyone's always chasing off like the different part of it, I mean, just think about the rash of like people unaliving people, like walking in with their pews into like schools and shit like that. It's because of a lot of our balkanization, the radical individualism, the social isolation. We don't build strong communal bonds anymore. The more you
Right.
break people apart, the more shit like that happens. There's so many of our problems, and no one wants to talk about it. Republicans want to blame it on fucking video games and not enough people going
Right.
to church, and Democrats want to blame it on whether pew pews exist. And they're both ignoring the socioeconomic and psychological dimensions of this. How our society is fucking people's heads and driving them nuts.
Yeah.
We do this to ourselves. We have to change our social structure at the end of the day. So yeah,
Well, that might
there's a lot
happen.
of things where
There's a lot of new
there are roots
technologies coming out
beyond
that
the roots.
a lot of new technologies coming out. It's very interesting to see where this is all going to head. That's basically the only time you'll ever see me defend the church, and that was with regards to how it held a community and defined and identified a community. But that essence with a church or a temple, whatever it may be, is, at least here in the U.S. and most parts, is relatively gone. There's no sense of community anymore. It's sad. I wish that something could take its place. Maybe we got to go back and read Jefferson and his idolization of philosophers.
I mean, to some
Start.
extent, we need to go back and think more in terms of civic virtues and blah blah blah. What we can do to make better communities. A lot of these guys, they were still assholes. Jefferson's a white supremacist. At the end of the day, they're all still. But there's some things that they were saying. Honestly, the fact that Jefferson said every now and then you got to take pew pews to the government. Hey, I'm with him there. I mean, because governments will always get more tyrannical over time.
Right.
We have to stay vigilant, and if we don't, shit goes bad. So, yeah, there's good things you can draw from a lot of people.
There's I hate to reference him. There's the Joe Rogan quote where he's reenacting Jefferson. Jefferson comes back 250 years later. He says, "What do you mean you didn't change the document? It's the same one." I'm paraphrasing, but yeah,
because he's
his fucking
write a new
response.
constitution every
What?
50 years, the idea that an 18th century constitution should still be guiding us. What the hell?
It's the same people that are pushing the Bible on all of us that want us to idolize the fucking Constitution like it was written by Jesus himself. It's the same. It's the same people pushing this dogma. So
yeah. It's. I mean,
we just got to brighten up. People got to be smart.
There are some ideas early on that are decent you can build on, and a lot of bad ones. It's always a mix with people. So. I'm with you there. Yeah, exactly. A broken clock is right twice a day. Exactly. Jefferson had a lot of really shitty ideas and a handful of good ones too. This is just common in history. There's a lot of people that keep wanting to pop up. We need to kind of get better.
Let me get out of here. I don't want to waste any more.
Yeah, we have to do it a little. We have to.
Can I say something to Kyle?
You could drop down if you want to come back up later. Maybe we can cycle
Can I say something
through.
to Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh, dang, he left. Well.
Really quick, do you have any, do you need a drink? Do you have to go out with the puppers or anything like that before?
I'm going to go get a mirror. She wanted to be outside for a while and just hang out, but my dog is like me. She doesn't really feel the cold. But at the end of the day, it's freezing outside, so I don't want her out there too long. So I'm going to go grab her.
Okay. Good to go. And then we could figure out, Kofi and I could figure out the panel and everything, and if we'll catch up on questions. Hey,
How are
Kofi.
you guys?
Hey, Rebel. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Let me see who's in the requests. I know Carlito wanted to come up, so I'll bring up Carlito. Oh, I don't know if Carlito is there or not. And while I don't know if I did everything right here. While we're here, please, if we can, tap the screen. This is a free education, and tapping is free. You could share out the live. And if you have any questions, you could tag myself or Kofi, and we'll ask him in between. But thank you for your patience and waiting for us to cycle out. We get a little, there you guys are. Oh, Carlito, try again and I'll bring you up.
Am I still on here? Can you guys hear me?
Who's speaking? Oh, that's so weird. I'm gonna
Kyle,
check out.
because it's not showing me on the panel.
I'll check.
Oh, you can hear me, so I guess I am.
That's
Oh,
so
Doc, while I got you
strange.
here, you
How are
have
you on here? I don't think,
re-silencing the
right?
past.
Kobe, we don't even see him.
What in the world?
Kyle, now you're a ghost with us. You might have
That's
to
what I'm
exit.
saying. Yeah, like it says request. I can hit no, I can't hit request.
Maybe you have to exit
Is
the
this a
app.
gin?
I guess
That's so
so.
funny.
I know, weird. All right, y'all have a good night.
You
Cheers.
too. Kyle's just
Wait, but
hanging out. We could hear him.
Yeah, and Kobe, if you
Having,
have to
oh,
say something,
he's
I'm here,
still
so you can
here.
still
That's
ask me.
so
before you leave,
strange.
Kyle, since you're here, can I say something? To you, is Kyle still here, or is he gone now?
He might have closed the app.
No, he
That's
dropped.
so
Yep.
funny. What a strange glitch. Oh, Kyle's in the chat.
Wait.
Covey, Kyle's in the chat if you wanted to.
Oh, he's in the chat. Okay, so I was gonna say that question that he asked, in my opinion, was fundamentally colonial. Personally, I know that Rebel is next, but I just wanted to address that question while you're still here. I think like wondering if like the U.S. should be the police state of the world is a very imperialist and colonial way of thinking. To me, as a Westerner, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot wait until the West crumbles, and I hope that it crumbles within my lifetime, because I just literally, as a Westerner, despise the West and despise the fact that by virtue of me existing within the West, I contribute to the violence that the global South is subjected to. So I do not want the Americans or America to continue being the police state, because nothing good has come from America being the police state. It has only continued to destabilize whole nations, has only caused chaos. And so to even like ask, oh, should America be the police state, is very, very paternalistic. It pretends as if the world, especially the global South, can somehow not handle themselves, and therefore they need this like imminent like being or entity on like behind them that is paternalistically telling them what's right and what's wrong. So no, I don't think that the American government should continue being a police state, or not a police state, but like the world police. And I personally don't think this whole idea of, well, if we don't rule them, they're going to rule us, is also a colonial way of thinking. So it's, I don't know. It just really, really bothered me.
Well,
No,
when
totally agreed. The only thing I'll say there is we all have to come to that. At some point, we have to find our way to it. And simply put, a lot of us are raised in a climate in which that's just the logic that you grow up with. So I just say, let's be nicer and help people find their way out of that, mental colonization, because that's honestly, it's the genius of the modern nation state and high imperialism, was to get in people's heads. It was to rewrite the way we think and build these ideological frameworks that are very difficult to get out of once you're there. But it works. You can do it. We can decolonize ourselves, but we got to like help people to do that gently, I think. In a
And
way,
Kyle, you said, I just don't want to see war result from the global collapse of American influence. War is like has been caused by American influence, by the global American influence, right? So let's not pretend like America crumbling is all of a sudden going to cause chaos in the world, and like, no, like all these primitive savages cannot take care of themselves anymore without us being there. Like, let's not do that. Like, America being there and like having global influence is what's causing a destabilization. That is something that you need to understand, regardless of how uncomfortable it is.
Yeah, exactly. It can be very uncomfortable. At the end of the day, without us, yes, there will still be problems, but one empire collapsing doesn't suddenly throw the world into a specific kind of chaos because you needed that power. Empires rise and fall all the time. Powers disappear. Societies disappear. Change is inevitable. So trying to argue that America is the indispensable power or whatever, yeah, that's literally high imperialism talking through you, and we have to find a way to slowly let that shit go. It's a mess, and realistically, we have made everything worse. I mean, somebody mentioned the Soviet state. We deliberately mismanaged the collapse of the Soviet Union to create massive long-term instability. It would have been very easy to permanently end tensions and befriend the Russians and help a lot of the other territories within the former Soviet Union become democratic. Instead, we helped a lot of them become corrupt oil and gas autocracies and completely crush the Russian economy, throwing them into the arms of fascism, because that helped to maintain the Cold War mentality. They knew what the fuck they were doing. And it's sad, but it's structural. It's not like it's some weird conspiracy of like smoky room kind of like assholes. Let's control everything. But it's structural. There's an institutional logic to the way empire works, and it's going to proceed along that trajectory unless you divert it. So yeah, we make everything worse because of the way things are structured in the first place. So getting rid of it is not going to make the world any worse. Honestly, if governments all around the world collapse, we could start this shit over. We'd probably be better off. But there's no indispensable country at the end of the day. And the more powerful we are, the more problematic we are. It's a matter of power relations at the end of the day. So yeah. BRICS. Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, all of these big institutions, they ultimately still don't change anything, because you're still using the same power logic. All it's doing is it's trying to change who has more of that power. It's the same bullshit. So I don't think that's the long-term answer. I don't think trying to come up with some kind of counterbalancing global force works the same way, because at the end of the day, from the perspective of peasants, who the fuck cares who the king is? It doesn't matter at the end. If the U.S. empire falls and suddenly it's a few other countries stepping in, how does anything get better for ordinary people? I think we need to start the fuck over, and rethink from the ground up how we organize our societies, rather than continually trying to appropriate. It's one of those, what is that, Audre Lorde's line about you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools kind of shit, because that's all you're trying to do. You're trying to redeploy the same basic techniques of capital and empire and the nation state for your own purposes. That doesn't fix anything. It's a trap. It's a seductive trap that will keep us all fucked.
I think Rebel, you were next. And then
I don't mind if anyone want to go before me. It's a great conversation. But Doctor, you said something very interesting. I'm gonna give you a very general question here. You said every empire will rise and fall. Are we witnessing the fall of the Zionist empire?
Well, if we think of it in those terms, it's a very small empire. Whether or not these events are the ones that ultimately trigger a cascade of change, that's always impossible to see. Historians can't really be that precise about things. It's the same thing. People ask me all the time, like, are we seeing the end of the American empire? Is America collapsing? Realistically, there's a lot of signs of significant change and fragility, but it's hard to know what will actually cause the tipping point. You can only see trend lines. The state as it currently exists will not survive, but it could easily transform itself into a much more aggressive fascist ethnocracy that entrenches a much more hardcore rule than it already exists. It could get considerably worse and still last for decades. So I don't want to depress anybody, but right now, the way things look, this could get much worse and stay bad for a long time. In the long run, it will fall. It's dooming itself. But whether it's quick or long depends upon too many international variables to really see. So we're either stuck with a system continuing to spiral into more and more oppressive systems, or it will start to crumble, depending upon what we do.
Do you think the ICJ will be the first sign?
Oh, no.
Because
no. I mean, again, People have been doing shit like this for a long time. There have been tons of investigations, tons of reports. People have brought questions up before ICC, and Israel's always just laughed it off, which is why it's not a member. I mean, there's been countless resolutions in the UN. People have talked about this stuff internationally over and over and over again for decades. And the power structure of the world just doesn't give a shit. Until you get the powers to give a shit, and that means us changing our own governments and positions, they're gonna get away with whatever they want to do. I mean, I love the things are done. Don't get me wrong. The proceedings here are good. Our energy here is good. I'm just saying we've seen it before. Many times there's been moments of real activism and international support and people talking about this stuff and bringing things up. And it always just fades away because at the end of the day, it's in the interest of the great powers to leave this situation alone. And it's in the interest not only in economic terms, which is why a lot of the Gulf Arab states love it, or in political terms, which is why a lot of the Europeans and Americans love it. It's also in our interest culturally because it allows us to get out of dealing with the cultural reasons for our own racism and anti-Semitism. It's a crutch. It allows us to actually avoid changing how we think and feel and deal with each other. Because if we can say, as long as we're supporting Israel, we're not anti-Semites. And that's a load of shit. I mean, a lot of the churches who are most hardcore supporting Israel, they're the most anti-Semitic fucks you run into, and theologically, because they want all Jews to be unalived. You know, they want an apocalypse that destroys everything. You know, we haven't actually changed the core problems, and loving Israel is a way to avoid that thought. And so as long as we have that, the psychological, emotional dimension, the political dimension, and the economic dimension, you're not going to get major powers to change their perspectives on it. We will continue to support it no matter how oppressive it gets. So we have to change shit still. And we can be on the right track, but it's hard to say. I just know there's potentials. But it's impossible to say whether in the next few years or in another 50. You know, how this is going to play out.
So I would finalize it in a way that, do you think the theatrical that we're seeing right now is a way to put the current government under the bus in Israel?
Like the current administration?
Yeah, like Netanyahu administration and the war cabinet, because like we saw kids in plastic bags and putting the ICJ and all of that. Like the world cannot unsee what we already seen.
Right. But at the end of the day, it's up to Israelis what they do about that, and already 3/4 of them hate him. So that's already been the case. They have a very complex political system that there's a very low threshold to get into the Knesset, so it's a lot of parties, and it allows a lot of extremist voices. So realistically, in the short run, if he falls, what's most likely to form, even if there's a more short-term kind of like, war sort of cabinet that takes his place that's a little bit more moderate, this will be replaced with a more extreme government. Netanyahu, realistically, as bad as he is actually restraining some of the worst voices on the Israeli right. There are a lot worse people in the wings. And a lot of people in Israel who are angry at Netanyahu are not angry because of the kids in bags. They're angry because he didn't protect them from the H group hard enough. He didn't punish the Palestinians hard enough. So they are still on a downward trajectory. They are still in that feedback loop of greater and greater radicalization. So I don't know how enthusiastic I even am about his fall, because I see much darker things on the horizon in terms of their internal politics.
Damn. That's a very... Yeah, I hear you. That's very sad, though.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in on this? Because
politics for a long time. I've been watching how things play out in the different parties and factions there. There are so many more extreme voices that have been getting in across the last 15 years. It's been getting so much worse. And it's been difficult for them to form coalitions as a consequence. But the fact that he has this coalition together has proven that you can get enough batshit crazy people in far-right parties together to form a government. So it'll be one of these other assholes that pulls it off next time. It might take an election or two, but you'll end up with somebody much worse. Because that's the direction they're going. That's their trajectory. That's where the trend lines go there, which is why we have to work so much harder to change the international situation, because it's the only thing that can pull them back. They're in a feedback loop that will keep making this worse.
But Liam, something
Absolutely.
you
Yeah, I
said
agree.
earlier where you talked about the change that we have to make here in the United States. I had said it in the chat before, and I'll just say it again, that there's a great, if for, if you know, for people who haven't seen it, there's this great series on the U.S. and the Holocaust. It's a Ken Burns series. It's a three-part series. It's very good. And if you want to get an indication of how much this country hasn't changed in terms of immigration standpoint, xenophobia, nationalism, if you really want to gauge it, how much we haven't changed, watch this series and you will see. I mean, it was just mind blowing to me that 2/3 of Americans, when they were asked about Jews, this was like, I guess in like 1939 or 38, at that point, they knew that Jews were being killed, unalived, but they asked them about them, and 2/3 said that it was their own fault. 2/3 of Americans said that, you know. And when you compare that to how Americans think about, well, not Americans, but, people on the right, how they think about Mexicans, immigrants, um, Arabs, what people think, some people think, the xenophobia towards Arabs and Islam. So it just really goes to show you that this nation has like as a people, as a collective, psychologically speaking, we have so much work to do, and the xenophobia, the hate for the other, is just so prevalent. It's just unbelievable. It's intense. I mean, I encourage people to watch that. And I would love to have a discussion on it. If people want to, do like a book group, where you read a book, but we watch the series and have a discussion. Because a lot of the issues that he's covering there are really all the things that we're talking about now. All the problems right now. But Liam, I wanted to ask you specifically, how are there any other cultures out there that have um, been victims of genocide and then turned around and committed a genocide, other
Yeah.
than other than other than Israel? Uh, and also, uh, how does a culture that becomes, the victim of genocide, how does that culture become the suppressor, the
Wasn't there a
oppressor?
s- wasn't there a
Power.
study? Wasn't there a study about this in prisons in America where they gave a certain group of people power over the other group of people, and then within like maybe a couple of hours or days, the people who were given the power were subjecting the prisoners to immense forms of like violence automatically. I forgot the specific study. Let me bring it up for you. Actually, the study and the author. Oh, the Stanford Prison Experiment. Yeah, that's that study. Thank you. That's that study. Yeah, look into that study.
It's old. I mean, yeah, that the psychology of power has been really well studied in the last 150 years. There's a shit ton of really good research even in the early 20th century that's still quite good on this. I mean, and the better we understand our own tribes and our genetic inheritances, the more we can see the way our political structures, our social structures, put us in these situations. They inevitably pervert us, and take us in the wrong direction. China is a good example. I mean, China obviously suffered tremendously at the hands of European empires and at the hands of the Japanese, and suffered like tons of medical experimentations and mass unalivings in World War II. And then they went ahead and they G-sided the Manchurians and the Tibetans, and they're working on a lot of populations in East Turkestan. You know, it's more a matter of like forcible assimilation to a particular way. Yeah. I mean, this happens over and over again. If you give enough power to a state, the way that we have structured states and societies, it will inevitably turn bad. I mean, look at a lot. I mean, it doesn't rise as much to like G-sides always necessarily, but you can see tons of places where formerly oppressed peoples, once they have access to a nation state. I mean, I ran into some of this directly by trying to teach some Armenian history courses earlier in my career, and you get a lot of people that came from more recent immigrant stock, and they grew up with like the Armenian educational system, and the kind of nationalistic horse shit that they were lied to about. I mean, the people, despite coming through a terrible situation, will turn it back around and create exactly the same kind of supremacist vision for themselves. It doesn't, because the model is the problem, not like applying this kind of political and social model to human beings will inevitably take us in that direction. It's just a matter of whether the circumstances line up, whether they have the ability to do something.
Is it also something maybe like deep in the psyche that's like man's revenge? Man wants this revenge, that the only way they think they're going to heal from it, or maybe it's an unhealed trauma, and it's
There are different traumas that manifest in that, but it's a matter of the misapplication of our own kind of tribal wiring to then turn it around. Because one of the things that's interesting about, over the last, few 100,000 years, the way that we developed our particular tribal psychology, it reduced violence inside the band and increased it outside. It created in-groups and out-groups. So I will associate more with people who have my symbolic language. I'll work with them, but those people are always a problem. And if you face an injustice from an outside group, then you will get together and you will mass unalive them. And there's actually like a series of reward triggers in the brain. We literally get a high from unaliving people. It has a beneficial psychological effect. We feel good about it. We feel great about ourselves because we defended our people against those people. There's a psychological reward that goes with it because it's part of the way that we bonded together in the first place to survive. Because again, we're social animals. We had to survive in groups, and optimally a few hundred of them to avoid real trouble. But, beyond that, you're still going to be competing with other groups of a few hundred people, right? So when we scale up, when we go beyond small bands moving around over the surface of the earth, and we have 8 billion of us with major state structures and tons of weapons of mass destruction, we are a danger to ourselves. Our social structure is maladaptive for our evolutionary inheritance. It doesn't mean we're bad. It's not people. I mean, we have massive cooperative instincts, massive mutual aid instincts. We are a cooperative social species that learned how to work together to survive and look out for each other. But we put ourselves into political structures that create these oppositions, that turn people against each other and create massive violence. So until we actually reorganize our social structures to better fit the good parts in our nature and not the worst ones, because right now it brings out the worst in us. So all you got to do is change who's in charge, and you're going to get exactly the same bullshit every single time, because the social structures push you in that direction. It brings out the worst of those action potentials in our inheritance. We need to set up a situation where it brings out the best.
How can we nationalism is a huge problem, and we talked about this before, how it's linked to war. how can we change this mindset, the national mindset, and maybe go back to like what Italy was once before, right? They were regions before they became. They never thought of themselves as a nation. They thought of themselves regions, not even states, but different regions that had their own
States, but yeah,
dialects.
I hear you. Yeah, it's tough. There's the problem with um the problem with the capitalist world system and the nation state model is that no one has managed to find a good way out of it yet, because the entire globe is reorganized in this particular way, so it's impossible to truly escape. I mean, at the height of the Cold War, the Soviets were buying American wheat. They still had to participate in international capital markets. They couldn't escape it because that's how the globe is structured. There's I don't know that we have a really great way out of these things, but we have to figure it out. And I think one of the things that I tend to lean back on is ordinary people getting together and building alternative institutions. It's one of the reasons I pointed to like the Wobblies earlier. Like, if we build our own mutual aid societies and community policing societies, and we take care of ourselves, we essentially make the nation state irrelevant. We can kind of make it obsolete. And if you can do that, you can prove to people that this works without it and that we don't need it, and then you can find a way to get rid of it, because it'll be impossible to sustain through pure force. The only way that these societies survive, the way that capital survives, the way the nation state survives, is by making itself seem inescapable and inevitable, that you need it, that you want it. It has to have hegemony. We have to choose our chains. And most people are very happily choosing their chains because they don't have a counterexample to the narrative they get from the state and the power structure. They get a message, all this stuff here, and they don't see that there's anything else as an alternative. Give them an alternative. Show us that we can do better. And at that point, we can talk about, because ultimately, for most of human history, there were no police. Police exist to protect the power structure. They don't exist to protect people. But people have been taught to believe they protect us. And most people love the police, despite the fact that they were a massive oppressor in the US and to varying degrees in much of the world. But they believe it. That idea has hegemony. The only way to get that out is to show an alternative, to show that we don't need it. So it's a much bigger conversation, but the short is, I argue for building alternatives, decentralized from the bottom up, that show we don't need these things and essentially prove that they're obsolete. Until you do that, I don't think there's any real way out of it. No revolutionary change can possibly affect this.
Yeah. How is there? Just one last thing. What is the best way to influence Israelis? Because I mean, they're so bloodthirsty. Every time I hear them, they're like, more. That didn't bomb enough, and is it really true that the majority of them are really pro? They're happy about this.
No,
No?
it's not. A large number of people who actually have a voice are the way that the Israeli system is set up. Minority voices have a disproportionate amount of power. There are a lot of ordinary people who hate everything about their government and just don't vote. They feel hopeless. Their voices are never truly represented in it. The way the system is structured disenfranchises a huge number of people. There are a lot of dissident voices that you just don't see. But a lot of the people in government, a lot of the influential, wealthy people in Israel, they're bloodthirsty as fuck. But they're not a majority. It's true anywhere you see the worst things in the world. I mean, shit, like
Like here, like the United States.
well, like where's the wrong one? So these, assholes never had more than a third of society. Never more than a third. And they were able to do all the horrifying shit that they did.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a majority of as bad as some of these people sound. It's not all Israelis. It's not a majority of them, but it's a lot of them, and it's the ones that count. You know, the ones in power. They're the awful ones we have to deal with.
Well, what do you
Exactly.
think
It's
of
like,
the recent polls that were released
yeah.
that showed that about? Oh, Jax, you said something. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like it's obviously the government, and it's not. I've seen polls, as Kobe was just about to say the same thing, and this is going back to the ICJ and what's going on. Like, go ahead, Kobe. I knew exactly what you were gonna say.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, when there have been polls that have been recently released that show that like around 75% of the citizens do agree with what the IDF is doing today in Gaza. So there is, I would say, like, there is a slight difference between, let's say, I don't know, because there is this active moving to Israel, which is unique in a way, not completely unique, but it's different when it's compared to, let's say, Germany, where a person, like the citizens of Germany, are not actively moving to Germany. They're just born there, they were raised there, and so a lot of them might not agree with the government. But when we look at, for example, a lot of Israeli citizens who do actively make aliyah, who do actively move there and support the oppression of Palestinian people. Of course, I'm not talking about the people who were born there. People who are born there have no choice, of course, especially if they're younger. There might be complicated reasons as to why they might still be there. I'm specifically talking about people who actively choose to do aliyah and move there. With how controversial the whole state is. I mean, you could say that they were brainwashed. You could say that they didn't see the other side. You could say that they weren't aware of Palestinian oppression, but it's still a significant amount of like Israeli society from what I've been seeing, which is precisely why the minority is very, very the people who do go against the treatment of Palestinian people are ostracized actively. And they have said that I've watched a lot of interviews with them where they said that they felt very alone within Israeli society. But yeah, I just wanted to say that, but I was going to go actually ultimately to the ICJ and Yemen. Oh yeah, sorry.
Because there's at least two different important points here that I think we need to make, and I think this would be helpful, especially given those kind of polls. So first thing, a microphone. To all the millennials and Gen Z, Gen Z kind of people in our audience here, how many of you respond to telephone polls? Just honestly. How many people actually pick up a landline and answer like questions that somebody is asking to get a survey?
No.
Yeah. So
No.
do you see the problem what I'm pointing to here? A lot of people in Israel that would agree with you, with us here, they're not answering that shit. So don't take a poll there to mean everything that you might think that it does. Yeah, I'm seeing like over and over again, never. It's like opinion polls are going to represent the most ideologically committed fuckers who actually care about this shit. And it's oftentimes older Israelis. And older Israelis love the military. This one here I showed earlier is looking at changes specifically like after the 1980s, because that's the first time there's any kind of fault lines. Before that point, everyone loved the you're not supposed to say it all together.
ITF. I like to call them the ITF.
I'm too autistic to do the letter substitutions. I can't. I got to find a way around that one. I just can't. But it has been breaking down, and younger generations increasingly just don't feel that solidarity. They don't feel that support for it, and they don't like their governments. A lot of them are fleeing the country too, but many of them are still there, and they just fucking hate their government. And just to qualify one thing about the migration you pointed to, because yes, a lot of people are moving because they're hardcore ideologues, they're nationalists. The U.S. is exporting a lot of insane people to Israel, but we also export people. Oh, let me flip this one for a second, because this guy's great, and both these books are good. This is the guy who runs the Committee Against Home Demolitions. He made Aliyah. This is an American who moved to Israel to say Israel is fucked up and needs to be turned into Palestine, right? So this is somebody who went there, who understands the attraction of living in the land, but thinks the government is complete fucking trash. And in this book in particular, he dissects the architecture of occupation and shows just how horrifying it is. And he consciously chose to move there. So even with the people making Aliyah, we still shouldn't paint with a kind of universalizing brush that they're all those insane people. Yes, plenty of them are. But there's also people who are trying to change things. Oh, somebody asking about this again. Let me put these back up. Okay, these are
the
both
first
good.
book?
I actually assigned that. This is the second edition of this. I actually assign this one frequently in classes. It's a really good account of how the occupation works. So this is An Israeli in Palestine by Jeff Halper, and this is a more recent one from him, Decolonizing Israel, Liberating Palestine.
What was the first book that you showed, Dr. Liam?
First.
There was a third book that you had showed before showing the Jeff Halper books.
I'd shown this one earlier. This is
Oh yeah, this is the one that you showed, yeah.
Kimberling is a sociologist, and this is a very early account of it. It's not a very after the 1980s and the first 20 years after that, of like why people just don't feel that sense of solidarity with the India Delta Foxtrot. They don't feel the same sense of like perfect solidarity, and India Delta Foxtrot can do no wrong, because that was the case before the 82 war. Afterwards, there are actual serving members of the military saying my government's committing hate crimes. My government's committing genocide, and it's never recovered from that. It never actually bounced back. There's a lot of internal dissension. So we shouldn't discount that entirely. Yeah. If enough of the international situation changed to put enough pressure on Israel to elevate those voices again, things could change. Right now, the structural conditions suppress them. It means that they have no possible influence. As long as the conflict goes on, then the far right voices will win. So if nothing changes, the far right has got this, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. But if we change internationally and put the right kind of pressure on it, then these people will be heard and will matter in society. And that's ultimately what I want. I want the Jeff Halpers of the world out there in the streets actually fixing shit.
Yeah. But I was going to ask about... Oh, Rebel, I think you wanted to ask a question before we go to the ICJ in Yemen, yeah.
Doug, I have a question that come up with what the doctor just finished with, is that with the horrific actions that we're seeing right now, that no one can deny that the current government or the current structure is doing, do you think in order to, like, if they don't escalate to a regional war, then a change must come after what the planet have seen? Do you think with all the horrific actions that would lead to the international community trying to change that and put more like what you talked about, just based on the horrific actions that we're seeing?
That's where it's a little difficult. A lot of that depends on us, because in many countries in the world today, the solidarity behind the Israeli state is too strong. And in many places, we have good reasons for that. Again, for Europeans and Americans, it's a great emotional crutch that stops us from dealing with our own racism. It lets us stay anti-Semites. So there's a lot of like real difficulty in getting people to change, what their governments are doing. If we do good work there and we build on what's seeing in the ICJ, and we build on this, and we help people understand the long-term structural conditions that are here and just how toxic this is, not only there and for Palestinians, but how this also hurts Jews in the diaspora and in Israel. right? That this is literally making us less safe. If you can get more people to understand that and possibly open the door to changes here, then yes. As terms of like big international coalitions, in terms of like UN actions, I see zero chance of that. In terms of countries changing their policy, I see the possibility of that. But that depends very much on what we do in the coming months and years. If in the coming months and years we are organized effectively and we force our own societies to face our own culpability for what's happening here. Somebody mentioned earlier I can't remember, was that Athena? But the Ken Burns documentary, things like that. Whoever brought that up, like, okay, we've never really changed, right? This is the rally. This is the rally in Madison Square Garden with like swastikas and George Washington. You know, this is part of who we are as a country. And this never went away. It just transformed. These people became members of the John Birch Society, and these people became right-wing populists, and these people became Trump supporters, and they changed some of the language that they use, but they're the same fucking people who wrote Jim Crow laws. They're the same fucking people who were Sieg Heiling at the time, and like, this is the wave of the future when it looked like it could be. But that failed, but the psychology never changed. The way they think never changed because we never really examined that shit. And the fact that we haven't means that we need, sorry, I'm the wrong one again. I'm always doing this. We need to have those conversations here to really deal with this shit. We will blindly support Israel no matter how bad it gets because it gives us a free pass to still be racist motherfuckers. That's the problem that people have to face in the West. That's the decolonizing we have to do. Like, we got to decolonize ourselves first. And if we decolonize ourselves, we can help decolonize Palestine. But we can't do a damn thing here as long as we are still, with this shit.
Do you know Max Cholek, Dr. Liam?
Do I know what?
Do you know he's a scholar, he's a lyricist, and he's also an author. His name is Max Cholek.
Cholek?
Czollek. He is a Jewish German author, and also scholar. His grandfather actually used to be a freedom fighter who belonged to the KPD, but prior to World War II. He was a communist freedom fighter, and Max Cholek is a very, very prominent author when it comes to Jewish identities and Jewish way of thought within Germany, especially Jewish German people, because there aren't many of them left. Unfortunately, a majority of the Jewish people who are within Germany today are from Eastern Europe or the Soviet Union, like generally. So there aren't many Jewish German voices left, and he is one of those voices, and he actively writes books. One referring to Michael Bodemann's Gedächtnistheater or Memory Theater, how Jewish people are just propped up as like this theater of memory when it comes to Holocaust Remembrance Day, and they're brought out of the closet and it's like, oh, look at us, we're so tolerant now, but then they put them back in the closet. We don't deal with those issues. But another thing that he deals with in his book Disintegrate Yourself, it's an amazing book about contemporary issues within Germany today, through like a Jewish lens. And he focuses on how those same districts and areas that voted for the NSDAP in 1933 were the same districts that continue to vote for the AfD today. And he shows that on a map. And he basically explains in his book how those same parents in the after like the Nachkriegsgeneration or after the war generation, that those people inherited that ideology and continued feeding the generations to come that ideology. He compares it to porridge. He says that the same way that parents fed their children porridge is the same way that they force fed them that ideology as well. And maybe that book might interest you. It's called Disintegrate Yourself. In German, to the people who might be Germans here, it's called Desintegriert euch. And he argues that marginalized communities shouldn't even bother assimilating or integrating into a dominant society that will forever other them. And
There's
that
a
is, huh?
there's a translation for other people because I do get the German one.
Disintegrate yourself. I think so. Yeah.
So you think there's an English one?
I
That's cool.
I'm
Uh,
pretty sure. I hope so.
if
I
if
hope
not
there might be an English version.
if not, I'll get it
Disintegrate
and
yourself.
we can talk about it and explain it to people.
Yeah,
um,
but it's called.
yeah,
It's his name is
most of the
Max
great
Chodek.
research on the
It's
German
called
farm
it's called
in
disintegrate
English.
yourself, I think.
Yeah,
Disintegrate yourself.
disintegrate yourself. Disintegriert euch. Um, but he talks about this. I just remembered that when you were mentioning the ideology being kind of furthered through porridge is what he says. But it's very, very fascinating because the
Well,
AfD resembles.
that's from childhood, very
Yeah,
early.
exactly. Not only
There's
the
a
childhood, but also society in general. For example, we have this phrase in Germany today where we say like, "Oh, Polizei, dein Freund und Helfer," which means like police, your friend, like your friend and your helper. That's a slogan. I'm not kidding. That's a slogan that is associated with our German police, right? And that slogan
yeah,
was
and there are
used during
so
the
many far rightists in your police too. Um,
yeah, and that slogan was literally actively used by
uh,
the Yazis, right? So, there was active attempts to like get rid of that slogan by one or two police, like professors in like police studies, or I don't know how the translation is in English, but because that slogan is something that was used, like it was literally plastered on Yahtzee propaganda posters, like Polizei, dein Freund und Helfer, right? So like it still exists today. So German society as a whole, the discourse, like I mean, we have a type of schnitzel that we call the G slur schnitzel, for Romani people because it's prepared with paprika sauce, right? And that slur that we use against Romani people was a slur that was literally tattooed on Romani people before 500,000 of them were unalive during World War II. So German society has not been denazified. It still is very, very much bigoted, but we don't deal with that. So we just weaponize Jewish people against anybody who's Muslim or Arab to pretend as if like we care about Jewish people. But I
yeah,
wanted to go back to the I see.
there's a quick
Okay.
thing that I said today in a class that I think really fits this topic. I this morning in the first hour and a half today I got to run from the Palestinian Arab Revolt of the 1930s through the Shoah and European issues there, and then to the Nakba. So it was like just an hour and a half of like the most depressing shit possible. But there's a point I made there that actually ties directly into this. Now think about the way historical memory works. Soon after the revelation of crimes, you have an opportunity to examine them and think about them and grow from them. But the farther you get from those events, the harder it is to emotionally relate to it because it's not immediate. You don't see it. You didn't experience it. It's not your world anymore. So the great grandkids of people from the Yahtzee era, they don't have the same historical memory from it, right? So look much closer to the event. In 1955, so 10 years, right, after the fall of the Yahtzee regime, and 10 years after the revelation of the Shoah, and 10 years after the Nuremberg trials, the same 1/3 of the German population loved Hitler. And they still wanted him it changed not one little fucking bit. 35% of the population are like, we wish Hitler was still in charge.
Definitely.
The people did not change. They didn't really confront it. They were not forced to confront their own culpability and the problems in the ideology. And the structures didn't change. We just put a lot of those people back in charge. The U.S. And British occupying authorities put Yahtzees back in charge of almost everything. And we claimed, oh yes, we've de-Yahtsified the country. No. We hanged a couple of top leaders and ignored all the
Hmm.
functionaries. Huge numbers of party members went right back to work in government and right back to work to the police.
And the whole
And
system was built by leftover Yahtzees as well. Everything,
it,
the political party,
there's, I
judicial
mean,
system. But let's
East
there's,
talk
Germany,
about the
sorry,
ICJ
yeah, because there's
and
fascists
Yemen.
East
everywhere. If
Germany,
anybody's ever seen
they
it,
did a much more
Oh,
thorough
sorry. Yeah,
de-Yazification.
Jack,
But
sorry.
in West Germany,
yeah,
no,
there's fascists
we
everywhere.
put them all
Even
back in charge.
even with like Italy, if you've ever seen their salute in Italy for their the fascists are, I mean, they're absolutely everywhere. But in the comments, I'm sorry, Liam, and in the comments and all the panel, they have been on
ICJ.
ICJ, and
Yes.
currently, right now, as we're speaking, Yemen is being completely bombarded, and I'm trying to look for it. Ironically, listen to this. I'm trying to look for it on the news, and you want to know what they have on the news? They have Trump trials and Hunter Biden, but yet Yemen is being bombarded right now, and no one's covering it. So I love the passion where everybody's going over here, but we really need to circle it back.
About ICJ, I'm so sorry. I keep trying to talk
Yeah, I
about
love
that, but
it, but we really need to.
I keep mentioning something and then like deflects to something else, and I keep trying to ask, and like I've been wanting
Yeah,
to ask for the past like 30 minutes. I'm not
yeah,
gonna
because
lie.
like and by the way, there's only over 250 people in here. Please, 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 please double tap, triple tap, um tap Liam's that little yellow heart next to Liam's name so that you join his team, and it brings him up in the algorithm. Absolutely, Liam is a kid at heart, just like all of us. We're always going to be a Toys R Us kid. He loves little goofy things being sent to him. It just makes him happy. And he loves when a camera is on Rebel. That's why we are not letting you go, by the way. And because we're also going to be speaking.
Yeah.
And look, I even put a jelly filter on. I mean, it's late at night for me. I'm old. I'm not gonna like, you know, flash how pretty I am. I'm just kidding. So,
Purr, purr,
but
purr, 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 purr.
before we go into this, Liam, do you have a refreshment and everything? Because this is gonna be a quite a little bit of a topic right now.
It's fine. Yeah, we actually started talking a little bit about
No, I mean, do
Yemen
you have any
and hit a little bit of the
refreshment?
ICJ
No, I
earlier.
was asking if you have any
Coming back
refreshments.
to it, great. I'm fine for a while. I've got I'm still half a
Okay,
tank
perfect.
here. Oh, no, that's about half a tank here. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
okay.
perfect. And by the way, I seen your recipe, how you do the cacao with the coffee and the I actually screenshot that, and I'm gonna have it tomorrow. I'm like, that sounds so
Uh,
good.
my blend
Oh,
is it's three quarters like three quarters French roast cacao and 1/4 Italian roast decaf coffee. I'm hyperactive, so I don't really need a whole lot of caffeine. You know, and too much puts me to sleep. Um, and then I put some oat milk in there. And then when I want to be nice to myself, I add like a little bit of like some kind of syrup, you know, like a little bit of raspberry syrup or a little bit of vanilla syrup or something, you know, like just a
That
dash.
sounds so delicious.
that is literally delicious.
Absolutely is. The
It's
envy
nuts.
going through me right now.
That's so delicious, but I'm also craving a turmeric latte right now. I'm just craving a latte in general, like a golden milk. But I wanted to talk
Is a
about the ICJ specifically. I watched the hearing today, while I was working from home. Um, what did you think about the hearing? What did you think about the South African legal team? Did you even watch it? It
I honestly, I never watch stuff like that. I read transcripts. If I see
okay.
short, anytime I see something video, things like that, it's small clips people have pulled out that show up in like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, the comedy news shows or on the internet or something. I read transcripts and analysis. I just, I, for the way that I process information, I don't have the patience to sit there and watch things. I
Mm-hmm.
would just be angrily throwing shit at the TV. It's like, shut up, move on to the next thing. Ah,
That's gonna be me tomorrow when Israel has its like when Israel makes its commentary for 3 hours. I'm gonna
yeah, that,
probably
And
break my
you
iPad.
make
I would,
making it seem
I
like
would,
me making it
I
seem
would
it
probably
like that
go.
way. Yeah, it's so sorry, and making it seem like that way. I will be just like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never do. Like I've literally never watched a Trump speech, and I comment about the guy constantly. I've got an entire shelf of books on him, and a bunch of books by people that support him. I mean, I pay attention to the movement. I read transcripts of his comments. I don't watch the guy. I don't give a shit. I can't do it. I haven't done it for any of them. It's not like something against this issue. I just never do. So the details of any of the actual proceedings, I can't really talk about.
Okay, okay, okay. It was very, very. I think there's an 84-page report that they have released already. They released that towards the end of December. They practically just I read parts of the report. They
The charges, like the
with the
what they were trying to do.
charges and the delving into what Gaza is and how it's been blockaded and all that stuff. So they just basically reiterated that during the court proceedings. So they also showed videos of Israeli soldiers like celebrating the destruction of the Amalek or the Amalekites. So it was very disheartening. Not gonna lie. What do you think about what is going on in Yemen? What is going on in Iran? In Lebanon? Seeing all of this happening, this is in low key reminding me of the 6 Day War,
It
because
becomes a pattern.
it led up to what led up to the 6 Day War was also very, very similar, where over a while there was a lot of escalations, a lot of attacks in different areas, air forces being attacked. I'm wondering if the Israeli government is trying to pull different countries into a greater war.
Yeah.
Is that why it's provoking certain countries? Um,
Well,
but
they played a part in doing that they've been doing that for decades. I
yeah.
mean, it's part of one of the reasons that we maintain that hostile posture toward Iran. I make a lot of points about toppling our pet dictator or something, but the fact that it also serves their interests, and if we weren't bad mouthing Iran all the time, they probably would have already attacked them, because they have been talking about it, doing it for a long time. And it's honestly, a lot of times when it comes down to high level decisions like again, the US and Israel don't actually get along very well. We make a good public show of being friends and allies. The governments often hate each other because their interests so often conflict in the region. Israel causes a lot of problems for US foreign policy. And one of the reasons that we are stuck being such a dick to the Iranians and keeping that whole cycle going is that if we don't, they will step out of line and they will provoke a bigger fight in the region, and that could spill into a bigger regional war, and no one wants to see that shit. I mean, the Iran-Iraq war was bad enough. We don't need more shit like that in the area. So it's complicated in that way. Israel has frequently wanted that, though. It consciously tries to suck people into things and keep that going because it serves their own interest, and it keeps them. It's a way of restraining their own more radical elements too. It's easier for a government there to say we're not going to bomb Iran because America's got an aircraft carrier and they're taking care of it for us. So it tamps some of that tension down. It helps them control their own radicals.
It also unites people more, makes them more nationalistic when you have like an outsider enemy to fight against. But what about what Yemen is doing with regards to forced economic sanctions practically in the Red Sea and terrorizing ships? And what do you think about that? And what do you think about the response to that now? And like I like how when the US initially said that they were going to attack Yemen, I think it was like one of the Houthi leaders said, prepare for the Red Sea will be your graveyard, is what he told them. The Red Sea will be your graveyard. And I thought that was like a very badass response to the threat. So what do you think of Yemen's role in this whole situation? And also South Africa, do you think that this case could change and shift South Africa's positionality within global politics?
Ooh. Now that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that yet. I don't know because there are still a lot of internal divisions within South Africa about this action. There's a significant amount of support for Israel inside South Africa. I mean, they were friends for a long time. There's still a lot of that historical shit, and it's not even just the Afrikaners. So, what the government is doing is not overwhelmingly popular. So there are some internal kind of like issues that stand there, and realistically, the single biggest thing that hurts South Africa internationally is just how far the economy has slipped overall. I mean, a 40% unemployment rate. This is one of the reasons that I'm not a huge fan of, in the long run, how sanctions play out. Because if it takes it, I'll take it if I have to. But if the only way to defeat the current state in Israel is through massive economic sanctions, it's going to cause a lot more suffering for both Palestinians and Israelis, and it will take many, many decades to come back out of it because it causes a lot of long-term damage. I'd rather see some other way to it and then a massive amount of foreign aid to like build things up for the Palestinians rather than starting over from scratch. Because if the Israeli economy is crushed and then they have to fix things and provide justice for Palestinians, it's going to become a dirt poor country, and that helps nobody in the area. I don't think it's a great way of making things better for the Palestinians. As far as whatever it's more complicated. There's no good answer there other than, again, the focus on the outside world and changing our views so that we can put the right kind of pressure. But I mean, I'm ambivalent on major boycotts and sanctions. I understand the logic, and if that's the best we can do, I'll take it. But I hope and pray we find another solution that doesn't cause a lot of damage.
Do you think
Before
there's potential to
before I
change its position? Oh, sorry. I was going to say to the question, do you think there is potential for South Africa's reputation or image or positionality to change within the global scale because of this?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think much because most countries make their decisions based upon the political and socioeconomic realities. Like what role do they play? Like how significant are they? And if they're not, people aren't going to care much. A lot of ordinary people might say, yes, yeah, go South Africa and we'll rally behind them and that's great. Hell, there's a freaking Mandela statue in Ramallah. I mean, there's a lot of people who already like what South Africans do. So it'll do that. I don't think it will help their international position. I think the only way to do that is honestly improving, getting rid of more of the corruption in government, stabilizing the way things are going there, improving their own economy, and then as the economy keeps growing and growing, and they play a greater part in politics, because that's at the end of the day one decent thing about BRICS is it helps these countries help each other out a little bit, and all can kind of rise a little bit. That's great. More multilateral power is in the long run a good thing. I just think we need to still ditch the model, but still balancing things out is still good. But I don't think this action is actually really going to help them with other countries. It's just not how countries think. No one's really going to care. At the end of the day, America can butter their bread and South Africa can't. We've got money. I mean, look at the way everyone loved freaking Gaddafi. The guy was a fucking tyrant lunatic, and everyone loved him because he splashed money around. He supported their interests. It benefited South Africa to be cozy with Gaddafi. It's at the end of the day, there's power and economic interests. That's what motivates the politics in the world.
So thank you very much for answering my questions. I'm gonna drop to allow other people to join the box because I know that there are requests.
Several countries. You put up several places all at once, and now you're running.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll wait for the book
and this and a bye. What?
Please
don't do that to me.
Not me prematurely leaving. Help. Okay, I will stay.
One quick fun one, so you can still really see it too. Oh, actually, I forget. I keep forgetting to do this. So you asked about the Houthis, right, and what they're doing. Yes. I'm not going to say the words. I'm going to tell you guys to read what's the top and bottom of the circle.
Gets the good. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
direct action gets the good.
I agree with that 100%. Now I want some watch list.
They're
but
doing
it's okay.
something. I mean, they're doing something, and it is hurting the people with money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think got the UK what do you think got that asshole Rishi Sunak to say maybe a ceasefire is a good idea? He was like, no way, no ceasefire, like bombed the holy hell out of them. And then as soon as their corporations called him up, BP called him up and said, hello, yeah, we're losing money. That's the point I was making at the very beginning here. If you don't hurt the people who have money, they'll never turn to the politicians and change things.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something good about that, you know? I don't mind it. I think it's going to hurt them a lot, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I respect the bravado, but they've been struggling through a dozen years of warfare there. There's tons of infrastructure destroyed. There's a ton of people that are already like hungry and diseased and don't have clean water, and now they have to deal with bombs from us too.
Listen, let me tell you, as a person of East African descent who, according to my DNA, has like 1 or 2% Yemeni in me as well, I'm gonna be like those. I'm gonna be like those Karens who, like, I did a DNA test. I have 1% Nigerian in me, therefore I am now Nigerian, and my great 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 grandmother was a Cherokee princess. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna say, as a person who's of East, exactly, as a person who is of East African descent, I can tell you, Yemenis are crazy. Listen, Yemenis and Somalis are not to be messed with. This
I
is the
know.
reputation that they have in East Africa
I'm
in
aware.
general.
Yep.
And as a person who does have like a lot of Yemenis in my family as well, um, who are married to my cousins and stuff like that, like they are insane and they're not to be messed with. Like the guerrilla fighters in Vietnam, who are not to be messed with, guerrilla fighters in general are going to be insane because they know their country better than any invading
They're not
force,
going to quit.
and they're going to make use of it.
As an Algerian, I can actually claim that too.
Per.
Yeah, no, again, I feel you. I get it. I'm not saying that they're going to back down. I'm saying this was already the poorest country in the Arab world, and you've had 12 years of proxy war here and tons of violence, and now they have to deal with this shit. I'm saying the suffering for ordinary people is going to go up, and that's heartbreaking to me. But that they're going to keep trying, great. You know, like a bully for them. I get that, but it's going to cost people something, and that's hard to face too. It's sad that a country that already messed up is the only one that's stepping up to try anything at all. I mean, that's an indictment of the human race as far as I'm concerned. You know, I mean, that's we fucked up here. If the Yemenis have to stand up and deal with this shit for us.
Well, that's the point of how do you want to say, when you're at your lowest, you find, it's when you have nothing to lose. Everybody's always going to, those are the ones that, it's like, what else are you going to do? They're and
There's a
they're already crumbling as it is. So join, and hopefully, I mean, am I
do something
happy?
good with it. Yeah. You know, I get you. There's one thing too. There's another dimension to this that I think often gets missed, and there's a lot of people who lament the Islamization of a lot of conflicts in the Mideast, because it used to be like tons and tons of secular groups, leftist groups that ran this thing, but for the most part, all the more effective, militant groups are Islamists now. That didn't used to be the case. One of the main reasons is the situation is so much more hopeless, but they'll fight on anyway. Like you have more dedication to a fatal cause. Where a lot of the secular groups are like, oh yeah, I'm not going to go down with the ship, bro. Like we have no chance of pulling this off. Okay, cool, I'm going to go home. But the Islamists are like, cool, strap me up, man, I'm ready to go. Right? So it's had some negative effects, and it has deepened a lot of the cultural conflicts in the region. So there are definitely bad things about thinking it this way too. Whenever you have these religiously themed groups that are the last ones fighting, they are going to have a long-term effect on the region that I don't think is healthful. But I respect the energy, I respect the fire, I respect the fact that they're doing it. So I'm gonna say go for it. But there are warning signs here about where we're trending in the last few decades. So I want to at least bring that up.
Well, it's much like after Vietnam had been colonized and recolonized and recolonized and recolonized for what 200 years by China and then Japan and then or sorry, China, then the French, then the Japanese, then the French, then the Americans, and despite their complete and utter devastation, Agent Orange destroying all their crops, they have a severe famine. They go in and kick out the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, right? Like they're the ones to step up to the plate despite their utter despot position, the desperate straits that they're in, right? It's an interesting phenomenon that does seem to, and obviously we in the West like to pretend, like to say like, oh, they were just going to conquer Cambodia, have undue influence over the region, which is okay, sure, yes, but also they're giving rice when they don't have rice to eat, so like it's anyway.
Yeah, no, it's honestly remarkable. Like we directly engineered the circumstances for that G side. We destabilized that area. We gave a green light to what happened in Cambodia in the same way we did it for Indonesia and East Timor. That shit's on us. And it was the Vietnamese who went and stopped it. And no one gives them credit for it. We in the West, when you talk about the Khmer G sides, people aren't like, oh yeah, Vietnam saved the day. It doesn't happen because they're still the bad guys for us.
Well, and what's unreal to me is how incredibly generous the Vietnamese population is. I lived in Southeast Asia for a number of years. There is, I met zero animosity as an American white boy. It's incredible the amount of torture that they've been through, but the amount of generosity that they give to the world.
Yeah. No, poor people, and there's a lot of statistical information on this. Poor people tend to be the most generous. We'll help each other out. It's easier to find solidarity. It's easier to say, I relate to your suffering. Everyone loves to point to the philanthropists. These people are doing it because they get a tax break. They don't actually give a shit about the issues because they don't suffer it. They don't feel it. They have no emotional connection to it. They're completely out of touch. But poor people will feel each other's pain. We will help out. We'll be at the food banks. So, yeah, you see a lot of that in the world. It's not something that's unique to any particular culture. That's a human thing.
Sorry, Dr. Liam, I interrupted you. I didn't mean to. I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna free up my box for the next guest, but I'm also going to probably try to take a nap. Oh, listen, if it were up to me, I would have literally talked to you about all of these issues for like 26/9, literally 26 hours and 9 days a week. That's how long I would have talked to you about these issues. Because, listen, I talk about these issues when I'm drunk at a house party. I literally talk about these, like, politics when I do that. I literally, listen, let's not talk about this. Drunk me literally goes up like this is my way of flirting with people. My pickup line is, "Hey baby boy, come tell me about the geopolitical issue in Ukraine right now." That's how so I love talking about these I love talking about these issues.
Okay.
So I would literally have
as the meme says. So you're saying there's a chance?
How is that going for you, Athena? How is that going for you, though?
How is what going for me?
Going there and be drunk and be like, "Hey, come tell me about the geopolitical situation in Ukraine." How is that going?
That surprisingly leads into long conversations. I'm not gonna lie. Surprisingly, it works, right?
That's good. It's not going good for me in Sweden.
Hell.
Oh,
but doesn't work well here either.
Yeah,
no, exactly.
So I just slip in a dad joke here and there, and then it somehow works. But I would have literally talked forever, but I have to take a nap now, so because I have work, and then I'm gonna be listening to the rest of the hearing from work. So I appreciate y'all, and I'm probably gonna be in the comments until I fall asleep. But bye.
Bye. Appreciate you.
Totally understood. Gosh, now you got me thinking though. I mean, more depressing shit. I mean, why don't we just get high and be happy? Come on, let's just.
Well, people wanting to talk about the ICJ thing. I hate to like I love it because I love justice and I love watching it unfold, but we all know Israel's going to ignore whatever the decision is, right? But even sadder is I don't even think South Africa is going to win this case because let's go through the 15 members. They have to get 8 judges out of the 15. United States, no.
And the U.S. is the president of the court. I mean,
U.S. is a no. Russia's a no. Slovakia maybe a yes. France is maybe, we don't know. Morocco's a yes. Somalia's a yes. China's a no.
I'd be shocked if France supported it. Honestly,
and
but I would be shocked if they.
Uganda for some reason has always supported Israel in the UN they're currently on the court. India is a super supporter of Israel. Jamaica is a 50-50. Lebanon is obviously a yes. Japan is going to follow suit with the West. Germany's going to follow suit because they can't afford to look bad. Australia, Brazil. I mean, there's not a chance that this thing's going to pass. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's just not gonna happen.
I mean, I'm with you. I don't like bursting bubbles, but I do a lot of it accidentally. I mean, I tend to say like it honestly wouldn't matter one way or the other as far as the actual prosecution because again, Security Council. But the main thing to get out of this is not a conviction. Because even if you get a conviction, it can't go anywhere. So it's irrelevant whether it wins or loses. Whether it wins or loses, the fact that it was there is all that matters. Because that is the win. That's the victory for us, is getting that shit on television. That's our win. So if you want to be positive about this, focus on that. Pin your hopes on that and say, look, this is on television and now do something with it. Run with it in your own country. Run with it in your own conversations. Show people this. Try to change the conversations. Don't count on the international political structure to actually do a single goddamn thing to help us. Do it for yourself. Hi.
But
Yes.
what do you think? Like, we're gonna hear the Israeli defense later on today. It's 3 hours in my time. But what do you think the implication with a no? Like, if they come out and say no, Israel didn't commit a genocide. What do you think the social implications on Europe or on the state, with people seeing like the horrific things that we saw, and then the political elite going like, nah, it's okay, keep doing what you're doing, you're fine. That ripple effect, it must create some sort of ripple effect, some sort of, even I would say some sort of like revenge mentality for the people in a lot of firms and a lot of senses. As earlier today we were talking about like how using Judaism is creating, or like the connection between Zionism and Judaism is creating more anti-Semitism because of the horrific things we're seeing. So if the ICJ come out like when they're going to do the verdict, say like, hey, you're fine, what do you think that social implication will be?
Well, for the power structure, a ruling in favor of Israel gives them cover to keep doing what they want to do already. But the fact that these things were shown means that at the end of the day, I mean, if you actually do follow news on this, if you actually do follow one of the channels that shows it, I know Fox is not going to show that. A lot of channels aren't showing this shit, but plenty of people are seeing it. More so outside the US. A lot of people outside the US watch this shit. Americans, not so much. Americans are really shitty about getting good news. We're the most propagandized population in the rich world. But a lot of people do get to see this. The key there is that when you see the cases, we do get to judge them for ourselves. There is a sense in which you can disagree with what happened, and you can see, well, it looks like this was just stacked or whatever, this was against them. Look at the evidence. How can you argue against this? So there's at least the possibility of using what was presented long-term for our purposes. That to me is enough of a win, that they were forced to defend themselves in court. Because, I mean, people have tried it in the ICC repeatedly and they have no jurisdiction. So Israel just laughs every time. They had to show up here, and people don't usually have the balls to take it to something like this and actually get them to show up. So take the win where you can get it, folks. Like, take that win and then use it socially in your own spheres. Use the evidence, get people to look at this stuff and think about it.
Yeah,
I admire. Oops, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. If they lose, it gives Israel carte blanche to do whatever the crap it wants. That's what I'm really worried about. I mean, they're already going to do whatever the crap they want, but if they lose this, oh my gosh, the hell that's going to be
No,
unleashed
I
real.
don't really. I don't think no.
Even if they
That
lose, I don't think it changes. They still have carte blanche. That's not going to change. They already have it. If they invade Lebanon tomorrow, no one's going to stop them. They already have the ability to do what they want. They've had it for decades. So it doesn't change anything in that way. It can
I
only get better in a sense. It can't really get worse.
I was going to say, I admire your optimism, Liam. And by the way, Liam, hi again. You're a hard man to reach these days. You've been doing great on this platform. And I'm very happy that you are. Well done. Yeah, I actually talked to someone earlier. Well, I didn't talk to someone. I briefly entered like a Palestinian versus Israeli live, and
Mitch,
somebody brought up something that they heard from you.
I
And I was
apologize.
like,
Mitch,
nice.
who's talk? I apologize. Mitch, are you talking?
Uh,
I can't see who's talking.
yes.
I apologize. We go in order, and I just raised you. I'm unfortunate. Carlito, I believe, has been.
And he's
It's
just
just that.
saying something. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's
Oh,
just
Yeah.
Carlito and So Speak. They've been waiting patiently.
Oh,
I apologize
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
for going into it. Yeah, I don't. But because I don't want it to go into this,
yeah.
conversation and
Right.
have them still wait.
No, the thing is, I was actually going to ask the same. Well, directly, I was going to ask you about what can we as those who are those who are civil can do about the situation. And you already said that we have to be more organized. We have to create our own societies, and that was actually the answer I wanted. So I yield the floor to Mitch or anybody else who was after me. So thanks,
Organize
Liam. I'll stay around.
organize better, use the find different ways to reach people outside your networks, but to use your personal relationships. Don't go to people who already agree with you. Go to people who disagree with you and try to find a way to speak their language. Speak to them in a way that will make sense to them, and use your personal relationship. Because the fact that you disagree but have a personal relationship gives you an in that you're not really using. And we have to get better at those kind of conversations. There's a lot of great research on how to frame things for different ways of thinking. Look into that. Look into the ways you can change the language you use to reach people in a different way. Go to where they are, talk to them. If we do more of that, we can change more minds, and that can change the politics in the country. If we organize ourselves, we have the potential of large, non-violent civil disobedient actions or whatever. We have the ability to actually put pressure on the powers that be through the money. So there's two really good things we can do. And all this stuff that's happening, everything from TikTok to the ICJ, they can all play a part in that. They're all things we can use. None of this is easy. This is still a long-term fight. But there's reasons to be hopeful. Just don't be it's solved. It's done. We've won already. Don't do that. But strap in, get your helmet, get in for the long haul, because we can do this. Hi.
If someone else had a quick kind of follow up about it's kind of along those lines, but also kind of what you're talking about earlier about sort of the religious fundamentalism being the only thing left in these desperate situations. This is a completely anecdotal narrative that I'm presenting here of a good Palestinian friend who was born and raised here in the States and is a doctor, a physician with my wife, who's also a physician. And she talks about going back on a pretty regular basis and how obviously disconnected she feels having been raised in the States, right? And that she's disheartened by how sort of fundamentalist it feels like when she goes into the mall, how it's segregated by the sexes when they go to the food court and other things like that. How do we prevent sort of I mean, in the world in which we have a free Palestine, right? How do we prevent earlier we were talking about how victims of G-side can turn around and become perpetrators of genocide. How do we prevent sort of the radicalization? I know that we all unify as people under genocide, and we've talked about before how national identity, if that's born out of a G-side, it can be problematic and things like that. But how do we stop that? How do we create a positive aftermath? Like in the example of Vietnam. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a G-side that happened, but in some respects it was very much has shared characteristics with the G side, and they've obviously turned around and had incredible economic prosperity, and frankly have become much more democratic over the past few decades from where they were decades ago. So, I mean, what do we do? how do we prevent that from happening? You know what I'm saying? How do we prevent that extremism from being the thing? Because you're right, they are the ones who stay on the ground, and they're the ones who win the war, as it were. How do you translate that into an open, great secular society of Palestine of the 19 whenever that society existed, if you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do. There's no good or easy answer to that, and again, it gets back to the structural circumstances. The longer a conflict goes on, the greater the likelihood that what follows it will be shitty. I mean, look at somebody. I can't remember who did it, but somebody brought up Algeria earlier, right? The way that conflict played out wiped out the moderates on all sides. The FLN started off, hey, we want a country for, whatever race, religion, whatever language, it's all cool. Let's all be brothers here. We just want to end imperialism, right? By the end of that, no one felt safe. No one was happy. And you ended up with one of the most intense police states in the Arab world. Algeria is politically a shit show. Its government is horrible. But it's horrible in large part because of what that conflict did. Right? This situation is worse in many ways. And I have a lot of faith in the Palestinian people. They're generally a very open, inviting, very secular population, but they have been put through hell. And if you turn that around and give them power, I don't know how it'll turn out. I think history is a good indicator that we should be worried about that. So there's no good answer just because of the way things tend to work, other than the same kind of shit I'm always talking about. Start locally, build up good networks, support ordinary people, really help out. And one of the single best things you can do is, if we get any kind of real solution to this situation, rain cash on it so you fix shit so people aren't struggling to survive, because the more desperate they are, the hungrier they are, the more they have to worry about their children, the more likely they are to listen to extremist voices. Oh, look, the world doesn't care about us, they abandoned us. We dumped so much money into Afghanistan while the Soviets were there so people could keep unaliving each other for our proxy war, and as soon as that was done, we walked away and we left them in the rubble. So of course they go to the Taliban. It makes sense. They're the only people who could possibly hold order with all these crazy ass fucking warlords, and everything else that was going wrong. It threw them in the arms of that. That's our fucking fault. What we should have done was stayed there and rained fucking cash to make up for the shit that we did. We shouldn't have gone in the first place. That's a whole. It's like a series of. You go farther and farther back, and there's more and more bad decisions. But once you've made a bad decision, you have to fix it somehow. You have to step up. You have to genuinely help ordinary people. Because if you don't help ordinary people, then they will turn to demagogues. They will turn to people who promise them an easy solution. Join me and I will fix things, my brothers. And that's how we all go straight to hell. It's too tempting. Everyone wants to hear that. When you're looking at your own child being hungry, of course you're going to listen to a tyrant. So that's two things we can do. Organize locally, help people out, build good mutual aid networks, but at the same time, really step up internationally. The Arab world, the Europeans, the Americans, Canada, Japan, everyone has had any part in supporting this long-term clusterfuck needs to step up and help the Palestinians.
Right, and I
Well,
wonder.
I can reiterate on that. I can add to that. So as
May,
Syrian,
wait,
that
Rebel,
yes, Jax.
Rebel, may I just say one thing? I just wanted to talk about the live really quick. Everybody, please tap on the screen. Please share it out. If you're enjoying this, join Liam's team, which is right above that little heart. Tap it. It's one coin, and he gets to join him, and he boosts him in the algorithm, and he loves it. He loves everything, all the attention, and he loves the comments. But the one thing I wanted to make very well aware, this is an educational live, okay? It's not a debate platform. I don't know if Liam, there is somebody in the request right now, Liam. I don't know if you want that on your platform today, if you're interested in that.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't need this. If somebody
Yeah, as
wants to
long
have a respectful conversation, they don't have to agree with me. That's fine there. As long as it's a respectful dialogue and they're asking questions, and we can. If somebody says, "What about this?" and then I give an answer, and if it turns into a "nuh-uh" and then an argument, no. I mean,
Yeah.
go somewhere else. Go yell in your echo chamber somewhere else. I'm fine with those civil conversations with anybody. I've sat down with some of the worst fucking people you've ever met. You know, I'll talk to anybody as long as they're willing to talk and see where it's going to go. And if it goes in a bad direction, I'm done.
Well, that's what your mods are for, then, if it goes in a bad direction. And everybody on the panel, if you are new here, everybody takes their turns. We go up and down, who comes on the panel, have their conversation, and then once they're finished, like right now, if I don't know, like I said before, Soul speak. I don't know if you want to speak to the doctor next, or if you have any questions. Otherwise, there are people that I could rotate out, so I don't know if you want to ask him anything. But I apologize, before Soul speak, I did interrupt Rebel. I apologize for that. Oh, look, you had wizard eyes and you missed it. You missed your wizard eyes. But I apologize,
Sorry.
Rebel, to interrupt you. It
You
just,
know,
No,
you
that's
know,
fine. That's all
I'll do it
right.
again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
oh, you'll do it again? Yay, because he loves his wizard eye. Because it brings up the what's it called? The mad professor. Oh, I always forget the YouTube channel.
I don't know which one is Wizard Eyes. I don't know which one this is. So
This is the ones that like they glow your eyes, basically. They're like, yeah,
green light.
yeah. They look like wizard eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are cute. But
It's like my Underdark infravision.
there you go.
Oh, there
There
you
you
go.
are. There you are. So we do enjoy the platform, but yes, I did see this person's profile. I do know who this person is, and I will allow them up, and that's it. And I'm sure this person probably knows who I am, because I'm pretty much everywhere. So if you don't respect the man, trust me, you're gonna be bounced faster than a basketball.
Jax,
There's a fun
could I
question from
ask?
Like Sarah says, please tell me you DM. I did for decades, and I miss it. I don't have a group together anymore. I would still do it. I mean, I could show you a giant ass map. I developed a world and the races and economies. I love history and anthropology. I like fleshed out this campaign, and we had a ton of fun with it. But the people I started with, you get older, you get busy with kids, people drift away, and it's just gone. And I've tried repeatedly to get together with different people with groups in years after that. It's just harder to hold together. I'd honestly love it, but at this point, I live in a small mountain town. Most of my neighbors are like batshit crazy libertarians and Republicans. I'm not going to meet group locally, but I'd love to. So yes, I do. And I have an entire bookcase of D&D going back to first edition. I'm older than I look, but I don't anymore, unfortunately. I miss it. I miss telling stories. It was so much fun. So thank you for asking. It takes me back. It's like,
It's never too late to start again, Liam.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I have to have people to play with. If I don't have people to play with, I could play with myself. But do you want to watch me play with myself?
No, thank you. We're good.
Liam,
It's not that kind
don't
of
get your
live.
live band. But Jax, real quick, I just I'm hoping to clarify the turn taking policy and like are folks allowed to jump in when they want to say something, or like what is
Yeah,
how
well,
how
basically,
strict is this? How does the queue work? We didn't have a system like this the last time I participated, so
We chop heads here if people cut in line.
oh goodness. Okay.
One thing that would
I
help,
want
and
to
I don't,
just
not everyone can do this easily, and I don't know if anybody has an idea for a way around it. But one good thing about having cameras up, and I've done this when I've jumped in other people's lives, is if I have a thought, I'll let people know just by voting. And then the moderators will see that and say, oh, I think Liam wants to respond quickly to this. And then I'll make something quick as a response, and then it'll go back to the next person in order. As long as it's quick, I think it's kind of nice if somebody can build directly on something, as long as we don't then detour, because then it takes it away from somebody else's time. But I don't know if people who don't have how would they let you guys know?
Liam,
well, to be honest,
don't make me raise my put on my camera just to raise my.
Well,
Come on,
is
man.
there another way? I don't know another way.
the only other way.
There should be. There
Well,
should be.
like you see the person in the comments, they raise their hand in the comments, and I could be able to see it. And then or Liam could be able to see the hands, like you see how French Peacock.
French Peacock. Yeah.
French Peacock
Oh,
is
look
putting
at
their
that.
hand.
That's cool.
And that's like one other way you could do
I'm not.
Have 1,000 followers to show my ugly mug yet, so I gotta just do
Oh,
the.
that's so bad. Don't say that about
Yeah,
yourself.
as
You're
long as it's
amazing.
quick. As long as it's quick, a kind of like quick follow on with something. But we want to keep mostly to an order so that it's fair to people who are waiting, because we ramble and sometimes it can take quite a while before somebody gets to ask their question. So I feel bad about that. But
Oh, and that's
other times, I mean, if the iron goes cold and you can't get back to the point you wanted to make too. So I'm sympathetic to that as well. So I'm just saying, anybody who wants to step in, keep it as fast as possible, and so we can go back on to the next thing.
So I want to reiterate about the extremism in terms of conflict. I'm from Syria, so I have seen people steaming from their foreheads like 50 meters away. All right, that's 100 feet. That's like 200 feet away. I've seen that. I lost people, lost like best friends and stuff. The thing with extremism is that once you are oppressed to the point of Palestinians, you tend to just want to live in damn peace afterwards. You're too drained to that extent. And in terms of like the Palestinians themselves, there is a lot of displacement into the West, into the state, into Europe. And with the civil movement that we're seeing, the marches and all of these, like let's put it this way, the rabbis getting involved, a lot of Western media getting involved, a lot of Western people getting involved, and that's reflecting from social media to inside of Gaza right now, inside of the West Bank. That does open an eye for people. And at the end of the day, we saw how the girl came out from H group and she was like, shukran, bye. So even if that's like, if we want to put that as the most radical example there is, they didn't show a sign of like disparity of fear when they came out in the hostage exchange. So even if that is a very small sample, like there is extremists, I'm not saying there is not, but if that's the active people on the ground that have the power, then the extremists are kind of not as effective as we might think, because that's the people with the pui at the end of the day. That's the people with the weapons. So there is extremists, and it will result extremists, but it's just the case of Palestine. I don't think with the 48, with how many there is outside of Palestine and all of this, it wouldn't end up being, let's say, like Taliban. That's not the case in Palestine.
Yeah, no, not like that, no. But so on the one hand, I want fully to agree, and for a couple of reasons. The one is just a personal connection. I know a lot of people there, and they're beautiful people, and it's hard to imagine this getting bad, you know. And two, again, historically, Palestinians are remarkably like secular and tolerant people. The actual support for what the H group ultimately wants is about 5%. It's never been high. They're not naturally zealots. It just doesn't fit. It's not part of the cultural DNA in the Levant. But I also, just looking broadly at history, there's a lot of shit that goes wrong over and over and over again, and it's hard to predict. And also, I have the opposite personal experience. I have talked to some people in the West Bank and Gaza I have heard some horrifying shit of what they want to do. Now, this doesn't mean they're going to do it. It doesn't mean they're going to have the power to do it. They could just be angry. They can go, I don't know, get drunk or something and get over it. Who knows? But I've heard some bad shit too, and that worries me given the long-term situation here and the way this is played out around the world. But my heart is in your camp, and I want to hope for the best, and I think that there's good reason too. I just don't want us to be Pollyannas about this and think, oh, it's obviously going to turn out all right just because Palestinians are great. There's no way to.
Obviously not.
So
Yeah,
it just
obviously not. Especially when people are oppressed, they tend to be undereducated systematically.
yeah,
So I'm not saying it's going to be all right, but I'm not saying it like
yeah.
I'm saying there is a huge potential that it wouldn't
There's
be
reason
as
for
bad
hope.
as what
Yeah,
normal person think.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we agree
exactly.
there. There's reason for hope that it'll turn out well. And I think we can build on that. As long as we don't just blindly trust in it and we work to build it, we work to make it happen, I think it will happen. But if we don't, if we turn our backs on it and walk away, then all bets are off. So that's on us at the end of the day. You said something that made me think of a point that I think will probably make some people happy. Because people are always asking, what can we do? What can we do? Who can we put pressure on? One thing that I have found interesting about more recent years is the number of media actually on the ground. Because you don't have to go back very far and there was no international media. There used to be like one British correspondent based in Nazareth. So not even in the West Bank, but at least in an Arab area. There was no one in the West Bank. There was no one in the Strip. That's no longer the case. I think if you really want more change, lobby your local media in your country. Tell them to get on the ground. Call them up, write them letters. Like say, hey, when are you going to put a reporter in the West Bank? When are you going to put a reporter on the ground there? When are you going to actually start reporting what happens there and not just, press releases? I think more eyes on the ground, more actual international media. So people can't say, well, it's just because the H group said so, or, oh, that's Al Jazeera. We can't trust Al Jazeera. But no, get more Reuters people, get more people from the Beeb there, get people from media organizations all around the world, put people from Deutsche Welle on the fucking ground and never let them leave. Call your media people and tell them. I think that can change things a lot. So sorry, you said something that really made me think of that, and it's so hopefully that's helpful.
And I wonder too if the diaspora, not to extend this any longer, but I wonder if this situation is a little bit different than some of the other G sides that I was kind of sort of hinting at, in that there's a huge diaspora, right? That has the, and obviously the right of return is a huge part of an eventual peace deal, whatever that may look like, or a free Palestine would include. I have to imagine it would include some form of right of return. So I wonder if the inclusion of those who have lived in the diaspora returning help temper some of those worse behaviors. But who knows?
I hope so, but it could also make them worse. It just depends. If you think about the most aggressive, so go back to the pre-Islamist period and look at 60s, 70s, 80s, when a lot of the secular leftist militias were running things. The militants were recruited almost entirely in the diaspora, and some of the most violent of them, they're people from the diaspora. They're angry because they've been cut out of their homeland. So it could again go either way. So I don't. There's a lot of people who are going to come with a lot more cosmopolitan values from other places, and they're going to have, oh yeah, we want to calm things down and just think, about the future. But there's also going to be a lot of really angry people. So, again, history gives you a very mixed picture there.
True. Well, all
I'm
that
gonna
cycle.
I'm gonna grab an antihistamine because I don't know if you guys know this because I love critters. I'm allergic to everything, including cats. So if I don't take my antihistamines every 6 hours or so, I'll be back in a few seconds.
Go right
Figure out
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your answers. Appreciate it. I'm going to drop off. There's some people in the comments that want to talk about Mormonism in Israel, so one day I'll have to come on and talk about it.
Ooh,
Yeah, that'd be fun.
that would be.
Just in general,
I'm a 30-year veteran of the church, and I have some I have some deep
I would
connections
love
within the
that.
church hierarchy. So
I would love that so much. I would truly. You must invite me because
Yeah.
I grew up in the Mormon Church. I haven't been a Mormon for a long time, but I grew
No,
up
we
there.
have two people in the same six here. That
Yeah,
seems
there are people in the comments too who are like, "Yeah, I'm ex-Mormon." Yeah.
Well, hey, let's
come
talk.
on, Dr. Liam. Don't you know we're all part of the lost tribes of Israel? Come on, I'm Ephraim. It says so in my patriarchal blessing.
I'm Ephraim too,
I'm of the tribe of Ephraim. So
We're Mormon Israeli tribe brothers, man. Like, come on.
Can people recovering from other religions join into this? A lot of my family's Catholic, so I guess I have to say I'm a recovering Catholic.
Yes.
Or a fully recovered Catholic.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Doctor. We'll see you soon.
Liam.
Peace be unto you too. And thanks, mods, for doing an excellent job. Love y'all. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Okay, so when Liam comes back, it's definitely your turn. Are you ready? Poor thing. I'm so sorry. Are you
Do you
there?
mean me?
Yes. Did you want to ask any questions or?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Just making sure.
So, Liam, two things. Well, one thing, Rebel, I totally agree with what he was talking about towards the end. I tend to be more optimistic, and then I come on Liam's lives, and he kind of, like what you say, helps me manage my expectations and my excitement. So, going back to ICJ.
Is that a nice way of saying I depress people?
No, I think it's important for people like me to be more centered because I will tend to, oh my gosh, someone's talking about Palestine. This is great, because for me, my grandfather was a social activist Palestinian who left and was a victim of the Nakba of 1948, and to me, it's like I think if he was alive today and he saw that there was a legitimate trial against Israeli war crimes, like I feel my grandfather would be comforted just knowing that, regardless of, and he was a realist, regardless of whether it yields immediate results or long-term results. I feel like for me that's something for us to stand on. But what do you say to, like, I know you didn't watch it. I watched it twice because I'm such a nerd. But they had so much passion when they were speaking that, first of all, I wanted to ask you, like, what's in it for South Africa to initiate this? But before we get on to that, that passion to me feels like sorry, I lost my train of thought. I guess we can answer what motivated South Africa to be the leader in this.
Think about the next thing then, and so there's a it's a mixed bag in terms of what they can get out of it, because governments again always have to have some kind of motive there. But I think there's one motive here that in a sense seems more altruistic, but actually still affects their domestic politics. For anyone who doesn't know, the previous South African, I don't mean the previous administration, I mean like the apartheid regime, was really tight with Israel. Like really, like they collaborated on like a ton of weapons development.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
and the Israelis refused to support the sanctions regimes. They supported the South Africans to the end. They were blood brothers. So I think the current government feels a sense of obligation to make up for that, to actually step up and say, you know what, we're not like that old government here. We're going to take responsibility for our country's mistakes. in supporting this. And I think that's something that the whole world needs to step up and do. So I think for their own domestic consumption, they get something out of a stand on principle because of their own history.
So not in the same way that maybe Germany is like, oh, talking or criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic, because that's superficial. Like, oh, I'm clear of my past. That's a superficial effect.
Clearly not. It's an excuse. It's an excuse not to deal with the past.
Correct.
Germany loves Israel, so it can still be an anti-Semitic.
But you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly, South Africa has deeper, more genuine motives to step up in this case about their own past. Oh,
I'm saying
awesome.
it wants to. It's in a sense trying to face that.
Okay.
I think it's an attempt to do that. It's still difficult, and again, there's a lot of support, and even across racial lines in South Africa still for Israel today. So it's not like everyone supports this government's actions. But doing something like this is an intervention in that internal debate. It's an attempt to start pushing in the right direction that way. So I think what they mainly get out of it is actually for domestic consumption. I think it's really about their own internal domestic politics and their own path to reconciliation and change.
Okay, so win-win. I get it. Yeah, I can respect
It's good
that.
for us. But I think ultimately it's good for them. I don't think it gets them anything internationally. I think it just pisses people off. I don't think it helps them, country-wise in the world. But I think it helps them internally. I think it's an intervention in their own internal debates over their own past.
Okay, and the question that left my mind was, so when I look at them and I see how passionate they are speaking about this, I think, okay, who in the world, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now wants to look back on this? The whole, where were you when there was a genocide, a trial? What did you back? What country or what society in the world wants to say, oh yeah, we were the ones that said, keep on going on?
Yeah, that's the sad thing is, honestly, and this is one of the, again, a matter of the way the world is sort of structured this way, we generally don't. Like, tell me the United States has actually owned up to the fact that it directly supported the Shoah. Because we did.
Right.
We directly helped it. Like, not only did we turn down Jewish refugees beforehand, not only did we not boycott the Berlin Olympics after the Nuremberg laws were in place, not only did our companies continue to invest and support, IBM was building machines to help them tabulate what's going on there. And that, while that was illegal under U.S. law, as soon as we joined the war with Germany, we allowed them to keep doing it. We allowed American companies to continue collaborating with the Yazis, and we literally instructed bombers not to hit those buildings. Because that's Ford owns that shit. You can't bomb that. Like, we never faced that at all. We don't talk about it. It's invisible. Like, the fact that we directly funded and supported that movement, we took no responsibility at all. That's more the norm in history.
But
everyone claims they were on the right side, regardless of the facts.
Right, but in this case, they don't get to. Guess why? Because we have well-documented video footage that we didn't have around the Shoah.
Oh no, we had don't discount the amount of evidence there was. We knew at the time that Americans were directly supporting them. We knew how many Yahtzee sympathizers there were in the U.S. We just never dealt with it. We just pretended we were on the right side. Look at all the rhetoric around, like, it was the good war. We went in to stop the Yahtzees being bad. We went in to save Jews. It was a complete fucking lie. And you knew it because in the newspapers at the time, the government's position was stated over and over again that it had nothing to do with that. Like, people knew. They had the evidence in front of them, and for emotional reasons and social reasons, we pushed it to the side. And we said we were on the right side all along. Look at the way France loves to talk about being one of the Allied countries in World War II, and then pretend the fact that they weren't literally a Hitler ally for more than half the war.
Yeah,
they were on the wrong side of that fucking war.
Yeah,
they not only surrendered, they actively allied with the Yazis, and we all pretend they stayed an ally the entire time because that's more convenient afterwards. No one wants to remember that. The French people are proud of their partisans and all selectively forget their government and the culpability of tons of French bureaucrats and administrators and military figures actively supporting the Nazis. Everyone wants to be on the right side.
So essentially, we're gonna see what is convenient for us to see.
Yeah, exactly. Societies will tend to lie. What ordinary people can do is we can hold our societies accountable and stop them from lying. And that's a hard fight. There were people all through American history that pointed to the injustices of slavery and the injustices of Native American genocide. Like, there were always people stepping up and saying it, trying to call our state on the lies. But if there's not enough of them, they get away with it, and that becomes the narrative. So, yeah, in hindsight, after that, I mean, if we don't keep this up, everyone's gonna forget, and they're gonna get to rewrite history the way they want it, because that's what people do. But at the end of the day, we have a say in that. We can not allow it.
Yeah.
Look at that! Wait a minute, I don't want to be a crusade. I'm not a crusading colonist or
Yeah, that was perfect timing right there. Well, I like everybody else that's on here, I could be on with you all night, so I'm going to drop, or I'm going to let Ma drop me. But just one last comment. I just want to tell you that when I first saw you on a live, Liam, I was like, oh, bearded guy, seems to know stuff. So I hang on a little bit, and then you start talking about the Israel-Palestine thing. So this is what, like 2 months ago. And I'm thinking, oh gosh, he really does know stuff. He knows more stuff than I do about like my stuff. And then I kept waiting for that pipe. Not that I would ever recommend anyone smoke or condone it, but I'm like, where's his pipe? Like, if you took out that pipe, you would have had me at hello. Like, you would have had me at, like, that would have been perfect.
I think I'm a little too ridiculous to pull off the pipe. That needs to be a bit more dignified. I need to
It's too grounding for you.
I'm not dignified enough. I'm a ridiculous human being.
It's too centered, and you like to be more left. I get it.
But I do have one that I've used. It gets back to like the D&D question. I'll do like character voices and play around.
You have a pipe that you could fake smoke.
I'm a dwarf character with a pipe.
Dude, totally. You should totally do a live with a pipe. I'm telling you, you'll have more people watching. I'm telling you.
That's the one thing he can't do. I would suggest it.
Oh, that's right. He can't on here
on TikTok.
You're right. He can't.
Well, can you if there's nothing actually in it?
Nope. Can't show it.
You could gesture it with your hand maybe from time to time.
There's one in a little case that's actually on one of the game shelves. It's in the other room.
But you can have it in the background, like as a suggestion.
Liam at all costs.
I know. I agree. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Have a good night, and thanks, mods, for everything that you do. And I will catch you guys later.
Night, Soul Speak. Oh my goodness. When is Minerva getting her... I saw her on your shoulder earlier, and I was very jealous because my cat will not allow that.
She is bold enough and knows me well enough that I can do anything I want with her. She'll put up with anything because she trusts herself and she trusts me.
Yeah,
So
I wonder if it's like a girl cat versus boy cat thing, because
I've had both of them like that. It's a personality thing. But the
gotcha.
There's the more it's hard. The simplest thing I'll say about cats, though, they're individuals just like people, and if you figure out what drives them, what their fears are, what they need, like if you make them feel respected, they will fucking love you, and you can get away with anything you want. But it takes time. It can take years. I have had cats where it takes me 5-6 years, and finally they're lap cats. Like, they have nothing to do with it and then suddenly, boom, they're inseparable because you're reaching them a little bit at a time, making them feel safer and safer.
I think I'm there with my cat. Honestly, I've raised him from a kitten. He's currently lounging on the floor right next to me, so he likes to be close to me. But like, he's not a shoulder cat. He has never been.
Yeah.
He will not. He will not tolerate it.
Everyone's different. It's a personality issue. Socrates is likely never to get to there. He is relatively uncomfortable being picked up. I can do it now, but for years, if you picked him up, you're going to get claws. But he's perfectly fine as long as you don't do that. Now I can pick him up pretty easily. But yeah, it's a personality thing at the end of the day. They all, yeah, they're people. You know, they have their own personalities, and they all have their own stories and their own traumas. And the fact that I generally adopt street cats, you know, traumatized cats. Oh, I get a ball cat. The one that's the one that I lost just a few months ago, Moshe. He was a terminal island feral. He was from the port of Los Angeles. He's literally a harbor feral, and I took him in, and it took years, but he became the most affectionate, loving critter ever. He was like, we were inseparable. But it took a long time because you have to get through his traumas and his own past, what happened in his life. She was a desert street cat. So, you know, she was like prowling around the streets of, you know, like Lake Elsinore up in the hills and whatnot. And, you know, she was picked up from there. And it took a while. And yeah, again, today we're inseparable. You know, they're all like that. But different cats will take different amounts of time and effort and different techniques, and they'll all get to a different place because, like us, they like different things. They have different love languages, you know, so to speak. They different
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've had cats in the past who've been very comfortable climbing up on you and laying on your chest, and the cat I have now, he's just not about that. He'll snuggle with me, and he will like climb into bed and knead on me and like put his little paw over my arm, and like he's very affectionate. Don't get me wrong, but he does not like being conveyed by my body. He does not like that at all.
There's a yeah, I can't remember having one that ever did never end up in that place. It's like they all end up in a place where they're very comfortable being close and on top of me. But it can take a while. With some things like for Moshe, what made it easier for him was he had a real phobia about bare skin. He wouldn't climb up on he wouldn't put his head on my leg or anything like that if my leg wasn't covered. So if I put a slight blanket on there, he would lay on it. And it made it easier, and eventually it got to where he didn't care, and then he'd just curl up right on my bare arm. But initially, if my arm wasn't covered, he wouldn't lay on it. So it's a quirk of him that I had to figure out what made it easier for him to get used to it, you know? They're all a little different that way. And so it may be that your cat will get there. You just got to find the thing that greases the wheels for him, so to speak.
I mean, I'm okay with it if he never wants to lay over my shoulder.
Yeah, but I'm just like, shoulder's a different thing. That's relatively uncomfortable for them. You have to be
No, yeah, I had a cat when I was growing up that she was perfectly happy to lay across my shoulder all day. She was like my little parrot, and I miss that a little bit. Don't tell my current cat I said that, but you know.
She's all fur. She's like 7.5 pounds and extremely acrobatic. I mean, this cat will like set land speed records jumping from piece of furniture to piece of furniture and never miss. She's an acrobat. So she trusts herself. My boys are usually too big for that. They would not trust themselves. They'd never be comfortable with it. So that I think is more of a small cat thing. Not necessarily female, but definitely a small cat, acrobatic cat kind of thing here.
Yeah, yeah.
But
that's a big difference.
It's why
I can put anywhere.
I know, but literally her face as you've been talking, she has this mush face. Like, it's okay. Dad has me. It's okay.
So sweet.
Such a beauty. I love her.
Yep. She's a good kid.
You know, I originally, you know, I identified her as the host, and I'm standing by that. She is the leader here. She is the star of the show. I'm sorry, Liam. I respect you too.
This is a dangerous moment because she will take swipes at the dog. So hopefully that didn't hit me. Mira, dog. What's he doing? do you need? What do you need? You were just outside. You don't need to go back out again, do you?
As Minerva's laying on you, the only thing that's moving is the tip of her tail. She's like, doop, 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 doop. That's
I like that she's got like her right back leg on your head just in case she's got to use it to
yeah, but
propel
like the tip.
herself
She's
toward
like,
the dog.
This is her telling me I'm fine with this, but this is not ideal. He's letting me know I would rather be in your lap or your arms. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know? But it's very subtle. Like
people in the comments are rightly demanding that we move on from the cat topic, but you know I could talk for hours. But they're probably right.
But guys, Doctor, thank you for having me. I'm always honored, and I enjoy these conversations. I enjoy listening, enjoy coming up and talking to you. It's 7:30 a.m. in Sweden, and I haven't slept for 24 hours. So I'm gonna call it a nap to wake up at 10 and watch what's gonna happen today. And Jax, thank you for your effort. Much appreciated. And
always
full
love you,
conversation.
Rebel. And
Oh,
also, time check, Liam. How much longer are you going to be on?
well, let Rebel finish
Oh,
because he
yeah,
wants to go to
absolutely.
sleep,
yeah,
and then
yeah. So I'm gonna try to take a nap, guys. And thank you, Doctor, for having me. Much pleasure. Good night, everyone.
much appreciated. Have a great nap.
Thank
Good
you.
night, bro.
How much time do I? What time is it? I don't know. Hour and a half, something like that is fine.
Perfect.
You know, I still want to be able to get up in the morning and get to work. I have a bunch of stuff I want to do for a manuscript and some stuff for classes tomorrow before my regular office hours come around.
Yeah,
Is that
so figure an hour. An hour
so?
would be good.
Yeah, about an hour, and let me actually get some sleep and then get some work done in the morning.
Yeah, so, all right. I'll clock you right now.
So, Doctor, just while it's a moment of silence, I want to first say I'm sorry I didn't recognize your position and your, accolades, but I did recognize your intelligence. I
What
just
did I
thought
do?
you was, no, I didn't know you were a PhD
Oh,
actively practicing, and
yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a historian.
but it makes sense because I go places and I kind of get the same reactions and responses all the time from people, and and then I run into people sometimes and we understand each other. It's no problem. I I'm understood, and it's just sad that it takes somebody with a damn PhD to be able to speak to somebody who does not have a PhD. So uh,
Yeah.
I want to be your friend. I want to follow you. I'm already following you, but I want to contribute, and hopefully, like I can get some of, I can internalize some of the proper terms to go with some of the things that I speak about regularly, so that I may be better received by people who are expecting, elegance and eloquence and common sense. So I just saw a moment I could jump in where nobody was really talking about anything, and I wanted to make
Yeah.
that point because I
Thanks.
actually stuck around just to do that, right? Uh, and I know this is not how things work, but just because I have your attention right now, just if I ever do anything or have any problem, please know that I would very much appreciate not being a problem or creating a problem. And I want to comply so that I may participate with you. But I will say that moderators are no fan of me. No page I've ever been on, they don't like me. I'm just putting it out there straight like that. And then I'm already black. As soon as people realize that, oh God, I get the same thing. I get all kinds of reasons, but I get the same type of reaction response. And I don't even care. But what I want you to know is I don't want to make a foul. I don't want to mess up. And if I do, I want you to know I respect you. I will go as far as to say I love you. For me, I am a grown ass man. I don't throw that shit around like that. I don't throw it around like that. I wouldn't care if we was in a foxhole and we were both about to be charged. I wouldn't say I loved you unless I felt like you were the kind of person that I would donate an organ for. I would say this person needs to be around so they can explain shit to the dummies who won't listen to me. So therefore, he can have my lungs because no one listens when I fucking speak out of my black lungs. But he can say the same thing, and
We
and
got to
people will
change that.
hear it. So I don't want to brown nose my way into friendship or nothing. But it is very
No, it's
rare that you don't understand. I go on some of these broadcasters, just two broadcasters, right? Chip Barnes and Erica Warsaw. And people try to talk down to my position as if I don't even have feelings. Okay. Then the moderation attacks and attacks and attacks. And it's like, oh, I'm wasting my time. So being here with a person like you who is a PhD who can articulate the things that I can say better than I can say, better than I can articulate them. That really, really just make me almost cry at the same time. I feel relaxed. Like, you know what? I don't have to let people bully me with their own projections. When I know I got a person with 10,000 books behind them can say I'm making sense. While this
yeah.
other person don't have no books behind them and just dismiss me publicly, irrationally, and it's hard, man. I'm just be honest with you. It's very, very hard being a black person on any stage, on a TikTok panel, and anywhere. And I don't want no sympathy. I don't want no sympathy. It's the only reason I got to still fight against the evil.
Oh,
It's
what
because
you're going
I'm
to get from
always
me is
reminded.
solidarity. Sympathy doesn't
Exactly.
change shit.
You say
Solidarity.
exactly what I say. You say everything you said. I've said. People tell me I'm not making sense, or because I don't know the right word. Maybe I don't know. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. But you, sir, are a fine specimen of a thinking man, and may no harm come to you, and may you live long and prosper. And I'll shut the hell up.
Thanks. There's two quick things I want to throw in there. One is don't cut yourself don't sell yourself short in this kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, the degrees don't change everything. I mean, we can do all the same kind of stuff. I didn't even start college until I was 30. I mean, I'm from an entirely working class family. No one in my family ever went to college, and I was reading all this shit before I got in. So, we can all it's helpful in some ways, but it's not necessary. So there's tons of ways to do that. And thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. It's not going to go to my head because I don't take myself seriously. So at the end of the day, I know I'm a ridiculous human being, and I honestly have no idea why y'all put up with me. So I'm just gonna enjoy this because I enjoy the conversation. So it's all good. Okay, so where are we, Jax? And there's a hand up, but I don't know where we're supposed to go next either.
Yeah, that's. I apologize. Mitch is next. Is his hand? He turned on his camera just for you.
Perfect then. Perfect.
It's awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to say to EPI, or how do you prefer to be named? EPI or
I think it's epic.
Epic? Okay. I just wanted to say to him, you're not the only person who feels that way. I mean, like for
It's
me,
Epi Revolution.
Epi Revolution. Okay.
Yeah, meaning above revolution.
Okay. All right. Well,
gotcha.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know you're not the only person who feels that way. I mean, it took me a long time to find Liam's live, and I was very grateful when I did, because it's just the discourse on TikTok about the topics we discuss here is not very good. It's not very well moderated. It's not very well organized or administered, and like here it is, and that is wonderful, and I appreciate it very much.
Thanks much. Yeah, I'll do whatever I can, and I'm honestly, again, I have to say I'm appreciative that there is an audience and that people actually give a shit and want to talk about this stuff, because this for most of my life I struggled to find anybody I could talk to about anything. I mean, I'll tell you, I was a longshoreman before, and if you're just like unloading container ships and you want to talk about Kantian philosophy, no one wants to fucking talk to you. Like, what the fuck is this person? Like, what, it just, I was always in the wrong place. So it's neat to find people who actually, I don't know, care and want to talk. And it's like, it's fun. It's a nice social experience for me to actually have conversations and not have people look at me like, what the fuck planet are you from? Because that's the general response to me.
Clearly, like, so much appetite for it, almost to the point where, like, I'm like, I'm almost like a little bit uncomfortable for you by proxy with the amount of admiration that you're getting, but you deserve it. Like, you really do. You're doing great work here, and you're creating a space for people to have good faith conversations about very difficult topics, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that.
I love it. This is like the best time to mod today. Everybody's being so kind and it's making me very happy.
Yeah, I was about to give him a shout out too, yo, Liam, you caught, you know,
Yay! You know
yeah,
you're
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
make
I'm like,
Liam
talk
blush.
to me
No,
about
Laura.
depressing shit.
because
We don't talk
I'm
about
actually
depressing shit. Everyone's just being nice.
nah, no, for real though. You're the teacher I never had, man. Honestly, I couldn't even be more grateful to come across such a smart, intelligent person that even sees with his both eyes and listen with his both ears, not only the one and a half. So I really appreciate for me that is from the streets, has been always been about the streets and all that. Um I kind of feel like there's some piece in me that there's a piece of me that ha- I got the peace, the inner peace, just by listening to how you talk and how you express your opinions, even though it is mostly entitled to the facts and the reality is how it is. Even if it goes left or right, negative or positive, I'm still here though, listening, and I've been able, and because of you, I have been taught to listen for a change, and I don't know how I can be more grateful for that, bro. I really appreciate it. You're the teacher I never had, man. I wish you were in my school.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can tell, but I love what I do for a living. I genuinely appreciate. I mean, I wish there was more time in it, because honestly, a semester and like hour-long classes, what can you really do? I mean, I want, because I have material I've got to cover, but I want the conversations. I want people to ask questions. So I love it when people bring things up and I can sort of like weave it in somehow and like make those connections. But it's harder. In some sense, I like the more freewheeling sense that you get in office hours when people come to you after classes and they can hit you with something that you can really dive into it with them. So I think that's the kind of vibe I'm going for here. I enjoy those conversations. Now I try as much as I can to draw people in the classroom, but honestly, some classes are just me like ranting at you for an hour. It's not the same feel. I really appreciate the back and forth dynamics where you can get those going. So it's great. So this is a lot of fun for me. I love, because everyone thinks differently. Everyone has different experiences. We all see things differently, and we can learn from each other. So I mean, any instructor who's not learned, any teacher who doesn't learn from their students is a shit teacher. Like, what the fuck are they doing? I mean, this is a process. So
I got
Yeah,
one for you.
because I wouldn't ended up in a society where the streets was talking for me. I wouldn't be ending up there. So I really admire you, man. I really do.
thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, enough love fest. Let's talk about some depressing shit. Where can you go next?
Yeah, let's keep it gangsta, y'all.
How
Okay.
can, how can we take this fucked up world and make it better?
All right. Well, I think everybody basically spoke. And your camera's on, and I can't say your. It's getting late, and I don't have my glasses on. I don't have my glasses. Your camera's on.
Is it
You're
me,
next.
Shmulik?
Shmulik, yes, Shmulik.
Okay. My turn?
Yes, your turn, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. A pleasure and an honor to be on your show. It's my second time. Last time we spoke, I believe, was just after Christmas Eve, and it was very enlightening for me. I really loved it. And today I happened to catch a video of you giving the finger to some doxer, and I was blown away. That was great. I loved it. Just to in so I just came back from being microwaved in an MRI machine, and
Oh,
but just before I went in, I heard a lady speak very eloquently um, about anti-Semitism and Zionism, and how anti-Semitism is used as, I'm paraphrasing, as a shield for Zionism, and if anybody tries to, and that they were deliberately linked together, and etc. And I had some thoughts about that. I had some opposition to that. That being, I'm Israeli born, I'm Jewish, and I'm pro-Israel, of course. Um, and I thought about, like, how is that really because it's a natural link. I don't think it's a forced link. Yeah, maybe some people try to make it that way. Maybe some people try to cover criticism for Israel under anti-Semitism, which is wrong. But I think uh, to undermine Zionism instead of criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. And to the point that the lady was saying, I can see how, from the Palestinian perspective, it's a legitimate opposition. If they didn't want, a Jewish nation on their territory, or what they perceive as their territory, or encourage, Jews encouraging on their property, and I can see that it's not an anti-Semitic thing for the Palestinians. But for the rest of the world to say that the Jews don't deserve self-determination and a home and a safe place and protection of their own is anti-Semitic. And that's, if Zionism is just the idea, that's what Theodor Herzl said, is just that the Jewish people are one nation without a home. They need to find a home to be in, and that's it, and protect themselves and have the right to self-determination. And any objection to that, other than, like I said, what the Palestinians might have, I think they have maybe a legitimate opposition to that. But any opposition to the idea of Zionism, I don't see how it's not anti-Semitic. I'd love
okay.
to hear your thought about that.
Yeah, I think we can. I have a more nuanced position on this. So there's things about this that I think can bother people on all sides of this conversation, and I think that's healthy in a way. The one thing that's complicated about the term Zionism for a lot of people is that we associate it with a particular thing, and possibly too, we associate it with the secular project that starts in the late 19th century, which does in most conceptions aim at an ethno-state, including Herzl's, and then more latterly maybe with like the settlers and religious Zionism, some of the more extreme rabbis, crap like that. But Zionism is a much bigger term, and at the end of the day, it represents the yearning of a population and a connection to its ancestral homeland. As far as I'm concerned, if that's what Zionism means to somebody, I've got no problem with them moving. I've got no problem with them living there. But I don't think that any population in the world deserves to have its own country only for it and not to give rights to other people. So that's where I would kind of depart a bit from your vision. I don't think it's anti-Semitic to say that nation states are a stupid idea, because nation states are built on othering, they're built on prejudice. There's something inherently racist about dividing people up and saying, my country is only for my people and fuck all of y'all. because that's what comes out of that at the end of the day. So for me, if there is a state in the area where Jews are constitutionally protected and have a right to live there and in peace and to be in security and are absolutely protected, like locked in, protected, there's nothing to worry about here, but it also is not an ethno-state in the sense that it has equal rights for all peoples and it's also Palestine, then that's fine with me. Then somebody can be a Zionist and support that, and that's great. But if Zionism means this is my country and no one else can have the same rights I do in it, then I oppose that to my dying breath, and I won't accept that that's anti-Semitic, because to me, nationalism, ethnic nationalism, is a problem. Period. And I don't care if it's French nationalism or Russian nationalism or Jewish nationalism. They all are problematic for me. Oh, I think you're muted.
I'll let you mute.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I think we can agree on that. That if I say this is the country for me and only the people I want to choose, and protect one particular, deter other cultures from thriving in there, I can agree with that. To oppose that is not anti-Semitic, but as I see, Israel is really a lifeboat. The Zionist project was a lifeboat to save Jews from extermination, whether they were religious, secular, Orthodox, traditional, etc. And so I guess, and so again, I'm not going to disagree with you on, like, if we have the idea that this is for Jews and Jews alone, right, as an ethnic group, Jews and Jews alone, and should be concerned only with the Jewish interest, that would be wrong. But I don't think the state was formed for that. It was formed as a sanctuary for Jews. And
Yeah.
okay, so that's the way I see it, because I grew up in Israel, and I understand how tolerant it is of all people. But I wanted to say something about
Wait,
Zionism. Yeah.
listen. When you make one, you have to make like one point and at least allow Liam to rebut it. It's like you said, like you say multiple
Somebody can
things.
tell I've got to
Yeah, exactly. You're making
I'm
multiples, so let him
I'm very
rebut.
sorry. I have a very
There's-
fragmented mind. I'm trying to assemble the thoughts as they come
That's
in.
fine. Yeah, and like as you just say one point, allow him to reply, and then back and forth.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, there's something to I get where you're coming from. And again, having spent a lot of time there, I know a lot of very tolerant, open people. I know a lot of spaces that are. I know that there are good things to it. I know a lot of great Israelis. But I also know some of the most bigoted people I've met on earth are Israeli too. And the problem I have with the state is it was actually structured as an ethnocracy. There are legal flaws in it. And that I don't think we can really get over. The fact that at the end of the day, it is fully legal to deny housing or jobs to someone on the basis of race in Israel. That it is fully legal for an entire community to say no Palestinians are allowed to live here. That's the definition of apartheid. There's a problem in its legal structure. If that was not the case, I wouldn't have a problem with it. And one of the places where I can piss off some pro-Palestine friends is that I really don't have a problem with, a more cosmopolitan understanding of Zionism, that it could be a refuge, that it really should be. There is a historical connection. Jews should be, I am for a right of return for Jews to the land, but I'm also for a Palestinian right of return. I don't support any ethnic supremacy here. I don't think that they have a right to control other people, and the state was built to do that. If that changes, if we can get people on board to change that legal structure that advantages one ethnic group over another, then I've got no problem with Israelis and Zionism. But as long as it is an ethnic supremacy, I have huge problems with it, and I'll keep saying, I don't support Zionism at all. So it depends on what you mean by the word. That's where I think people need to find some way to get to common ground on this. I think that we can find a way to get common ground on it, but one of the single biggest complications that I've run into in a lot of conversations with Israelis is that there's a lot of parts about even the 1948 Israel legal structure, as well as the way it looks at the territories, that people simply don't learn because they're not told. I mean, it's quite intentional that people aren't exposed to these things and are instead told it's a democracy, we have Arab citizens, everyone is great here. The Arab citizens of Israel know that they live in an apartheid state, and most of them are unhappy with it. But I understand why it would feel different from a
Quick
from
clarification, if I may. Clarification. When you say that it is legally flawed in the form of apartheid because there's you know ethnic
Segregation.
segregation of, is that within Israel proper? Or are we talking about the
yes,
contested areas?
it's much
So
it's much it's much worse
can
in the territories, but the territories we have to understand, and this is where it gets complicated. Israel has asserted permanent sovereignty in that area and has never, no, not a single administration in its history has accepted the idea that a sovereign state could exist in that territory. From Levi Eshkol on, the territories were always going to stay a part of Israel, and the only reason they're not annexed is they don't want to give citizenship to that population. And the terms for joining the UN was to give citizenship to the Israeli Arabs in the first place. So that's all. But that's a whole separate problem. I mean, even if you took the territories out, discrimination inside Israel is legal. I've seen businesses with signs out that say, "We proudly employ no Arabs." You can't have that, like, whites only shit in the US anymore. Like, there's a lot of places within Israel's legal structure that are still problematic for its minorities. That is a problem for me. And I think as long as people blindly defend that, they'll never really understand where the resentment comes from, right? Or what the problem is for a lot of people.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. Um, Final point or question, if I may. And Mitch wanted to intervene. I don't know if you'd like to allow him. I don't know if he wants to ask me a question or you.
Yeah, I don't mind like a three-way going if he wants to throw in a thought in, and then we can go back
Okay.
to
I do
point.
have just one more point to
Yeah,
add,
no.
but I'll wait for Mitch if he wants to pitch in real
Honestly,
quick.
this is, as far as I'm concerned, more conversations like this need to happen.
I agree.
And as far as I'm concerned too, the fact that I can relate to the concerns of both camps here, that I'm pro-Palestinian but also love Israelis as people. I think that we can find a way to bridge this and find a way to move forward and heal. Yeah, so I want more conversations like this. So I welcome this shit, because otherwise we're never going to solve this crap if people won't have those conversations. So thank you for coming
Oh,
into
thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Shmuley. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually took your words of the last conversation we had about what a one-state solution, how a one-state solution might come about, and you said it couldn't be forced. The two people have to work together in order to accomplish that. And I went immediately to the Pro-Pali group that I was, you know, participating in for a couple of weeks, and really tried to encourage a healthy discourse, because I said, look, my interest is two-state solution, your interest is one-state solution. But in order for us to get to either one of these points, we need to be able to participate together. Whether it's my way or your way, we have to participate. We have to have a healthy discourse. This is something I took directly from like your opinion and adapted it in that direction. And that I'm very pro healthy debate.
One of the thing, I'll give you one fun point there, just as an Israeli on this. One of the reasons I personally most dislike the idea of a two-state solution, even if you could get people to agree on it and I'll be happy with it, is that it would leave unchallenged some of the most problematic aspects of the way the Israeli state is structured. And I don't want that to stand, because I think that given our history, any kind of ethno-state is a betrayal of of the lessons of history. It's a betrayal of what it meant to be Jewish, because we always had a much more liberal and cosmopolitan view, and I think that the idea of supporting a supremacist state harms us. Where, at least, even if it doesn't turn out that way, the process of having conversations and trying to find a one-state compromise could get Israelis to at least look at how they treat the minorities inside the country and what are some of the problematic aspects of Zionism. I really wish that they'd come up with a constitution to begin with, because leaving it aside and leaving Zionism in the form it was understood at the time as the guiding principle has allowed it to get more and more radical and nationalistic over time. There is no locked-in guarantees. There's no locked-in protections for peoples there. I think that has hurt us in a way too.
Well, it's also the Israeli arrogance, which is
Which
I think
again,
is the biggest barrier.
yeah, and again, it's a matter of once you put power in someone's hands, it will change the perspectives on it. And I think in some of the ways that too is a betrayal of our own cultural history. You know, we used to be able to freely argue with each other about everything. You know the whole two Jews, three opinions thing, you know? But there's this monolithic understanding that you can't critique this. Like, this is us and this is power and you have to be with us or you're with the enemy. I think that's harmful to what made Judaism as a culture really interesting. So,
Can I just end with my final thought right on that, which is you spoke about critique. And I'm all for critique of the Israeli government, the Israeli policies, Israeli people, but I think when critique becomes uh, a basis for let's annihilate this country as an ethno state, or let's undermine its right to exist or its right to defend itself. That is where I feel it goes a step beyond and well into the territory of anti-Semitism. That's where I feel like,
yeah,
so I'm okay with critique, but why is
yeah.
it that so many people want to critique what the IDF is doing and critique the this military operation and all that, and then come around with just the conclusion that Israel shouldn't exist?
Yeah, so I get you there. So what you're arguing is like they take the circumstances and what's happening and what the government or military are doing, and they say that delegitimizes everything. Yeah, in a sense, that's why I pointed out, like, I'm not a fan of the is not real kind of discourse, because at the end of the day, people do exist, they are there. And whether or not it's two states and it stays in existence or it merges and becomes what I would prefer, I think it still needs to change, and there still needs to be those conversations. So regardless of how this turns out, we have to be able to have these conversations and improve it, because I think the way that it exists now actually makes Jews less safe. I think that it actively harms us in the world and in Israel. It keeps up a situation that's ultimately toxic. And I think that needs a deeper discussion. But I understand, and this is why I have a hard time being too critical or hard on people. At the end of the day, I can piss anybody off just by being me. But I'm trying to say, like, I understand where a lot of the anger comes and why a lot of people in pro-Palestine spaces would want to delegitimize the state, because for 76 years, Palestinian identity has been delegitimized. And I mean, how long did it take before the Israeli government even admitted that there was such a thing as Palestinians? Up into the 1980s, no one would say it. They would never even use the word. So it's always problematic. And there's a lot of, like, generational trauma that's accrued from that makes it very difficult to treat Israelis as human. But it's in a sense like two sets of traumas conflicting, and two sets of populations that are both delegitimizing each other's existence, and that has to end. I understand where a lot of the anger comes from the Palestinian side, and I have a hard time picking on them because historically they had no power in this. I'm harder on the Israelis because they're the ones they're holding all the cards. So apologies in advance. I am harder on the Israelis, but I also, and apologies to the audience, I will tell Palestinians we need to step up too, because we have to recognize the humanity of other people if we're ever going to solve this shit. So,
right.
Mitch,
thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Mitch, you had a thought to connect into this?
Yeah, I was hoping to get on before Shmulik left.
He's still here.
Yeah. I really want to just make the point. It's extremely, extremely, in my view, important to understand that real anti-Semitism is happening around this stuff. like around this whole situation. Like I read a quite good article in Forward today, which is not something I regularly read, but it was about the way real, violent, hateful anti-Semites on the platform formerly known as Twitter have exploited the situation, and they absolutely have. And you don't have to look very hard to see it. I mean, it. And if we don't, I think it's very important for us to not lose sight of that, and keep in mind that like the general attitude that we can dismiss charges of anti-Semitism without like examining them critically, that's something that plays right into the hands of these groups. And we have to be careful of that. We have to be on the lookout for real anti-Semitism, and we have to be aware that these groups that have existed since long before this crisis erupted, I mean, they have been waiting for an opportunity like this, and they will exploit it.
Sure. I think that, to be fair, a lot of my peeps in the pro-Pally camp do care about this, and even if they do use some problematic rhetoric sometimes, I don't think that that's what they mean. I don't think that there's a lot of hate in that movement, but it does exist. And I think as long as we don't deal with that, it's problematic. It's not just the neo-Yazis on Twitter. There are people in pro-Pally spaces who do say horrific shit. And to anybody who likes my voice in this kind of argument, those are people who are attacking me too. And I think that we have to address that. If we don't do a good job of policing our spaces, we're not actually modeling the behavior we want Israelis to do, and we're not going to open up the space to real change here. And again, they have all the power. So if we play into their hands, if we actually do things that advantage the far right in Israel, they will get worse. So every time we slip up that way, you're handing ammunition to the worst possible settlers to keep this shit up and to keep manipulating governments. It's to our own advantage to police our own spaces, even setting aside the pure ethical concern that we should care about that shit.
1000%. And I mean, I brought up the example of Elise Stefanik before with you, Liam. I know your feelings on Stefanik.
My district, so I can't stand her. I mean, wow.
But she's like the most mainstream moderate example of this phenomenon of people exploiting this situation to raise their own political profile, to make you more sympathetic to their cause, when their cause in many cases is like, actually, when you really dig in, just overt anti-Semitism, overt hatred.
Yeah, I mean, Trump played with that in the entire time. I mean, there was a lot of places where he's like, I'm the least anti-Semitic person you know, and then he literally uses an anti-Semitic trope because he's consciously dog whistling to a portion of his base that he knows are racist as fuck. Like, he's fine doing that. It's always been a part of it. There's a huge chunk of that still in all Western societies, and we really. And until we truly deal with that shit, it's gonna be hard to deal with so many other problems. It's one form of racism among many that the West fucking loves, and we have to deal with this shit.
Yeah, and I mean it's a theme with the topics I've brought up with you. Like we've talked about the river to the sea discourse and all that stuff, and it's a strong theme. Like, we need to be able to strike a balance between.
Okay, I'm going to interject just really quick. The river to the sea. Okay, this is I understand that you're going to sit there and play, but you're speaking to Americans here, and I don't. And let's be honest. Saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not meaning the annihilation of the Jewish people.
Oh yeah,
I think
this is
with
something
most people saying that, most people saying that
in the
no, and
past.
most of us know that. But the problem is how it can be heard and encoded. Remember, we hear things differently based upon our own frameworks, our own frame of reference. And there are people who will hear it and they will take a completely different meaning. It's in some ways dishonest to do that, but it's understandable because that's their background. People's realities are shaped by their social circumstance. Their reality is shaped by their tribal relations. They will hear it and it will be impossible for you to convince them otherwise. Their reality won't admit that it doesn't mean that. So, I understand why people say it. I have no problem in a sense with people saying that, but I want people to understand that it does have a flip side. It's not the worst thing to say. It's not one that I'm saying people shouldn't say because it's more nuanced and realistically a two-state solution is still on the fucking Jordan and the Mediterranean. It still would be. So you can always
Right.
say it just means that the occupied territories. But
Yeah,
so
and
there's ways to deal with it. But I still want. I think what Mitch brings up and what I would agree with is there are people who will hear that and they will never not hear it as a genocidal comment. And that still makes it difficult for us. It's not ideal. It's not the worst problem. I mean, I don't, at the end of the day, I don't care. Say it all you want, but I will point out that it does have a problematic aspect to it. So,
yeah,
Can I pitch in? Can I pitch in on that real
uh,
quick?
Wait,
If
just
you don't.
real quick,
wait,
Shmulek, if you don't mind.
before, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Nasser wanted to chime in. He was in the comments.
well,
Okay.
you're up
Well,
already. Okay.
I wasn't quite finished. If you guys don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to first. Sorry, Jax. I was referring to like an earlier conversation that I had with Liam, and just using it as an example of how we have to be very careful and strike this cautious, subtle balance between understanding that there are real reasons to worry about anti-Semitism around this conflict and the discourse surrounding it. And there are also real reasons to fear the exploitation of that discourse by bad actors who are acting in bad faith, who are not, who don't actually care about the welfare of anyone. And yeah, that's all.
All right. So then, Nasser and Shmulek, and we can keep passing this around. Nasser, are you up?
Yeah, Nasser's up.
I can go.
Yes, yes.
Hey, Professor. I want to say this so you would prepare yourself. I would be the voice of the radical Palestinian who disagrees. the bro, the bro,
It's
the pro belly camp that
no,
disagrees.
yeah, as long as everybody is respectful, that's all that matters. We
No,
just
no,
have,
of course.
yeah.
I know
As
your
always.
shtick by now.
No, no.
Go for it.
No, no, of course, Jax. I just want to say, like, about you mentioned the right of return to the Jewish people and that you're supporting it. I would like to tackle this point. I just want to say I would like to quote Edward Said what he said. We as Palestinians, we never said the Jewish people didn't have a claim to the land. The only thing we said that they don't have the only claim or the main claim. But the thing is also like when it's like when you mentioned it will be a refugee to them to escape from European anti-Semitism. I would like first to mention like uh, let's say the most common idea that to be honest it's not our fault. That's a crime we didn't commit, so we don't have to pay for it. And I would like also to side myself with the pundits in the Soviet Union when and their critics of the Zionist movement, as actually Zionism was in the early 20s of the last century. It was actually a factor that increased anti-Semitism when it puts the Jewish loyalty to their own countries in question because they are loyal to another place. That was a main reason that anti-Semitism rose in it.
Well, it's not, I mean, not everyone has that. I mean, the dual loyalty thing is still mostly a problematic racist ideal. It is a small factor. It's overblown. It's often overblown for anti-Semitic reasons, and we do need to keep that in mind. But Israel's policies have consistently increased anti-Semitism around the world, and it's similar to a situation that also shows up because Algeria came up earlier today. Um, French policies in Algeria actually directly helped to introduce anti-Semitism to the Arab world, and even before Israel. The way that they segregated the populations, the way they advantaged specifically the Jewish Algerians and not Muslim Algerians, actually it paved the way for the Arab world to absorb all of those racist tropes from Europe. So it has had that effect, and it has actually increased anti-Semitism in the world. But I wouldn't connect it to the dual loyalty thing. I think that's still mostly horseshit.
I mean, I think I'm not saying that it's like the main reason or like that this existed, but the anti-Semitism existed way before it. But I think it played a factor to be honest. Like I'm not saying like it was the biggest factor or one of the like let's say main factors, but it played
Yeah,
one.
I think it's problematic in its reality, but in perception, I can see what I totally understand what it looks like when, and this is a point I brought up in a number of these lives here when people are talking about like APAC as a foreign lobby. They're literally Americans, and it's American money. It's not any foreign money. They're assholes, and we should talk about them as assholes, but they're American assholes, and we should deal with them that way. Whenever we try to say these are actually Israeli agents, that's literally anti-Semitic rhetoric. They're just American nationalist assholes, and they should be dealt with that way.
To be honest, I don't like get into the APAC too much because too, and like I stand with the BFLB line fully. Our enemy is actually the U.S. imperialism. To me, the Zionist entity is merely a tool. Like yes, it's like a tool that let's say like a Frankenstein monster. They created it and then like it became something of its own. But still, um, the second thing I think like the fact is. You mentioned like the Jewish people in Palestine and how we have to work with them. I can't help to see that there's a conflicting between like the Zionists as an entity, as a political regime, which I believe the existence as well, if we lived for another 1,000 years, we as Palestinians, we will not accept it. Like anyone who tries to accept it to us is considered merely a traitor. So it's called. I'm just gonna quote Yasser Arafat, who's like one of the three leaders. I would like to spit on his grave, to be honest, if I had the chance. Like one of three Arab leaders. Like to us, he's like a traitor. He went into a half revolution and dug his own grave. He couldn't pull through and eventually was a traitor. So, like, my point is like when destroying the Zionist entity, you know, like to be realistic, that doesn't mean destroying the Jewish people that's currently living there. To be honest, although that I don't believe many of them have the right to be there, but to be realistic, uh, that's the farthest that I can be pragmatic. They can be in one Palestinian state. That's as equal citizens. That's like the furthest I can allow myself to go. Like,
right. And I think we can. There's common ground there. Like there's a way to get at that, because at the end of the day, this is one of the reasons I do again oppose a two-state solution, because I don't think that a lot of religious Israelis will ever be happy giving up any of that territory, because the West Bank is the biblical heartland. So what do you do with that? And a lot of Palestinians will never accept it because of its ethnic structure and the losses. I think that pushing the people together and creating something stronger out of that, and I think that both peoples have a lot to teach each other, that it could be a much stronger territory together. So I'm still always going to point in that direction. So I agree with you in the sense, for me, the Zionist entity, in the sense, like, you know, the way you're putting it, like in the sense of that kind of legal structure, I don't think is justifiable anywhere in the world. It's a more extreme form than what I already think is problematic in the nation state. Nation states are already problematic as hell for me, but one that explicitly creates an unequal ethnic system is even worse. That has to change. But I'll push back and say it can't be a one Palestine, it has to be both. Israelis should be able to call it Israel. Palestinians can call it Palestine. I don't give a shit what the country is called at the end of the day. It can have two names. It can have two flags. Why the fuck would that even matter? It'll still be Palestine to you. That would be, that's at least my view on it. I think there's a way forward, at least with that. But
I'd like
we
to
don't
be honest, like,
structure.
I just wanna mention one last point, if possible. To be honest, like regarding this, uh, like I would consider it to be a betrayal. Like for me in my personal life, I'm a Marxist, I'm an atheist. When I want to like swear by something, I swear by the blood of our martyrs. That's what I swear with to show that I'm an honest person. I cannot like that to me that would be considered betrayal to their sacrifices that they committed.
I
Yes,
understand.
I know
No,
that
I
more
understand.
blood, this position will lead to more blood. But the thing is also with one more point I wanted, I disagree with actually, is the fact that we need to talk with the Zionists and like work together. To be honest, like, I'm not denying that there are some people who were born in Israel who are like, well, amazing, great supporters of Palestine. And those I consider to be a totally different category. But we're not, when we say we need to try talk with the Zionists and try to reach a solution together, I feel like this is like considers the issue between us to be only like an issue of ideas. It's like it pulls it away from the material world, where the Zionists have enjoyed many privileges due to their occupation. I'm not sure that words are gonna have them give that up. Like words will
No,
not let a
it won't.
capitalist.
No, it won't.
There will have to be like a huge. We need to have the upper hand, to be honest, and we need to work towards it. It's gonna be a direct clash. It's gonna be a guerrilla warfare, and I believe right now we have like this great opportunity to actually like revive what the BFLP used to do in the 70s. I believe that's the solution now.
Yeah, no, we it's a disaster and it cannot win. I get where you're coming from. I understand the emotional reason for it. I will tell you that has never worked. It can't. I mean, that was Fatah's position from the beginning. Look at what they're doing in Algeria. Let's do it. Let's do what Algeria did. The FLN failed. They literally failed. What got France out was a change in international opinion and massive nonviolent civil disobedience from ordinary people, filling the streets and boycotting everything. The FLN literally failed, and it cost tons of lives, and it destroyed the future of that country. So what you are ultimately suggesting, the lessons from history say this will fuck the Palestinians over. It doesn't help. But I understand we don't have to agree. I'm just going to say because I get where you're coming from. I can feel you there, but it's a horrifying idea. Just it won't work. And
Yeah,
I don't
but
want
the thing is,
I don't want Palestinians to suffer for another fucking century. I don't want this to drag on forever, and it will. You'll give the upper hand to the Israelis permanently.
I'd like to
but what gave
just
us?
Well,
Just
Shmuley,
one last question that I'm muting. One last one.
we should let's flip around for a second. Shmuley had his hand up a minute ago, and then we'll come back,
Sure.
and then Spots. What is that?
Thank,
Oh, it's Spots Lucky.
okay. Thank you, Doctor. And yeah, I listened to Nasser, and I had a few points, and also to Mitch's point. So I'll just really quickly run through them. River to the sea. I understand the American sentiment behind that, but correct me if I'm wrong, Nasser. But the original Arabic saying, as I understand it, I don't know it to be true, but it's from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab, not free, Arab. So to speak to that as, if Israel becomes Palestine or a one-state solution, I
But that's
doubt.
not, I'm so sorry. I don't want this to continue this way because I really don't want this to become a debate forum.
Okay,
I do respect Liam's page and I understand that you both want to, but it is not what you're saying.
I
And I
respect that.
apologize. What the original saying is, it's like a null and void document. Do you understand? Like you could have original this and then it could be rewritten and recharacterized and redone again. So at
Okay,
this moment is just for the liberation and human rights. That's what it comes down to. It's the restrictions to be lifted. I mean, this isn't a debate where we're going to go back and forth and rewrite history. We want a future. And I'm just telling you right now, like there
Yeah.
is, you could talk about what it used to be, how the charters were, what they said, old this, old rhetoric. We're talking about today. What today
okay, I
is here
respect that.
is that. So, I mean, if you're going to go back to tell him right now about how it used to be, that's not what it's currently. So that's where we have to focus. And that's where,
I respect that. I
But yeah,
respect that.
thanks also
Uh,
because I try to point that out a lot. There's a lot of crimes in the past. We can't relitigate the past. What we can do is learn from it and do better. But
okay,
always looking backward does cause it doesn't help.
I was just under the assumption it's still being used. So my mistake. I'm sorry. And like I said, I invited Nasser to correct me, and but I'll move on beyond that point. He mentioned, Palestine as a one state. But that is where I have some questions about where the roles are reversed. Like, would Jews be allowed in East Jerusalem? Would Jews be allowed in Al-Aqsa Mosque? And are we calling for an apartheid in replacement for what is now considered an apartheid, which just don't agree with, but I'll follow along with that logic. That's one point, and then the last point I wanted to make. He mentioned that Zionism almost like released a Frankenstein on the world. And I could see that. I could see like that perspective. But the way I see it is Herzl undermine under sorry miss was short-sighted, I think, to see how rapid and prevalent and dangerous the anti-Semitic world was becoming and the necessity for the Zionist movement. And so I think he had a vision that was slow and progressive. He talked about a labor faction to come in and build the land and introduce capital and build, social, elements. He never really imagined the urgency that the Western world, the Eastern Europe, would put on the Zionist movement to have to come in and push its way through. It's like a baby that had to be delivered prematurely and just pushed through. And so if we're categorizing it as a Frankenstein, that's where I would put where that energy came from, is from the world itself, not necessarily from the Zionist movement. That's all I had. Those are the 3 points I had.
That I have a quibble. If we're
Okay.
basing it on things like the Judenstaat, okay. If we're basing it on his his ideological fictions type stuff, but he made arguments in his writings for a literal ethno-state, for 100% control, and that was actually maintained when Chaim Weizmann took over, and it was maintained as Ben Gurion's position all the way up until 1966. 90 to 100% is what they wanted. And they wanted it for exclusive Jewish control and to expel it. Herzl himself literally said the Palestinians have to be removed. He didn't use the word Palestinian, but he said the Arabs have to be removed. They have to be spirited away. They have to be like incentivized to leave, help them find jobs in another country and get them the fuck out. And I think that is the Frankenstein that was unleashed, because what it does is it creates a long-lasting 19th century ethno-nationalism. And a lot of the world has moved away from that way of thinking. In the 19th century, Zionism was no different from any other nationalism in Europe. They were all racist as fuck that way. But we don't really think ethnic cleansing is cool anymore. So I think we have to somehow be honest and address the consequences of Herzl's ideas. And they were there are toxic elements to his writings.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that point of view as Herzl's idea. And you could say there are a lot of people's ideas, grandiose or not, but pragmatically, as the plans developed, I see more the execution as the kind of faulty Frankenstein monster that was released. I think that's what I'm referring to, is that it was an imperfect execution, and that was as a result of the pressure that came in from the world.
In some ways, yeah, it's fair, and I think that could be some productive conversations going forward. Because, as I pointed out in a number of these before, there were still people in the 1930s there on the ground that were calling for binationalism. I mean, I'm for like Martin Buber's idea. You know, like not everyone was for the radical nationalist vision that was put in place, but that's the one that won, and we have to deal with those consequences. So it's a mix of execution and idea. I don't think it's just the execution. I think there are some flawed ideas, and people ran with that shit, and they ran with the wrong ones. But rather than relitigating the past again and talking about justice, legitimacy, everything else in terms of like what happened then, I still want to say let's learn from it, figure out a better future and aim for that. That's the goal for me ultimately. So anytime we're talking about the older shit, what happened in the past arguments, it's always a matter of like, what can we learn from this and how can we push it in a better direction? And I think that we can have a lot of productive conversations on that. So I mean, and I hope you'll join us for that kind of stuff.
And saying that, I don't mean to cut anybody off. And I know we have a lot of people. We actually have a lot of panelists and a lot of people in here. Time check, Dr. Liam. You do have to go to work.
Yeah, it isn't. Okay. Yeah, I'd said an hour to an hour and a half. Oh, let me think.
Yeah.
Let's see. I know there's at least one person still, possibly two if Dharma Soul wants to throw some.
Do that.
There's at least two people there.
I'm just gonna say thank you and goodbye. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'm on every Friday too, so you know.
You can always pick up this conversation on another live. That'll be great. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give it a little bit more time. I'm gonna get a drink, and then maybe we can go like half an hour at most.
Okay.
But you know, but at most, I want to at least wind down then. But if there's a couple more points that can come up, and we can wind down from there.
Perfect. I think this panel, I think we should basically leave it up to this panel right now. I'm going to drop because I do have to go to sleep, Dr. Liam. As long as there's other mods here right now. Well, you get another half hour. I'll still. No, you go get your
I know there's
drink.
people in the chat who are. There's some
don't worry.
mods in the chat, so I think we're fine there.
Go get your drink, and I'll talk to the room while you do that. I'll figure it out.
I have to say, it was actually lovely to see Shmulek for the first time, to see him. I was like, what? That's what you look like? You're the person who's been debating me all this time?
Oh, that's the first time you've seen him?
No, wallah. First time I see the person's face.
Hi, lovely. How are you, South Africa?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good.
Erica, you're a mod, right?
Yeah, I'm switching over. Can you hear me? I need to switch over to my wired headphones. But if
Erika
it's okay.
is a mod.
Yeah.
With a cat dog.
Yeah, a Havanese that thinks she's a cat. When I first got her, she's a rescue. I could not get this dog to play with toys, but I got her to start playing with a tiny little like mouse, like a cat mouse toy. And now she plays with regular dog toys, but it took about a year to like move to where she is now. But yeah, she's a cat.
So what we'll do is we'll keep the panel the way it is. We won't add any more for now. And, so that because we have a half hour more. And Erica is a mod, Dr. Liam, so that's perfect. And yes, so I will wish you an amazing night and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yay!
Have a great night, everybody.
Night. Okay, good evening, Dr. Liam, and good morning to everybody else who's on my side of the world. I've got to make this quick because I want to catch the court case. I just wanted to say, from the South African perspective, people earlier, about an hour earlier, I know, were asking, what is South Africa's take on this, and what is their dog in the race type of thing. And it's nationally, there are certain benefits, but we won't go into our private politics. But I think really for South Africa, it was just a case of, because of our past experiences, we are just trying to diffuse sort of like the bully in the room and say, listen, calm down, um, people are suffering, and people are unaliving at an alarming rate here, and sort of we just need to come in and sort of like create a ceasefire, or request an urgent ceasefire so that people's lives can be preserved here. And lots of people are going like, oh, what's their take on this? And we say, listen, first of all, there's nobody in the world that shouldn't be supporting a ceasefire. Irrespective of race, religion, whatever the case may be, it is human life above all else, right? And when we are supporting a ceasefire, we are not being anti-Semitic. We are being very Semitic, actually, to be preserving all life that is there. And when we're saying we're trying to preserve Palestinian life, doesn't mean we're not trying to preserve Jewish life. It's all life, really, right? And I find this so strange because here in South Africa and even online, we as Muslims, I find myself really always going to the defense of Jewish people and saying, no, like when I'm arguing up against, say, a Zayo, and we say, no, hold on, you're not going to say this and this and this because you're putting a Jewish person in a very bad light, and this is not what they believe. I know, because I know Jewish people personally. So, we're always going to the defense of. So sometimes when I'm hearing people say, oh, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to be, this is anti-Semitic. No, it's not. Standing up for justice, standing up for peace is not anti-Semitic. Speaking up against bullying is not anti-Semitic. Speaking up against a disproportionate use of force on a people that really have nothing to do with anything, this is not anti-Semitic. And standing up for other people's rights doesn't mean that you have less rights now, because that is a democracy, meaning rights for all, equal rights for all. So when we're saying we're advocating for equal rights for the Palestinians, we are not saying that other people will have less rights. We're just saying they will have the same as you. That's all. This is not a pie to say that if I take a slice from it, that you will have less. Okay? This is not a pie. Democracy is not a pie. So this is what we're saying from personal experience now. This is what people still have a problem with here in South Africa, those who are missing the old regime, if you understand what I mean. And we're saying, we keep saying that you need to understand that equal rights means equal rights for all, and your privilege is not a right. Right? So people are saying, yeah, but if I advocate for this, then I'm not going to have the lifestyle that I used to have. I'm not going to have the freedoms I used to have. But understand that right and privilege are two different things, right? And we have to understand that a deprived mind, depravity and a deprived mind really inculcates radicalism. And the more you deprive people of things, the more they want that particular thing. And what we found in our society really is that once we put democracy on the table and the freedom of movement and this and that and everything else, and then it becomes less of an issue because it's not being deprived of a people. Once you deprive people of something, then it becomes highlighted within their psyche that this is what I need and this is what I need to fight for, because it's being deprived of me. But once you leave the food out on the table and you leave the water out on the table and say, well, there's water and food for everybody, and there's rights and freedom of movement and the right to vote and for everybody, then it becomes less of an issue. Right? And this is what people don't understand, maybe because you've not come from an apartheid state, so you don't really understand what depravity does to a people. And so when you look at all the things that have happened and the desperation of one side of a group as opposed to the other side, you've got to ask, what have they been deprived of that they're so vehemently fighting for it? Right? And so this is the kind of thing that we're coming in and saying, listen, can we just diffuse the situation? We're not interested in on the Jewish side, and we really have no interest on the Palestinian side either. We just want peace in this region so that people can actually just think, over and above the chaos. But I think it's like so many people are like, oh, one state, two state. These people are just wanting a meal and not to have boom booms being dropped on their head. And am I going to wake up tomorrow? And who of my family members and friends are not going to be alive when I wake up tomorrow? This is their main concern. So we're saying, listen, can we just have peace and order for these people right now? Enough just to think, understand. So this is really our take on things. And when people saying, oh well, they took Israel to court, we don't think much is going to happen. Look, even as South Africans, we don't think that we don't have unrealistic expectations, but we are saying the fact that this particular thing has made it to court in the first place has set a precedent that has been unheard of, unseen, unknown. Never, ever, ever in the history of ever has a Zionist regime, an apartheid regime, apart from South Africa, ever been held to book, been held accountable for, listen, we are saying that you have the right to exist, you have the right to protect yourself, but you don't have the right to use disproportionate force in order to get what you need or get what you want. We're saying that this is not cool. Okay, apartheid is not cool, and apartheid it doesn't have longevity, and we are proof of that. We are proof of that. Humanity is just too big and too strong. It just can't survive under the pressures of humanity. It cannot. And anybody can like argue with me. It's like, this is going to be my stance forever. And so many times it's like, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. Oh yes, of course, you support these. The funny thing is, and I've often spoken to His Honorable Mandla Mandela, who is the grandson of Nelson Mandela. I mean, we speak on a one-to-one basis. And he is one of the greatest leaders of the ANC party. And I would often tell him, just as I told him a few days ago, I said to him, you know what? I respect this move that the ANC government has made and the EFF and everybody else that has backed this, but that still doesn't make me support the current ANC. And you know what? That's just the thing when I'm online and I'm saying, yeah, well, the Palestinians have this right. And then you have people go, oh, so you support T. Oh, so you support H. I'm like, listen, you're not going to put me in a box. Just because I support humanity does not mean I support this or that or that. I support what I support and I stand by that. You are not going to tell me that because I support humanity and I support equal rights for Palestinians that I automatically support T. Okay, you're not going to draw me into that argument because that's ignorant, and you're not going to place me into a box because societies we don't live in boxes as much as people have tried to put us into boxes, like apartheid does. It is a form of segregation and putting people into boxes and classes. It doesn't work. So any person that comes, oh, so you're a T, oh, so you support H, oh, so I'm like, listen, that's got nothing to do with anything. I support human rights. I support dignity. I support democracy. And that's got nothing to do with your argument. Your argument is ignorant. It's false. And they just don't understand it. So that's really my take on things.
I hear that shit I heard that this morning. I hear it every day that, oh, you support the age group, you support T. No.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think that H group should exist any more than I think the Likud should. I think that they're both toxic, but they're consequences. Like the H group is a consequence of Likud. So, if you want to get rid of them, you got to deal with the other problem. It's cause and effect, like basic cause and effect. Everyone loves like cause and effect when it comes to hard sciences, but everyone loves to ignore it in the terms of social sciences. Like, it's so frustrating. Everyone's always like, well, crime is bad. I'm like, okay, crime is a consequence of poverty. How about you like to actually fix the economic shit?
Yes.
But instead you're always like, no, like it's just black people or whatever. Like, no, it's fucking poverty. It's fucking poverty. Like, there's empirical data over centuries showing this. It's cause and effect. Solve the fucking problem. But no one wants to. It's very frustrating.
So that is so wonderfully put, because so many times the other parties, the other side, they would say, look what happened to South Africa after we gave them the power. Look what, and I'm like, listen, these people didn't have the education. They don't have the equity or the equality or the finances to do what you had the right to do. And so they need education. And this is where I made the points very early on when I said to you, there needs to be a pre-democracy education. Remember? When I said to you many lives, well, 2-3 lives ago, when I said to you, before the Palestinian people and the Israeli people sit down and discuss what democracy looks like for the Palestinian people, there needs to be a pre-democracy education to say that this is what is going to happen, this is what is expected, what do you guys expect, and what tools do we have, and what tools do you need to be given in order for there to be equality, and maybe in a future date get to a space of equity. You know, all those things need to be discussed. It's not going to be happening tomorrow. And so when people are going like, yeah, what does South Africa think they're going to prove with this? The fact that this particular case came to light in the first place, that is an achievement all on its own. All on its own. And when every single person had their ears muted and their eyes blinded, when South Africa stood up, we said, listen, there's a problem here and these people need help. Just for that alone, I think in this particular current political state, in the world that we live in, for the fact that South Africa just brought to court what we all already saw, brought to court what we all already knew. It's like now it's in a court of law, and now you cannot argue it away. Now you're going to have to do things to repair it away. You know, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Oh, but Netanyahu is not going to be brought to book. That is not our concern right now. Our concern is to cease fire and to preserve all life. That's it. That's the bottom line. So thank you so much, sir, for your space and your time. You're always so awesome. I can't decide whether I'm like, oh, you know, I'm so impressed with this man's intellectualism or his silliness or the way that he's just so, you just cannot be put in a box. And that's what I love about you. I love that about you. That's amazing. So thank you very much for everything, sir. Thank you.
We're
Thanks.
happy to have you. Oh, sorry.
I appreciate that. Hey, it's another friendly face. Hello.
Just say
You
like,
said
welcome
something
to
about
the.
privilege. Oh, sorry. Dharma, you said something about privilege. Before you go, I want to like, I think you
Yes.
can sum up my view on privilege in one really easy way.
I love that book.
Fuck white privilege. You know, I mean, until enough people who benefit from it are willing to say it has to go, it's gonna stay a toxic fucking world. We have to ditch this whole concept of race. We have to get rid of whiteness because the entire concept of race hinges on it. It's all of a piece, and it divides people up, and it's toxic as hell. I mean, I like anybody else, I'm not perfect at it, but I love some of the old bits that Utah Phillips would do about how we have to go into the world disarmed. I was born armed to the teeth with the weapons of privilege. You know, I'm a cis-het white dude, right? So like, yeah, okay. But what can I do?
Yes.
What can I can listen to people, and I can try to platform people, and I can try to elevate their voices, and I can do my part to at least get past some of this shit, you know? I can't change the past, but I can say I don't want to benefit from it. I want a world of justice for all people.
And so many times when I've come into lives, excuse me for just interjecting there. So many times when I've come into lives and I've had people tell me, oh, but you're against Jewish people, you're anti-Semitic. And I said, look, listen, in 1989, I was maybe 13 or 14 years old. I was in Amsterdam. I went to the house of Anne Frank. I went into that house. I learned the history. I literally walked up the stairs which she walked. I sat in the cupboard in which she hid behind the panels. And when we learned the history, and I read the books, 4 or 5 different books on the issue, and I thought to myself, I really understood from my perspective what Jewish people went through. And I thought to myself, how can any person ever perpetrate the same things that they've gone through? I don't understand.
it's, but then I understood that, I learned very quickly that there was a difference between Zionism and Judaism, because Jewish people understood the suffering that they went through, and never to want to perpetrate that on another people. And I mean, when I sat there in the house of Anne Frank, and I walked up those stairs, and the person was speaking, and we were shown videos, and I touched items of her clothing, and you know for lack of a better word, it was a religious experience to be put in the shoes of another person, but not just another person, but the kind of person that historically to you as a Muslim was, oh, the boogeyman type of thing, because of historical trauma and what was historically related. And you take yourself out of that, and you put yourself in that person's shoes, and you go, but she was just a girl like me. You understand? At the time, I was 13 and 14 years old, and at that, she was 13 and 14. And I thought to myself, but she was a girl just like me. And the pages in her book, they were framed up against the wall, and I touched them, and I thought to myself, my God, how close am I coming now to a different sense of empathy? At 13 years old, I learned that. And when I came back to South Africa from Amsterdam, I wasn't the same. And when people would, have propaganda issues with the Judaism, and ever since then, I was like, no, but that's not it. Because I've seen a different way, and I've seen this is not it. Because I could see the other side of the fence. Because, I've had that experience. And so from then on, I would always defend Jewish people. And I'm talking now about the good, God-fearing, practicing Jewish people who are so close to Islam. It's unbelievable. So it's like we have great sympathy, and it's like we are so much more alike than we are different. So why are we arguing? Right? Why are we arguing? So that was just an experience that I wanted to relate. So by the way, I'm so sorry.
I appreciate that, and I wish more people would have experiences like that, because it really does. The more we can do to humanize each other, the better. I like the three Aktien Reinhardt camps. Treblinka, Belgic, Sobibor. They accomplished their objective and were dismantled. They unalived all the people in the area, and they were taken apart before the war ended. But the clearings still exist, because when you bury that much human ash, trees can't grow back. And you can put your hand through the soft soil and pull out a handful of human fucking ash today. It's very difficult to get to not feel that, like, holy shit, people did this. It's real.
Yes. Yes.
And I think if we can just understand, what those hatreds have done in the world, it should make it difficult to do it to other people. In practice, sadly, it doesn't for everyone. But
yeah.
But for every far right asshole who wants to replicate the Yahtzees, there's people like me that are saying, "Can we please learn the lessons of history and not do this shit?"
Yes.
So, I mean, that's what we have to elevate. That's what we have to talk about and say, "Can we please just get past this shit?"
Yes, I mean, standing in this one massive room, where in the center of the room there were these glass cases, right? Massive glass cases with children's shoes in there. Massive glass cases filled with people's wedding bands in there, because they didn't disintegrate in the gas chambers, right? And when I'm saying thousands upon thousands of wedding bands in the spot, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is all this metal rings? And they're saying those are all the wedding rings of all the people that have passed in the gas chambers, or in other ways. And I'm like, but there's a lot here. I just thought that they were like, little rings of little, I don't know, whatever they were. And when somebody explained to me what they were, I stood, it's like you don't know what to think, and you don't know what to say. And so there's an absolute silence that comes over you. And you just, when you've gone through an experience like that, you're not the same anymore. So when I look at what is happening in Palestine with this G-side, I'm like, each person needs to go on an experience like that, so that you can really feel and know. Then you wouldn't dare lift a finger, let alone a hand.
I mean, still, there's other things we need to do. I mean, because for some people it just doesn't work. There are people who see that stuff and they're perfectly happy to do it to other people. It's like for some people, never again means never again to us. There's that tribal impulse there, which means at the end of the day, we still have to talk about how corrosive nationalism is. But for some of us, like, yeah, at Yad Vashem, the pile of human shoes, it's like the size of this room. It's just like,
Yes.
holy shit, you're looking at this
Yes.
massive pile of shoes. What the fuck? You know? It
Yes.
because I mean, yeah, I've got a ton of books on this, but like, there's something about seeing it that really it
Yes.
changes. You know, it for a lot of people, it's more powerful than reading something. It would really it helps, and I think that there's so many places where we should do that. I think that people need to do something similar in the strip afterwards. Honestly, I hope they lay big chunks of area unrebuilt and say, look, this is a
Yes.
memorial, because
Yes.
70 some percent of housing is gone. It's going to take a long time to recover from this shit. And just to see how much is gone and what the impact it's going to have on children growing up in that. You know, it's if we can look at the old ghettos in Europe and say, look, this was fucked, and then not see the same thing in the streets of Gaza, what the fuck is wrong with us? That's a failure of humanity.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I will try to help people see the parallels for the rest of my life, because that's one. I mean, my first academic position was working in a Holocaust library. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
proofreading survivor biographies. You know,
Yes.
you can't, for me, I can't look at shit like that and not care about Palestinians and Congolese and the Rohingya and Tibetans and fucking everybody, because no one should go through this shit. No one.
It's true. It's true. I mean, we're just, it's 2024, people. I mean, really, And lastly, before I leave, because I don't want to miss the court case, really, I don't. I just want to ask, have you ever been to Cape Town,
You
South
gotta
Africa,
go.
sir?
You gotta go. you're,
It's
you're,
on
you're,
already. I'm just waiting. But,
you're 10
sir, have
hours
you
ahead,
ever been
aren't
to
you?
Cape Town, South Africa? Have you ever
Is
been?
it, is it 10 hours
10
ahead?
o'clock.
I think you're,
10 o'clock.
I think you got 4 minutes.
I know, but I was waiting for 2 hours, so it's like, but I really wanted to speak with you, so,
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, but
No, but
I,
lastly, sir, have you ever been to Cape Town, South Africa?
I have not. The only places I've been are places that I had some legitimate reason to do research. There's a bazillion places I want to see for fun that I've just been too poor to go to. So
No,
all the countries I've
Professor,
been
I'm
to,
going to come and
I've
fetch
gone to
you.
the libraries.
I'm
So
going to come and fetch you. You must come to Cape Town, South Africa. I'm going
I'd
to
love
take you
to.
to
I'd
Robben
love to.
Island. I'm going to take you to all the museums, and we're going to have a good time.
That'll be
I
fun.
promise. This is a bucket list.
I'd love to. I mean, I've seen tons of pictures. It's beautiful. I want to go. The only places I've ever been able to go are places I need to go to research libraries. So I need to get to where I can do that. But I
Anyway,
will.
sir, I wish you well, sir, and thank you so much for your time and for your platform and for everybody who's been so patient. Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
And then that
I
was
think
it's like,
I think every time you go live, can you hear me, Liam?
yeah, I can.
I think every time you go live, you get more and more people in your fan club, which is fantastic.
I
So,
mean,
all those
I
in
mean,
the chat that
I'll take it. You know, it's weird. I have never sought a spotlight. I I don't I don't care to be famous. I don't care to be loved. It's not a motive for me. But I'll take it if it advances an issue. If it gets an issue out there. I mean, I don't mind stepping into a leadership role, but I don't want it. You know, but I'll do it if something needs to be done. So if people get value from this, if people derive any value from me contributing, I'll do it. You know, but
well, I will say for a resounding yes for every for all those in the chat. Like if you're talking, I know that there's a bunch of us who are here listening. So so much appreciate it. And last guest, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks for having me up. My name is Splats Loki. People call me Splats for short. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran and a practicing Zen Buddhist.
Nice. Very nice.
Also,
My master's is
Agree
very
with you,
heavy in
yes.
Buddhism. I'm sorry to cut in. I know it's for for Doc Liam, but my master's is very heavy on Tibetan Buddhism in particular. So you're in good company.
Yeah, and
Um,
I'm one of those. I'm a stoic Buddhist Jew. So yeah, also part of my life. So it's great. So anyway, so sorry.
okay, I appreciate some of the Sean and some of the Gnostic scriptures. I believe those were from Old Testament times, but I'm also adamantly pro Gaza. I'm very much for the cessation of hostilities, and specifically and particularly on the side of the IDF, because I want to remind the audience that the two main sticking points at this moment, at this juncture, are disproportionate disproportionate response, right? You can say whatever you want about T or age group or any of that. They don't have any planes. They don't have any tanks. They don't have any ships. This is very, very disproportionate. And the IDF knows that. They know the balance of power and they're taking advantage of that. They're not focusing on tunnels. They're focusing on residential buildings, tower blocks, hospitals, everything that they're not supposed to do. And they know very well what they're not supposed to do. Okay? So disproportionate response and collective punishment, right? Stateside, we have an issue with pew-pewing in schools. If we have a criminal doing that, we don't find out what town he's from and go level that town. The people in that town don't have any idea what he did. They have they're not accomplices. They're not complicit. They're not involved directly or indirectly or by proxy. If somebody does something bad, you can't punish an entire population, especially one that's largely constituted of women and children. That is not acceptable under any circumstance, period. So, disproportionate response and collective punishment is what everyone needs to focus on because, I've seen the Zionists and I have to check myself because an earlier panelist was talking about Zionism, and Zionism means different things for different people. It's kind of a moving goalpost. But, stateside, we have a right wing, the Republicans, the Trumpists. They like to redefine things. Oh, the Confederate flag doesn't mean this, it means that. My nationalism is not jingoism, it's not xenophobia, it is patriotism. That's why we have to exclude all Islamic people and all Mexican people and all foreigners from the country because of my patriotism. That's all it is, right? So people will try to move the goalpost and redefine Zionism, but as I refer to Zionism, I'm talking about the Likud party, I'm talking about Netanyahu's policies, and I'm talking about discrimination, bigotry, and racism that's leading to some of the rhetoric that's fueling this mass unaliving of the Gazan people, which obviously has to stop. And if you don't think that Zionism is a political ideology, I would invite you to ask Itzhak Rabin, ex-Prime Minister Itzhak Rabin. You could ask him, but you can't because according to his widow, Netanyahu and the Likud party are directly responsible for what happened to Itzhak Rabin at the King David Hotel. You can look it up for yourself. I can't get into details.
They painted a target on his head. I mean, and quite literally, they had rallies and they painted a target on his head. That was incredible. And the saddest thing about that is that Rabin is not actually a good guy. I mean, he participated in the Nakba. his views on the Palestinians are terrible. During the Intifada, he's like, yeah, collective punishment, man. Like, you gotta hurt these. Like, he was just getting pragmatic in his old age. But he's a hardcore nationalist, and that still wasn't good enough. Like, somebody
Right.
who literally chased people out of their homes in the Nakba, not good enough for them. I'm like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, no, he was too soft. He went liberal. He became a politician, not extreme enough, and he was gone. Right. So if if you care about Judaism as a Zionist, as a nationalist, how are you going to do that to your own people? Right. If you care about the law or a moral standing, an ethical standing, some kind of superiority narrative. How are you going to do that to people who can't defend themselves, who've done nothing wrong to you? So yeah, no, it's these are tropes. These are tropes, and they will talk to you about history. They will talk to you about culture. They will talk to you about religion. They will talk to you about ethnicity. They will talk to you about politics. What they won't talk to you about, what they'll never talk to you about, is the women and children being hurt right now, right? And they always seem to pull the same cards. When the ICJ first announced that they were going after Netanyahu accused a judicial body, the ICJ, of being anti-Semitic. Ridiculous. And now they got Blinken to say that South Africa is using blood libel when they brought this case before the International Court. And look how many countries have signed on, and I don't think they'll be the last signatories to this document. But I do want to touch on one thing very specifically. APAC. For me, the issue is not where they're from or who they where they were born or what their intentions are. I cite Michael Flynn. Okay, Michael Flynn was lobbying for Turkey. Not okay, right? And he's American. He's a general. You just can't do certain things. And I don't appreciate the Mormons getting into politics. I don't appreciate the evangelical right getting into politics. And I don't appreciate AIPAC being in politics. That's just a fact. If you want to be in politics, you make sure that you abide by your 501c, right? You cannot be a charitable organization. You cannot be an NGO on paper, accept donations, and then form a super PAC and start buying votes. That's not democracy. That is not how we were founded. That is not how we function and practice. And it has to stop. It has to stop. Now, does AIPAC deserve all the attention that they're getting? For the sake of because of current events, because of the immediacy of the situation that we find ourselves in, absolutely. AIPAC requires all the negative attention that we can bestow upon them, or their representatives, right? So yeah, if you took money from AIPAC, if you're standing on the side of war crimes, which will be determined in court, then you will face the voter. That's what democracy is about, and the voter will vote their conscience. I support everyone who is doing the boycott, and I support everyone who is voting against AIPAC. And in closing, I want to say that I'm very much hoping. I'm very, 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 very much hoping that this will trend. That every time that there's an atrocity, whether it be in Myanmar or in Kashmir or in Congo, in Niger, in Sudan, we will start to look at it more closely because, regrettably, especially in the US, it falls upon us to make sure that our political leaders, because of the disproportionate amount of strength that our military has and the disproportionate amount of representation that we have in NATO, in the UN, because of that disproportionality, we have an extra obligation to make sure that our political representatives are doing the right things overseas, because there are very, very real consequences. And I shudder to think what has been done in my name. So just like the political opposition within Israel itself, I join the choir when I say not in my name, but I'm saying it as a member of the U.S. citizenry, right? Oh, and in closing, just a housekeeping little note. I'm muted in chat. The last thing I said was that was the IMF when our friend from South Africa was talking. She said that detractors pointed at the economic situation in South Africa and blamed the freedom and the new representation that they had. And I said that was the IMF because of vulture capitalists, the ones who short bonds and start messing around with the currency market and promoting things like boycott, or I mean, not boycott, embargoes on countries. But that's why I mentioned the IMF, because they do predatory lending sometimes. But yeah, that's what I said in chat, and all of a sudden I was muted. I don't understand what happened, but yeah, just to mention. I want to thank you, by the way. You're it's not, it's, you know, it tends to get conflated, you know, the titles and education and approach, and they do tend to go hand in hand, because people with more education do tend to be more measured. But it speaks, I think it speaks more to your personality, the fact that you're patient with your panelists, with your audience, that you're measured in your in the way you express yourself, and how you're able to basically touch on both sides of an issue without taking part or being biased towards one or the other before making a decision, right? You can see you have, I think that's just empathy, but it's hard to do when you're looking at diametric opposites. So I appreciate you, and I know that the audience does too. Thank you.
I think it's important, if you're going to weigh an issue and advance your own principles, to try and at least understand where someone else is coming from. And if you can, sometimes there's ways to work with that and to open up a space for dialogue and change. Not always, but there sometimes is. But if you can't understand where someone's coming from, you can't ever change the situation at all. You can't. If we don't bother trying to understand why people are the way they are, how do we fix anything? So when people just shut down, oh, they're bad, and that's it, it's too simplistic. Maybe it's good enough for somebody, but it's not good enough for me, because I want to know why and then what we can do about it. So yeah, it's important, you know. And if talking about this stuff helps anybody else to try and do that, then great. I'm happy to help as long as I can. So
we love you, Doc.
Well, thanks. I mean,
thank you.
Like I said, I'll do whatever I can to help out there. Just I guess I think we need to, oh God, what's that cute line, like, be the change you want to see, you know, if you want to make the world a better place, get out there and do something about it. Talk to people, you know.
Believe that was Gandhi. Be the change you want to see in the world. And if I can just nerd out for a second for all you techies in the chat right now, the latest trend in AI is supersymmetry. If you mentally do a type of supersymmetry on an issue, adopt both sides. It's not white or black, it's gray. That will really help you, formulate your ideas or be able to better empathize with people. But I just want to be very, very clear. When it comes to Gaza, the loss of women and children, that is very point blank. That's not negotiable, because you can't bring people back to life with ideas, right? So even if someone has a very compelling argument, that's not going to reverse the damage that's being done to human beings, right? And that's from a Buddhist. I'm talking as a Buddhist now. No religion, no philosophy, no ethos, no logic, no reason can bring a person back to life. So be very, very careful when you say, this ideology justifies the unaliving of somebody, because once you cross that bridge, you're going to keep crossing it over basic petty stuff, and that's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible for you and horrible for the world.
Was there a duck on the screen?
Yes, that happened. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Again, agreed. We need to do better at treating people like human beings. Go figure. We all have Buddha consciousness.
Yeah, Doc, and I'll kind of end it out, which first of all, like show our pet friends because so cute. Minerva's been main energy or main character. But I think a lot that I've been thinking a lot lately is it's like, do we want to be right in the argument or do we want to reach the goal? And I feel like that's exactly what you're pointing at. And I think that within that, there has to be a delineation of when people have the willingness and the capacity, because some people just want to waste time and that is their only goal. So to recognize that and spend the time with the people that have willingness and capacity.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't spin your wheels with people that aren't going to move at all. And yeah, we don't all have to agree to at least see each other's perspectives and work with that. Like, what was it? I forgot his name. Shmuel. I forgot the second half of the name. Oh well, the Israeli fellow that was on there, and then I'm terrible with names. Nasir. I can understand where they're both coming from. I have differences with both of them, and I understand where they're both coming from, and I think that's important. At the end of the day, probably a bigger point for Nasir than not, but debating the principle, who is ultimately right or what's just here, it's not going to save lives. It's not going to end the situation. So you can be right while standing in a graveyard. And I would rather not be right standing on a pile of the bones of my family. At the end of the day, it doesn't help. We have to find some way to move forward, right? Instead of constantly going over like what is the perfect principled ultimate solution here, because we're not going to get. No one's going to get it. There's no one that's going to find this situation absolutely perfect, but it doesn't.
I hear a lot of talk of, one state solution, two state solution. What does river to the ocean mean? I'm like, okay, that's for me, that's day 3, day 4 planning. Good on you if you want to project, but I really want to focus on day 1. We're still not getting day 1 right. So yeah, when I've spoken to the pro IDF group in the past, I like to, because some of them they don't use fair tactics, they don't argue in good faith, and yeah, basically I try to get one point out of them. I just want to get them to answer one question. You know, I'll segue and I'll weave and bob a little bit to get them into this position. But the question is, how many people need to perish in Gaza before you're satisfied?
Yeah,
And
there's no answer to that because they don't
yep,
care.
one said 2 million, no exaggeration. The other, in the same panel, he heard this and he saw the reaction of the rest of the panel, which found it atrocious. He said, "Oh no, I'm okay with just 200,000." Holy hell! So yeah, it just kind of codifies like the it codifies their measure of their worth of the human person, like the human being, when they say things like that. And I also want to point out just real quick, it's important. It's very, very important because it seems kind of ingrained in their arguments. It's kind of like running in the background constantly. And I really noticed this when three Israelis who were in captivity were unalived by the IDF mistakenly. There was uproar. There were protests. There was indignation. And I thought to myself, yes, correct. Yes, 3 lives are very important. Absolutely. But where is that same measurement for 21,000? What is 21,000 divided by 3? That's the amount of indignation I should be seeing from the Israeli public, and I'm not seeing anything even remotely close to that. So what is the conclusion? What is the logical conclusion?
Like what's important there, they were holding a fucking white flag. So what it tells you is that they would unalive Palestinians regardless of surrender. They're only upset because they were Israelis. And the army says, oh no, they violated blah, 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 our directives, whatever. Bullshit. Like, this kind of thing happens a lot. And if somebody is holding up the white fucking flag and still gets pew-pewed, you're in the wrong, period. And I don't understand why we don't focus more on that. Because what does it say about the mentality of the soldiers? What does it say about what they're hearing in the barracks? What does it say about the psychology of this conflict that no one can possibly surrender? Because that's where you get to the, yeah, I'll accept only 2 million. They won't accept a surrender.
I've seen both sides. I'm very pro-Palestinian, but I've seen both sides resort to this rhetoric. They say from the opposite side, they're raised that way from childhood, right? There's no talking to them because they were raised that way from childhood. And I think to myself, you know, I would really like to discuss educational reform with you, but not right now. What I would like to talk about, however, if we're going to talk about educational reform, what I would like to talk about, just generally speaking, because I think it's a lot easier than revamping how children are brought up within a culture, is military training.
Yeah.
Military training. We in the U.S., we went through Vietnam, and we discovered that the Prussian military system for training our soldiers was not good. It was not good. It brainwashed people.
But it doesn't, like, the training doesn't help when you're still growing up in a hyper-nationalistic culture that dehumanizes other people. The best training in the world will still lead to atrocities. So I think it goes deeper than that. It's one thing we have to do, yes, military, yes, school too, but it's an entire socio-cultural phenomenon. The complete lack of visibility and humanization for the other side makes it possible for somebody to justify doing that. They're not my tribe. They're not real people. They don't matter. And as long as that's that's where people can go, this shit's gonna keep happening.
I also see the politics of fear playing out again. You know, with Trump, it's fear minorities, fear. You know, they're sending rapists. They're not. They're all criminals, and they want to take your land and your farm and your car. They're carjackers and blah blah blah. Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you for that fear. I'll internalize that and I'll wet the bed and hide in my closet just to be safe. Thank you, Mr. Trump. So
and vote for Yahtzees because that's what they want. You know,
yeah.
it's consciously cultivated.
So I'm seeing the same thing from the Zionists.
Far right. It's
I'm
playing
seeing
with our primitive psychology, and it's exactly what Israelis do. This is why I keep telling people, if we don't push for fundamental change here, the structural dynamics of this conflict will keep making the government more radical. This will get worse, not better, because it's been getting worse for decades. Everything about it pushes it in that direction. Every time they push people and someone responds, they have an excuse to lash back even harder next time. And it just keeps it going. This will never, ever end. This is why I don't think we should be debating principle and legitimacy till the cows come home. I think we have to do something about this, or Palestinians will suffer this in the next 100 years.
No jinx. No jinx. No.
I'm saying that we've been at this for 150 fucking years.
Yeah.
We have to change direction. We can't keep doing the same thing we've been doing and expect it's going to change. That's the definition of insanity. Yeah. We have to change the script somehow. We have to short circuit this shit, or this is not going to end.
I think you just quoted Einstein.
Cool.
Yeah. Do the same thing and expect different results. That's insanity. Right. We can't keep going like this. And I'm actually kind of grateful that Likud and Netanyahu are so blatant that they're kind of have this fossilized 19th century mentality of what nationalism is or what patriotism is, because they've come across a gaggle of kids from the 21st century, from 2024, who know how to vet sources. They know how to debunk images or to check the authenticity of images. They know what context is. They know what subtext is. They know what politics are, and they see right through it. They cut through it like a laser. I'm so proud of them. You know, I wish my generation were that good, but damn. So if this is like if politics or sociology is an arms race, bro, Israel lost. They lost out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, I think we can easily pick that up though and carry it for another day. I really, I got to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's
time for work tomorrow.
But
going
I'll be
6 a.m.
back
where I'm
on
at.
in like, I don't know, 14 or 15 hours sometime. I mean, probably sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. my time. Maybe like around 1600, or so. I mean, I'll be back on tomorrow though. So
I gave you a follow. I appreciate you having me up, and thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, have a wonderful night.
And I don't know how things work because I can't go live, but if you could unmute me in chat, that means that I can talk to your chatters if I were to revisit. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, you should be unmuted after this live. Be careful in the chat with some of the trigger words. So we just want to watch some of the flag words, and then also all caps and things like that. So I don't know what it is, but you should probably have it. But like, yeah, all caps, or also like, please, for the chat, like especially for the subjects that we are talking about, like please try to not use some of those red flag words. It's just going to mute just to overall protect Liam. So I apologize if there were any mistakes there. If it's an extreme Z, it's kind of like an immediate block, right?
No, there was an extreme Z right underneath my post, and I was wondering if I got caught in the crossfire, but the only all caps thing I wrote was the abbreviation IMF, the International Monetary Fund. I don't know if that caught it.
You should have it, but yeah.
Okay.
reach
Well,
out
Miss
to me,
I
and I
Evans.
appreciate you
apologize.
guys. I
Yeah,
hope you
have a
have a
good
good
night.
night and a good day at work, and try to get your rest.
Good
Thank you to
night.
the audience. Bye
So
bye.
catch you
Oh,
tomorrow if you
free
want to come back.
Palestine.
So again, Pacific time, sometime between 15 and 16, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., somewhere around there, I'll be finished enough with my work and I'll pop back on. So another long, lovely discussion tomorrow evening. I will be back.
I love it. And yeah, for those in the
Hope to see you
chat,
too.
Doc Liam posts these lives on his Tube of the U.
I
So so you can go back and listen to them there. Definitely make sure to gift. And yeah, for these discussions, if we can just like really, I want to be very sensitive about the topics and like protect Doc Liam at all costs. So he is
Yep.
such a gem in the world. And thank you for those who are joining our little book club over here. Always appreciate you, Doc Liam. So, all right, good
Much
night.
love. Much love. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, look at all these people saying hello. Okay, so yeah, this thing will get uploaded to YouTube soon. It takes a long time to download these things though. They're humongous. Either way, have a lovely night. Hope to see some of you tomorrow.